I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a performance oversight hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, March 5th, 2025. The time was 10:16 in the morning. I apologize, we're starting late, and it's entirely my fault, and I don't have a good excuse. But I do appreciate everyone who is here and who has signed up to testify. It looks like we've been joined by a number of students from is it Yu Ying Public Charter School. Welcome. Welcome to seeing government at work. Sometimes it's a little mystifying what we're doing, but this is a performance oversight hearing where we are going to get testimony from different agencies with regard to public education in the city. And we're going to be hearing testimony in this order: the State Board of Education, the Office of the Student Advocate, the Ombudsman for Education, the District of Columbia State Athletic Association, the University of the District of Columbia, the District of Columbia Public Charter School Board, and the Deputy Mayor for Education. We'll hear testimony in that order. And we have something like 101 witnesses today, so I expect that this hearing will be going well into the afternoon. All of the council's committees are having performance oversight hearings this month and last. In fact, I think this may be the last week of the performance oversight hearings. And we do this every year in preparation for considering the fiscal year 2026 budget for the district government. The mayor is required to submit the budget for fiscal year 2026 on April 2nd of this year. And we will have a briefing, a public briefing on April 4th in the council chambers, which are room 500. This is the 5th of 7 oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having this season. I mentioned the agencies for which we are considering or hearing testimony today. Tomorrow, we will have a hearing beginning at 9:30 with regard to the other post-employment benefits program and the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. And on Friday, we will hear from the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, also known as OSSE. We'll have both public and government witnesses on Friday. We have a lot of witnesses today, so witnesses will be limited to 3 minutes for their statements. And I'm going to recognize a colleague, Robert White, in case he has an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Deputy Mayor Kine's team, who I believe is here. Is someone here from the Deputy Mayor's office? That's unfortunate. I talked to a lot of people in my role as a council member, but my favorite constituents to meet with are the young people of this city, and was glad to have a chance to chat with fourth graders from Yu Ying today, who seem to be doing an incredible job. I've had the privilege of speaking with hundreds of young people over the last several years, and they continue to challenge and inspire me. I'm hopeful for their futures, and I'm motivated to take action because time and time again, they tell me that they need more guidance and more economic opportunity. Some see college in their future and others don't, and that's okay. No matter what path they choose, what they all want is the same thing I wanted back then, which is to believe that the path they've chosen will lead to a career that fulfills them and one that can pay their bills and allow them to live and maybe even raise a family. But without that belief, some young people do lose focus. They lose hope. They may stop attending school or in some cases become involved in the justice system. We all remember the spike in violent crime that the district experienced 2 years ago, and those crimes involved too many young people. It doesn't have to be that way. It's important that we hold people accountable, and it is equally important that punishment after the fact isn't the only solution we have. Research shows that harsher penalties alone won't prevent crime. What we need is a comprehensive approach to helping our young people find purpose and stability to keep them motivated. That's why last year I introduced a package of bills aimed at supporting our youth and reducing youth violence through prevention, not punishment. The Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act requires schools to track truancy rates more closely so they can intervene earlier and help struggling students and families with school. The Vocational Education for a New Generation Act focused on providing students with technical skills and clear, viable pathways to employment after graduation. These two issues work in tandem. Vocational education helps reduce truancy by giving students a reason to stay engaged because they're in school doing something they're interested in and see themselves investing in their careers. I also want to make sure we implement the bill that I wrote and we passed last year, which would create a citywide youth mentoring program because young people do need mentors and too many of them don't have that guidance at home. One last thing I want to note on the other end of the education spectrum is a statistic that's important to our city, but often not known because it's not seen. And that is about 90,000 adults in DC. 90,000 have low literacy rates. That hurts their ability to get good paying jobs, which increases the number of people who need taxpayer support for food and housing. And as a parent who helps my kids with homework, I can tell you that if the parents can't read, that becomes an intergenerational problem. It is one that is solvable, but we are reducing investment in adult literacy. I've been in touch with the Washington Literacy Center program that I've had the opportunity to visit, and they're struggling just to keep the lights on because their funding is being cut. And again, that is going to have drastic, devastating impacts on our social services, on learning for young people, and on stability in our city. So I'm glad to be here today to connect with the Deputy Mayor's office, again, to get a clear picture of the current state of vocational education opportunities and adult literacy and truancy prevention. And I look forward to working together to ensure that all of our young people have the chance to steer their education in a direction that gives them hope for their futures, and that all adults have the ability to navigate life and set up a better future for their kids. Thank you again, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. With that, let's call witnesses. Eric Goulet, who is Ward 3 Representative, DC State Board of Education. Laura Fuchs, who is listed as Secretary of the Washington Teachers Union. Jessica Giles, who is Executive Director with Education Reform Now Advocacy, DC. Ariel Johnson, who's Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance. Scott Goldstein, who's Executive Director of Empower Ed. Caroline Pryor, who's Lead Organizer with Empower Ed. Maya Martin Cottigan, who's Founder and Executive Director of PAVE. And PAVE is Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Christy Matthews Jones, who's Director of the DC Girls Coalition. Justin Lessick, who is Executive Director of Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. Mario Clopton, who is Elementary Campus Principal, Washington Yu Ying Public Charter School. Come forward, sit at the table. We need somebody at the table. Laura Mestis, who's CEO of DC Prep. Amelia Kalma, who is the Director of Research and Policy at the DC Policy Center. Pat Brantley, who is CEO of Friendship Public Charter Schools. Letitia Vinson. Nope, I'm going to stop at Pat Brantley. So we have one person, live person. You get a gold star if you want to. You can come up and collect it afterwards for being here in person. Those of you who are participating virtually, please, if you're in gallery view, you'll have the timer. Please pay attention to the timer at 3 minutes. Mr. Goulet, you're up, and good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, and Council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative for the DC State Board of Education. I am pleased to join you at today's Performance Oversight hearing to provide testimony regarding the performance of the DC State Board of Education and the Deputy Mayor for Education. Today, I will be testifying in my individual capacity as a board member and not on behalf of the board. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for working closely with the leadership of our DC State Board of Education and for providing our independent agency with the staff and financial resources necessary to serve constituents and excel in our statutory mission. I have been extremely impressed by the professionalism and results of SBOE over the past year, and a great deal of that credit goes to President Jock Patterson, former President Ebony Rose Thompson, and Executive Director Bernice Butler. I'll move on to the Deputy Mayor for Education now. While I have been grateful for the successful leadership of Deputy Mayor Paul Kine during the past 2 fiscal years, I will now put on the record 6 issues in the education cluster that Ward 3 residents have indicated to me need additional efforts in fiscal year 25 and 26. Number 1, federal uncertainty threatens our local progress in education, and city leaders must prioritize stable funding for our public schools over discretionary spending in the FY26 budget. Only 31% of students feel safe throughout the school day, and issues of bullying, violence, and students placed in classrooms without needed supports are negatively impacting efforts to reduce truancy and chronic absenteeism. Number 3, there's a crisis in our school health suites, as the failed DC Health cluster model has driven away 54% of school nurse RNs in just 1 single year. It is imperative that the council adopt SBOE's Bill 2697 so that we can reverse the downward spiral and ensure every DCPS and public charter school has a full-time 40-hour per week RN within the next 4 years. Number 4, school overcrowding in Ward 3 is an ongoing problem that will only be solved by acquiring additional schools, building new schools, and expanding others. Overcrowding results in inappropriate class sizes, the denial of any in-boundary pre-K for 3-year-olds at all Ward 3 elementary schools, the use of trailers as permanent educational space, and the denial of inclusive special education services because of a lack of physical classroom space. Number 5 is DC must not reduce or eliminate funding for community-based pre-K 3 and 4 when there is not capacity for these slots in Ward 3 neighborhood schools, leaving parents with no good options. And then number 6, promises made to the community regarding the project scope of the new MacArthur High School are being broken, and full capital funding needs to be added this year to build out MacArthur before the construction expansion begins with an inadequate budget, because it will cost the district far more to have to come back later to correct a known problem. That concludes my testimony for today. I am available to answer any questions that you or your colleagues have from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. Laura Fuchs.
Hello, my name is Laura Fuchs. I'm a Ward 5 resident, DC Public School Social Studies teacher since 2007, an executive board member of the Washington Teachers Union, chair of DC Caucus of Rank and File Educators, and a board member of Empower DC. Let's get a few things out of the way when it comes to education in DC and what the council would do if it were serious about improving our schools and student outcomes. First, end mayoral control of our schools and bring back in real democracy and checks and balances to DCPS and our entire system. This includes removing OSSE from being under the mayor and putting OSSE under the control of the DC State Board of Education. We need to change the law so the WTU can negotiate a fair evaluation focused on growth to replace impact. We need to slash the DCPS central office budget by upwards of 75% to focus on real central office supports for our schools and not endless directors who issue pointless, unfunded mandates at record speed. We also need to make sure that our schools are fully funded so that no school has to see dramatic cuts to their staffing, programmatic supports, and supplies. Check out Tubman, they're trying to cut it by 10%. Now, more than ever, we need to examine the hands-off policy that the DC Council has taken towards our education system under the excuse of mayoral control. We are seeing firsthand that the mayor, in her attempts to navigate a tough federal government set of policies, is caving in at every turn to capitulate and try to appease Republicans. While we don't need outright defiance, this overly deferential stance is extremely alarming this early into an administration. What is going to happen if Republicans demand certain books come off our shelves? If we look to the mayor now, the answer is they will come off our shelves. What is going to happen if Republicans demand that our bathroom policies shift? If we look to the mayor now, the answer is they will be changed. What is going to happen if Republicans demand that our social studies standards and curriculum be changed to get rid of teaching real history and supplanting it with a white supremacist false narrative? If we look to the mayor now, the answer is we will be teaching white supremacy. What is going to happen if ICE shows up at our doors? If we speak to the chancellor right now, as he testified, The answer is we will comply with their demands. We cannot give in to fascism. We cannot give in to the Republicans. This doesn't mean we have to publicly defy, but we need to have clear plans, policies, and procedures in place for what we will do. Mayoral control is proven repeatedly to be an unmitigated disaster. Now that we are in a time of crisis, the DC Council cannot abdicate its responsibilities. We must bolster our democratic institutions. That means strengthen the DC State Board of Education. That means hold OSSI and the DME accountable. That means everyone in this district must develop a spine. The mayor has shown how she will act in the face of aggression. We need to do better. We need to tell our families explicitly that we support them, that they are included in our communities. We need to train our administrators, educators, and all staff in the buildings on what to do to enforce our existing policies. We need a plan for how to ensure that we are protecting and enforcing our values. There are grassroots movements trying to organize and put plans together for their communities. Some are far more along than others, but we cannot leave anyone behind. And this means that those who are elected and appointed to lead must actually demonstrate that leadership. Do not cower in fear. We will not be to blame if and when Republicans attack us. They were planning to all along. And at the bare minimum, make sure that our leadership does not get in the way of the grassroots efforts, even if they are too afraid to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. You were clearly reading your statement. Can you provide us with a copy? I hope that is a yes. If you would
Sorry,
please.
that's a yes.
Thank you. Jessica Giles.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a proud ward resident and executive director of the DC chapter of Education Reform Now Advocacy. Our North Star is ensuring that all students, regardless of background or circumstances, receive an excellent education. But that begs the question, are students in DC receiving an excellent education? The data shows both progress and persistent challenges. DC students have made significant gains, outpacing national trends in reading and math recovery. Chronic absenteeism and truancy have decreased, and college enrollment is up. These are achievements worth recognizing, but the gaps remain stark. Chronic absenteeism and truancy are still up pre-pandemic. Only 1 in 3 students met grade level expectations in reading, 1 in 5 students in math. That is not the definition of an excellent education. To truly accelerate learning, the DME must ensure year after year fair funding for all public schools by directing all school funding, including teacher pay, through the UPSFF and maintain the charter facilities allowance increase. No student's funding should be determined by their school sector. Continue to measure and improve student attendance through targeted interventions that bring rates below pre-pandemic levels. Fully implement structured literacy training for educators and ensure adequate funding for the Early Literacy Education Task Force recommendations. Thank you, Councilmember Wright, for noting the importance of literacy. Act urgently on math education. The current timeline for the math task force pushes implementation of recommendations to 2027. That is too late for students struggling now. Equitably expand college and career pathways and ensure that a student's zip code no longer determines their opportunities. The University of District of Columbia's graduation dropped by 14 percentage points to 40% at the flagship campus. This was lower than in 2022. Why? The Student Success Center is slated to open in fall of 2025, but students need urgent support now. The mismanagement leading to Eagle Academy's closure must not happen again. The PCSB must strengthen its oversight by requiring board members training, improving direct communication with school boards, ensuring fairness, transparency, and efficiency in all foreseeable scenarios so that families are fully informed about significant changes at schools. This year, PCSB is set to review 20 public charter schools this spring. It is critical that these reviews prioritize student and family interests, ensuring stability and excellence in the charter sector. The SBOE took on critical issues last year, from financial literacy to attendance and math proficiency. Moving forward, it must stay focused on its statutory role, ensuring that state academic standards and policies prepare students for success and providing the necessary oversight of education. As the mayor and DC Council navigate the FY26 budget amid financial challenges, cutting education funding may seem like an option, but ensuring students remain a top priority is essential to sustain success. Over the next several weeks, as critical budget decisions are made, we must ask ourselves, are students in the District of Columbia receiving an excellent education? The only acceptable answer is yes, and that depends on the choices made today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giles, and I do have your statement, so thank you. Ariel Johnson?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, and Cal staff. My name is Ariel Johnson, and I am the Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance. Educators, leaders, and district agencies are all working in partnership to ensure that our students make academic gains and can safely access resources across the city. As a component of that growth, public charter schools continue to offer some of the most unique programming in the nation, tailored to diverse needs of our students, serving students pre-K 3 through adult learners. Public charter schools are integral to the DC education system. For example, adult-serving schools like BREA facilitated 106 students to earn 329 work-related credentials and certificates. Additionally, 90% of BREA's early childhood students met or exceeded expectations on the GOLD assessment in literacy, math, and social-emotional learning. The district is also fortunate enough to have several bilingual charter schools, including Yu Ying, specializing in Mandarin, Sela in Hebrew, and DC bilingual in Spanish. Schools like Center City are offering innovative programming, such as the soon-to-be-opened Makerspace, which provides hands-on project-based learning. Its Congress Heights campus stands out as the highest-performing school in Ward 8 in both ELA and math. The district also offers unique alternative school models. Schools like Kingsman Academy and Goodwill Excel provide competency-based models that re-engage students who have faced academic disengagement. The district's rich, diverse options are worth uplifting and celebrating as a strong component of the education ecosystem. However, maintaining these options requires adequate and equitable funding. The mayor's fiscal year 2026 education budget proposes providing funding outside of the UPSFF and does not fully and adequately fund charter school educator raises at the same level as DCPS teachers. While we are grateful that the mayor continues to prioritize resourcing all public schools, attracting, supporting, and retaining the educators who serve half of the city's students is imperative to ensure long-term academic recovery this year and in future years. While equitable funding continues to be our #1 priority, I cannot underscore the importance of our collaboration with PCSB and DME. Together, we have responded quickly to federal policy changes and prioritized student safety. We appreciate the DME's role in helping to coordinate across agencies, especially the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Additionally, the DC Alliance has been grateful to participate in the Everyday Counts Task Force to advance and coordinate strategies to increase student attendance and reduce truancy. PCSB's role as an independent authorizer is also essential for maintaining a high-quality charter sector. We particularly commend PCSB's adoption of the Aspire framework, which recognizes improvements in student outcomes, places a stronger emphasis on supporting subgroups, and reflects PCSB's willingness to revise its own policies. PCSB plays a critical role in creating conditions that enable charter schools to operate high-quality programming, and we look forward to our continued partnership. In closing, DC's charter schools are critical contributors to the city's education landscape, providing high-quality options for families across the district. We thank the DC Council for its continued support for public charter schools, and we look forward to working with all education stakeholders to ensure every student in DC has access to high-quality, equitably funded education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Scott Goldstein?
Good morning. Today I'll speak briefly about the performance of the State Board, DME, and Public Charter School Board. First, related to the State Board of Education. Last year, educators and community members asked the State Board members to push OSSI for small but very meaningful changes to the DC School Report Card. Changes like adding minutes of art and language, availability of before and after care, and highlighting educator retention. These changes would be good for all families and easy for OSSI to implement. A clear majority of State Board members agreed with us, but because they lacked the authority to even amend OSSI's proposal to them, the will of the majority of the board was irrelevant. But now you have the opportunity to change that. On Friday, Councilmember Parker introduced the Empower the DC State Board of Education Act, which would finally allow the DC State Board of Ed authority to initiate policy in the limited areas it already has statutory authority, like graduation requirements, attendance regulation, community service, and the school accountability framework. This is a small step, is not a major governance shift, but simply a way to give a meaningful role to the representatives each ward has elected to be their voice on education issues. Chairman, we ask you to move fast to hold a hearing and mark up this legislation. It's long overdue. Second, related to the State Board, we urge the council to hold a prompt hearing, markup, and vote on Councilmember Pinto's cell phone in schools legislation, which is in line with the resolution recently passed by the State Board. This must happen enough in advance of the 25-26 school year to give time for schools to implement. Finally, we urge the council to respond to the State Board's work on teacher induction and retention and ensure the next school year, all schools, including public charter schools, participate in a universal exit survey administered citywide. This should include a common set of questions for all LEAs and allow LEAs to add on their own unique questions relevant only to their LEA to be responsive to the concerns about individual differences between LEAs. Related to the PCSB, we ask the PCSB test drives the new Aspire system. As they test drive the new Aspire system, they listen to school leaders and educators about what makes their schools unique and increase the value of school-specific goals, as so many leaders have asked. Additionally, as we testified to PCSB previously, we ask they consider adding educator retention and school climate as measures with significant weight for which the new Universal School Climate Survey can be used. For the DME, we ask the DME prioritize aggressively pursuing meaningful racial equity impact assessments for the opening of new schools. We simply do not have the capacity for more schools and already have too many individual schools to efficiently use our resources. There is wide agreement on this front from both DCPS and charter schools alike, all who suffer from the effects of oversaturation, especially in neighborhoods east of the river. While we've seen promising willingness to do more in this area, we ask the DME to take on more leadership in this coordination of our two sectors, the expansion of specialized programs east of the river, school planning, and shared pedagogical practices. The DME can and should take on a larger role in improving retention across sectors, and they can start by ensuring all schools have budgeted at least one permanent sub per 250 educators. We also urge the mayor and DME to proactively consider the federal threats to DC, including special education, school meals, Title I, protection of LGBTQ students. We simply cannot wait and hope to maintain the status quo. We need a plan to ensure no disruption of services to students and families. And finally, we want to express our gratitude for the work of the Ombudsman and Student Advocate, who every day do some of the most critical work in our city, listening to and responding to feedback from the community and connecting family to resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Caroline Pryor.
Good morning, council members and committee staff. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the lead organizer at EmpowerEd. As at the last oversight hearing, I want to ask you to consider how many teachers you'll have the opportunity to hear from today, and consider that as you begin scheduling budget hearings. We have many agencies to be discussed at today's hearing, but I want to focus on three: the DME, SBOE, and PCSB. First, I want to address the elephant in the room, as many have already, the federal threats. Each of DC's agencies has a critical role to play in this fight. To put our heads in the sand or constrain any guidance to internal documents is to leave our families, our school staff, and our students in the dark. I know agencies are working around the clock to respond to each consecutive danger, but that hard work can't pay off if the guidance isn't accessible. The Charter School Alliance has produced extensive timely resources for schools and LEAs and has graciously encouraged sharing them to all LEAs. I'd like you at Council to consider how the PCSB is supporting these efforts and highlighting this work. We must consider it part of PCSB's oversight duties. PCSB has a role to play in supporting schools through this extremely difficult time, just as they have a role to play in offering concrete guidance to LEAs struggling with teacher retention. The charter sector's educator retention numbers drag behind DCPS and fiscal difficulties, which the Eagle Academy LEA closure indicates must be a high priority. We also urge the SBOE to introduce resolution language that offers protections for students and staff, as has been introduced in districts across the country from Chicago to Montgomery County. You may ask, what is the utility of introducing these resolutions if the SBOE cannot enforce them? The SBOE began talks with Council this fall to expand their authority through small measures, such as the ability to solicit data, have due weight, and be able to introduce policy they currently only have approval authority over, which, as my colleague has already mentioned, Councilmember Parker's bill would go a long way to ensuring this. This work must continue as our democratic systems are eroded. It's critical that the SBOE becomes a more democratic institution. And on that note, I want to hold Council to task for actually introducing the thoughtful, necessary legislation that SBOE has drafted over the past few months. Finally, I want to turn to the DME. The DME has made ongoing investments in programs we support and celebrate, especially programs like OST. We stand with the OST Coalition's ask to expand that program. But I also want to urge that this program expansion has a racial equity analysis. Likewise, we're grateful to the DME for examining the ecosystem of school offerings, openings, and closings according to the new boundary study. But it was concerning to us to hear that there's no racial equity analysis yet, when it's clear that school closures and openings affect Black communities the most. Will you demand a racial equity lens as the DME conducts this work? In closing, I want to urge again that each of these three agencies step up to the moment that we're in by providing clear and accessible guidance to school communities in turmoil now. We are very grateful for the work they've done and look forward to the shifts they'll make to support our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Next on the list is Maya Martin Cottigan. I understand Carrie Savage is going to testify. Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Savage, and I serve as the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE, and I'm reading here on behalf of Maya Martin Cadogan. DC's progress, as shown through our recent NAEP scores and an Education Recovery Scorecard, has been a bright spot across the nation, but we are still far from where we need to be to serve every child in every school well. Parents were clear that we need to focus on two goals: getting kids back in school every day and getting and keeping kids excited about learning. To achieve those goals, we must focus on how students are getting to and from school, or safe passage, and the kinds of school programs that will allow them to find their passions and make connections with the broader world and community, or specialized school programs. Today, I will highlight the solutions that PAVE parents have crafted in partnership with students, schools, and community organizations that involve the respective agencies for today's hearing. Around Safe Passage, protect the Safe Passage program. We want to see the DME and DMPSJ work closely with school leaders to ensure there is strong training, infrastructure, and coordination to improve implementation and ultimately safety around schools. We are grateful for the DME for committing to convene school leaders in Safe Passage areas and hope to see that soon. We also want to see the DC School Connect protected and explore microtransit options for the students who are most at risk. DC School Connect has received more positive feedback than any other Safe Passage program. Students, parents, and school leaders alike have testified to its success in improving attendance and reducing incidents. We thank the DME for engaging PAVE parent leaders in a listening session on DC School Connect's next chapter and hope the working group report will identify best ways to make the program more effective. We also want to shout out OSA for hosting their hyperlocal safety convenings. These ward-based or neighborhood convenings include folks who are doing the work on the ground. And doing this regularly takes resources and staff time on top of the many trainings and resources their team provides directly to families. They have a small team, and we hope that the upcoming budget for OSA supports this critical work. Around specialized school programs, we hope to see a grant program for the school navigator to help parents make informed choices. We are lucky to have robust choice in DC, but it can be overwhelming for families to understand all their options, and the navigator can address questions that My School DC and the DC School Report Card cannot. We also need to study and share what is working and what isn't. We'd like to restore funding for the Office of the Education through Employment Pathways under the DME to be able to make their findings about student outcomes after graduation from their database accessible to the public. And we hope that DME will work with Bright Spot schools and various specialized school program models like the ATC to host school visits and share best practices and incorporate community-driven feedback in the upcoming MFP to plan for types of programs that students furthest from opportunity want most. We'd also like to see the DME continue to focus on the following aspects of a holistic education. We're grateful for the mayor's 2.7 increase to the UPSFF, but we want to continue to fund schools through the funding formula to ensure it's fair across sectors, to ensure we have invest in safe and modern school facilities across all schools, sustain funding for out-of-school time programs, great curriculum and training for educators. In my last few seconds, I will just note we are grateful for the SBOE always engaging with PAVE parent leaders, their work on SEL, attendance, and dual enrollment, and I hope they continue that work with high school graduation requirement revisions. And for PCSB, I have attached to my testimony previous public comment where we have shared what we heard from PAVE parent leaders on PCSB's charter review and renewal process and what parents would like to see in the future. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Christine Matthews-Jones. We think she's not here. Justin Lessick.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning, council members and council staff. My name is Justin Lessick. I'm the Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School in Ward 5. Sojourner Truth is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school. We've grown significantly over the past 5 years. We started with just 93 students in the fall of 2020, and we've grown to over 3 times that. Next year, we will continue with that growth. We'll have our first ever graduating class of 12th graders. More importantly, we've seen our achievement consistently grow in both reading and math. So we've taken the NWEA MAP test each year since we opened, and during that first year, compared to pre-pandemic numbers and peers from around the nation, our students averaged about the 50th percentile nationally in reading and the 40th percentile in math. We've shown growth every single year of operation, and I'm proud to share that this year in our middle school, our mean and median scores for reading are at the 60th percentile, and that's compared to pre-pandemic scores from peers nationwide. And in math, for the first time in our school history, we're above the 50th percentile compared to pre-pandemic scores from peers nationwide. There are a lot of factors that have gone into that achievement growth, but we are confident that high-impact tutoring and also attempts towards equitable funding to allow for competitive teacher salaries at public charter schools like Truth have each been crucial. We want to express deep appreciation for the DC Public Charter School Board and the role it plays as the district's independent authorizer of charter schools. We believe it's critical that schools like Truth are held to high expectations with respect to academic outcomes, and we're grateful for the work that the DC Public Charter School Board has done to create the new Aspire academic accountability system. The PCSB was extremely thoughtful about collaborating with school leaders and school communities throughout its development, and I appreciate the very many efforts to solicit feedback and make it the best system possible. In particular, I appreciate Aspire's focused attention on how all student groups are performing, including economically disadvantaged students and those with disabilities. Truth community also appreciates Deputy Mayor for Education Paul Kine and his office for truly seeking to understand various issues and how different policies affect students and staff and all of us at the school level. DME Kine regularly creates opportunities to hear the voices of school leaders and other staff, and the space to collaboratively work through priorities such as attendance, career pathways, and improved academic performance. We also want to thank the State Board of Education for the great work they've done to engage parents, students, and school leaders on these same issues. It's very clear to me as a leader that SBOE President Dr. Jacques Patterson, Vice President Ben Williams, and their colleagues on the board are truly listening to voices from the school community as they address priorities such as literacy and the new math task force. Finally, we also want to express deep appreciation to the Office of the Student Advocate for their leadership with respect to improving the Safe Passage program and all other issues involving school safety. And we continue to be grateful to the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the advocacy and support they give families to help resolve school-connected conflicts and to help families navigate special education programming and other sometimes very complicated programs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you again to all members of the council for your ongoing support.
Thank you, Mr. Lessick. Mario Clapton.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilwoman White. My name is Dr. Mario Clapton, and I am the elementary principal at Washington U Ying Public Charter School, an elementary school based in Ward 5. As I look out today and I see our students here right behind me, I'm reminded of why we do what we do. At Washington U Ying, we're not just a school, we're a community committed to transforming education through Chinese language immersion and the International Baccalaureate Framework. For 9 years, 9 consecutive years, we've been ranked a Tier 1 school, a testament to the collaborative effort of our teachers, students, families, and supporters. Our approach is about more than just test scores. We're creating globally minded learners who can communicate across cultures from the earliest ages. When a kindergartner can confidently share a story in Mandarin or explain a math concept bilingually, we're witnessing the power of innovative education. Equitable funding is the lifeblood of this innovation. It allows us to recruit and retain exceptional bilingual educators, develop innovative language immersion curricula, provide specialized learning resources, support professional development that keeps our teachers at the forefront of best educational practices. Our teachers are the heart of our success. With a retention rate of over 90%, we've created an environment where our educators feel valued, supported, and empowered to do their best work. The Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund has been crucial in making this possible, recognizing the critical role of early education professionals. But our story isn't just about Yu Ying. It's about what is possible when we invest seriously in public charter schools. We're proving that innovative education models can work can be replicated and can dramatically expand opportunities for students across the city. To our students sitting behind me, you are the reason we do this work. You are global thinkers, language learners, and future leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to share our story and for your continued support of public charter schools. 谢谢 and 再见.
Thank you. And we don't have a copy of your statement if you would provide that. Excellent. Laura Maestas, and I always mess up your name. My apologies. Is she here? How do you pronounce your name?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get logged in appropriately, but thank you for making this space for me to be able to provide testimony on this important topic. I'm Laura Maestas. I'm the CEO of DC Prep. DC Prep is a public charter school network that serves more than 2,100 preschool through 8th grade students in wards 5, 7, and 8. We are proud to be the #1 network of schools in DC based on last year's Aussie School Report Card. This is our 22nd year, and we have been consistently offering DC students some of the strongest schools in the city, as measured by Aussie and PCSB frameworks, and Power K-12's Bold School Honor, which is awarded to schools that deliver the best outcomes for at-risk students, and by the rate at which our alumni go on to graduate from high school and college. I'm grateful for the opportunity to provide testimony today about the Public Charter School Board and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education. Both are incredibly important. They help shape the conditions in which schools like DC Prep can do the work that we do for students. I want to start by recognizing the hard work that the PCSB has done to develop the new Aspire framework. I appreciate the effort that Dr. Walker Davis and the PCSB team have done to make sure that the framework evaluates whether a school serves all children, at-risk students, students with disabilities, ELL students. That really matters. For a school like DC Prep, which was founded to close the educational divide in Washington, D.C., it is encouraging to know that our authorizer believes that a school needs to be able to serve all students to be considered a strong school. As a parent, I know that there are things, there aren't things that are more important than where your child will go to school. I appreciate the work that has gone into creating a tool for all families to understand the strength of the schools that they may consider for their children. Having apples to apples tools helps take a lot of the guesswork out of a decision that is just too important to be left to chance. I also want to thank the Office for the Deputy Mayor for their leadership in working to find ways to make all public schools, both district and charter, better for children. I talk to so many colleagues around the country where the public education sector is very fractured. It reminds me of how fortunate I feel to work in DC, where our city leaders really encourage partnership across public schools. That matters tremendously. I want to close by acknowledging that this is a very tight budget cycle and there will be many important needs for the council to consider. I'm very grateful that the mayor chose to recommend a UPSFF of 2.7% and the creation of a workforce development fund to ensure that charters like DC Prep have access, that charters like DCPS have access to the funding that will make it possible for us to raise teacher salaries. Investing in the hardworking teachers of charter schools like DC Prep, a network that has consistently delivered strong results for students in Ward 5, 7, and 8 over the last 22 years, is a smart investment in the future of the district. I urge the council to ensure that students who attend charter schools are funded equitably with their peers who attend DCPS. Thank you for your consideration and your support.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas. And I do have a copy of your statement. Amelia Calma? Is she here? And Pat Brantley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Pat Brantley, CEO of Friendship Schools, where we serve 5% of DC's public school children and 10% of the children educated by charters. I know that many of my colleagues who are here today will tell you about their academic and social successes and the highlights of their schools. Certainly, there are bright spots across all schools and also more that must be done to continue DC's education recovery. I am not going to spend your time telling you about Friendship's work. If you don't know it, you can easily look up our 28-year record in this city, our home city. I am going to give you context for what it means on the ground and to our teachers and students when the Washington Post declares that the proposed fiscal 2026 budget represents a $123 million increase over the 2025 budget, with $75 million to DCPS and $48 million to the city's charters. Those figures alone point to an inequity between the funding that would go to one set of public school children and the funding that would go to another set, despite the law stating that it should be otherwise. But School Reform Act, Schools First in Budgeting, these are laws that matter most to the daily education of children. But school children do not vote, and their voices can often go unheard. Sometimes it feels like let's do to them and their education what we will without fear of consequence. Except it is the consequence that school children will bear in the present and in the future as they face an ever-revolving door of teachers because teachers are leaving for fairer pay elsewhere. Consequences to their future lives and incomes as children have less opportunities because we're allowing disinvestment in their education because of their public school of choice. I applaud the mayor for all that she has done and is trying to do. I do understand that these are hard fiscal times, but we are not all bearing those times equally. Perhaps that is okay with some, or perhaps there are those that will bury their heads in the sand and pretend it doesn't exist. Our children, our parents, and our educators do not have that luxury. In the months ahead, after the budget discussion has ended, there will be more hearings. We will talk about chronic absenteeism, teacher retention, and student achievement. In the fall at those hearings, some will decry the lack of progress in each of those areas. Some in the community will blame that lack of progress on schools and teachers and leaders' inability or unwillingness to competently engage and instruct children. Yet, should you really want to trace the source of the true issues, they start right here, right now, with the clear and quantifiable inequity in the proposed distribution of resources. Finally, as this is an oversight hearing on education and education-related agencies, I ask this, that the Deputy Mayor for Education, the PCSB, and the State Board of Education engage directly with charter schools and our communities and provide to you a report that quantifies the impact of fewer dollars per child to each public charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley. And it would help if we had a copy of your statement. Can you do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think at least one witness mentioned the cell phone legislation, urging that we have a hearing. We have a hearing scheduled for March 25th at 2 p.m. on that legislation. It's Bill 26-73. If anybody wishes to testify, go to the council's website, the hearing management system, to sign up to testify regarding that legislation. Ms. Fuchs, are you still here? I do not see her. I had a question for her. Mr. Goldstein or Ms. Pryor, you both spoke to what I wrote down here as federal threats. I think you might have seen the hearing last Friday where I asked questions of the chancellor regarding this. What more do you think we can do?
So I would say I think many people were disturbed by the answers that we got at the hearing last week, which incorrectly stated the Office of the Attorney General's guidance. So I know and I hope that the others who are testifying today will have a chance to clarify that before the public, but also that it will be clarified more broadly within our sector. I think there's a lot more that we can do. Unfortunately, we saw that just 2 days ago, a Republican issued a bill trying to force DC to get rid of Black Lives Matter Plaza. The next day, the mayor announced that would be happening and they would be painting over it. I think in the education sector, we've seen a lot of that, and students are very afraid. We've been holding listening sessions with families across the city. People are afraid about what will happen with the school meals program, with Title I funding, with Title II funding that supports professional development, especially with students with disabilities and our trans students and staff. We're seeing absences at schools with large immigrant populations. So we need to move away from a quiet strategy. We know the threat is already here. It's not one we're waiting for in some distant future, and we need clear communication to all the schools about that. And at the very least, I would applaud Capital City Public Charter School as a model, and I know others have done this as well, send a very strong message to their families about what their approach will be and what their values are. And that's what we want to hear from our leaders.
Thank you. I think I'll leave it at that. I don't have any other questions. I'm just checking to see. I don't have any other questions for you all. So thank you for your testimony. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Thank you, those of you who are here in person. And collect your gold stars after the hearing. The next roughly 10 witnesses are parent leaders with PAVE, Letitia Vinson, Ty Andrews, Tiffany Randall, Kiana Lemons, Takia Shire, Elizabeth Reddick, Yvette Selby, Sharon Boone Ruffin, Stephanie Griffith Richardson, Siobhan Saul, Raymond Whedon, who's Executive Director of Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter School, Myron Long, who's Executive Director, Social Justice Public Charter School, Craig Lean, Alicia Gherkin, Yemi Ramus, Jackie Carter, and Evelyn Joe, who's listed as a board member of Jacenti International, Inc. So let's go back up to the top. Letitia Vinson. I don't think she's here. Ty Andrews,
I'm here.
please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Taisha Andrews. I'm a Ward 8 resident. I'm a proud parent of 2 children. Terrence Andrews, we call him TJ. He attends Mary H. Plummer Elementary, and Amari attends McKinley Technology High School. I'm a parent leader with PAVE, a citywide and Ward 8 PLE board member, also the vice president of the McKinley Tech Educational Campus PTO, and a parent LSAT member for Plummer Elementary. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm proud to share my voice on how we can improve academic achievement by increasing access to specialized school programs, addressing school building safety concerns, increasing access to out-of-school time programs, improving safe passage, and continuing to provide mental health services. For the sake of time today, I'm going to focus on safe passage and mental health supports, and you can find more information in my full testimony submitted online. School-based mental health supports. Academic achievement is prevalent when children can receive the required resources to comprehend their studies, practice emotional intelligence, and have stable support. A child's mental health can affect their focus and understanding to retain information. For many of our DC youth, school is a sanctuary from home. Therefore, we must continue to fund the school-based behavioral health community-based grant to increase the number of mental health clinicians in DCPS schools. Having access to clinicians in schools can provide students with the resources they need to improve their mental health, setting them up to improve their academics. We want our students to be surrounded by a supportive environment, but we first have to get our students to school safely. Safe passage. Nowadays, children are exposed to severe aggression, violence, sexual assault, private exposure, drug use, and more. My high schooler and I have experienced some of these unfortunate events, and other families have experienced worse. Why would a parent want to send their child to school if the parent or child does not feel safe traveling to and from on public transportation? Parents do not have the means to Uber or drive their children to school, especially in Ward 8, where many children travel outside of their ward for a better education. The council must work with the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice, the Deputy Mayor of Education, and other stakeholders to ensure our children have safe passage to and from school. This can include ensuring that SPAs receive standardized training that includes training on neighborhood-specific contexts, improving communication between school leaders and SPAs, and implementing creative solutions such as microtransit, school express buses, and expanding DC School Connect. I urge the council, the Deputy Mayor of Education, the State Board of Education, and other stakeholders here today to consider the role they can play in improving and increasing safe passage options for the students in the district. In closing, we must continue to prioritize clinicians in schools to support mental health and improve safe passage programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued partnership. I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Letitia Vinson,
Good morning.
good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and the DC Council. My name is Letitia Vincent. I am a Ward 7 resident and mother of 2 children who attend DC public schools. I also serve as a citywide PLE board member for PAVE, as well as the vice president for our PTO at McKinley Tech. I am here today for both as a concerned parent and an advocate, and I'm here today to advocate for improved safe passage programs. As you just heard, it is very important that we make sure that our students get to school before anything else. We often find ourselves discussing a multitude of crucial initiatives, whether it be specialized school programs, expanded out-of-school time offerings, enhanced mental health supports, or rigorous academic assessments. These are all vital components of a comprehensive educational ecosystem. However, I implore you to recognize safe passage is not the that safe passage is the foundational step, the bedrock upon which all education efforts must be built. Simply put, we must ensure our students are safely able to reach classrooms before we can fully focus on what's going inside of them. We must acknowledge the barriers and challenges that they face on their daily commutes and the significance it unfolds. Before we can even begin to address the quality of education delivered within the walls, we must first ensure the students can physically access those walls. This is why PAVE parent leaders are advocating for implementing stronger communication systems between safe passage ambassadors and school leaders. These communication systems should involve walkie-talkies on the same frequency or messaging apps of some sort that school leaders and SPAs can efficiently and effectively communicate. The safe passage ambassadors are ones that are doing the work on the ground, and it is critical that they are equipped with the tools they need to be successful in their efforts. Strong communication systems allow them to work in conjunction with other stakeholders. In my own capacity as a concerned parent and advocate, I am urging the council with relevant stakeholders to do the following. Expand safe passage programs, reporting options. We need to extend it past the normal school hours to incorporate tutoring programs, after-school activities to ensure safety home on those commutes as well. We need robust reporting system that empowers all stakeholders, ambassadors, community members, even the students, to report incidents and concerns. This system should be a mechanism for timely intervention and de-escalation. We need budget transparency and accountability. While we understand the current budget constraints, we recognize that education is a social determinant of health and future outcomes. This is why I'm advocating for funding the allotment of education to safe passage programs and make sure that it's transparent and easy for parents and families to understand, as well as critical for large LEAs to break down their budgets. In conclusion, I urge the council to continue the work that various stakeholders present today, including the Deputy Mayor of Education and State Board of Education, to prioritize safe passage as the essential first step for student success. Thank you for this time, and I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vinson. Tiffany Randall. Tiffany Randall.
Sorry, it's taking a while to actually load. Good morning, Chairman and council members. My name is Tiffany Randall, and I'm here today as a Ward 8 parent of a middle schooler that at DC International School. I'm here today as a parent, an advocate, and a deeply concerned community member as well that would like to speak to the importance of safe passage, OST, and mental health. But like Ms. Andrews said, for the sake of time today, I'm actually going to focus on mental health. I come before you to share my heartbreaking and unacceptable experience that my son and I have been enduring at DCI, an institution that prides itself on academic excellence, but has utterly failed in its duty to protect, respect, and support our students, particularly in its claims to uplift. My son, a bright, passionate student, was mocked by DCI administrative staffs that included their assistant principal, Ms. Shashika Crawford, Monique Henderson, a science principal, and his science teacher, Mr. Okizi. Those who entrusted with fostering a safe and inclusive learning environment did not uphold to that. This is not a misunderstanding or a one-off incident, as this has occurred in multiple instances. This is a deliberate and targeted, and it shattered my son's sense of belonging and security in an institution that had promised to support him after him being physically robbed. DCI publicly states its commitment to Black students particularly, yet with my son, one of those students was harmed under their watch. They failed to uphold their own principles. Following this trauma, my son attempted to take his own life. Instead of taking full responsibility and ensuring his well-being, Principal Jolene Galpin merely disregarded this occurrence and let time continue to pass. And DCI's Executive Director, Michael Roscom, dismissed this instance and failure as an unacceptable mistake. Yet, taking my son's will to live is not a mistake. There is no accountability, no meaningful action, and no urgent support to help my son heal from the devastation caused by the very own people who were supposed to protect him. I would like to be clear, a mistake is forgetting a meeting. A mistake is misfiring paperwork. When a school staff mock a student to the point where he loses his will to live, that is not a mistake. It is institutional failure, and it demands immediate and decisive intervention. I'm calling on the board to take action and to hold this entity accountable for not only the harm done to my son, but the blatant disregard for their duty to ensure student safety and well-being. No child should ever what my son has endured. No mother should ever have to fight to the bare minimum, the acknowledgement, accountability, and justice after school's failure to cause irreparable harm. Our schools must be more than high performing, as DCI too is a tier 1 entity. They must be places where every student, regardless of race, identity, and background, is treated with dignity, respect, and care. Right now, DCI has proven that it is not. If schools are not held accountable for their failures, the cycle of harm continues, in which I refuse to let this happen with respect to my son. I urge the board to investigate this, to demand accountability for leadership, and ensure that the policies of protecting students and families are not just words, but actions and practice. Our students deserve nothing less. I also welcome any questions and further conversation.
Ms. Randall, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're a minute over your time. So if you could submit your statement, I'd appreciate that. And I'm sorry for your experience. Let me call the next witness, Kiana Lamans.
Good morning, Chairman and Councilman. My name is Quiana Lamont. I'm a paid parent leader and I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC public schools. I'm here to speak today about the critical importance of safe passage. Safe passage is key to helping students in the district thrive. Having a safe way to and from school each day will increase the number of students in school. This can help lower truancy. The more frequently children go to school and are able to focus on learning, the more likely we will see improvement of math and reading outcomes across the district. Safe passage is the key to ensuring our students can succeed. I urge the councilmen to continue to work with the Deputy Mayor of Education, the State Board of Education, and other stakeholders to implement creative solutions to increase safe passage options and improve existing safe passage. One creative solution to increase safe passage is expanding DC Connect. DC Connect provides a safe and reliable way for our students in Ward 7 and 8 to get to and from school. This program is working well for the students it serves. We need to expand the program to give more children the opportunity to have a safe, reliable way for our students to get to school. Ideally, as the program grows, it will include equipping DC Connect with the proper training and to ensure that our students with disability can receive the support that they need if they decide to take DC Connect Plus. DC Connect provides parents with a sense of relief and peace as they know their children are safe, have a safe way to get to school without having to worry about any of the chaos or dangers that can occur on public transportation. Not only are paid parent leaders advocating for the expansion of DC Connect, but we also advocating for the continued support of the Safe Passage Ambassador Program. SBAs play a vital role in our community. However, quality varies greatly across schools, and location. This is why we are advocating for standardized training for SPAs that will include training about the neighborhood specific context, ensuring each SPA receives standardized quality training can help all SPAs perform to the best of their ability and keep our children safe. We are also advocating for implementation of strong communication system between Safe Passage ambassadors and school leaders in the same area. Communication plays a key role in keeping our students safe. SPAs must have a way to quickly and effectively communicate with local school leaders in case of an emergency. I urge the councilman to continue to partner with the deputy mayor of education and state board of education to work together to implement creative solutions, strengthening existing safe passage programs. We not in our individual bubble, we must work together and all play a part in safe passage. Finally, in my own capacity as a concerned parent, I urge the Deputy Mayor of Education and State Board of Education to consider how they can support parents' learning. Oftentimes, schools are using technology that is not easily accessible and understandable for parents. Parents want to stay in the loop about what is going on with their child, but programs like Canvas, the asset portal, and Schoolology and Power School can be difficult to navigate. I am asking that the school, the DME, and the SBOE provide a type of back to school training, walking parents through how to use these portals so we can stay updated on our student progress. These back to school training could be in person or be virtual. Remain online through the school year. Let's work together so our parents can better support their students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you to the councilman for continuing your partnership and hard work to improve education in the district. I look forward to a positive change throughout the next year. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamons. Takia Shire. Don't think she's here. Elizabeth Reddick.
Yes, sir, I'm here. And
Please
I
proceed.
apologize in advance. My voice is pretty much done. But I'm going to go ahead and do my testimony. My name is Elizabeth Reddick. I'm a Ward 7 resident and a paid parent leader. The district is making great strides in recovering from the academic learning loss, and I am proud of our Ward 7 HD Woodson Warriors for increasing their graduation rates in the 2023-2024 school year. DC's investment into HD Woodson via the XQ program has given us a quick return on our tax dollars. An increased number of graduates means an increased number of youth qualified to enter the workforce via a high school diploma credential. People that have a high school credential make significantly more money overall than those that do not. In celebration of such accomplishments, we also need to recognize that not every child will go to their neighborhood school, and some children are going outside of their neighborhood schools because they aren't aware of the wonderful programming in their community. While the DME should define a strategy to increase seats and improve feeder patterns for high demand programs such as foreign languages and technical education, we also need to place supports to ensure the students accessing these programs are best equipped to finish them. For this reason, I believe DC should invest in a school navigator program that would prioritize students who are eligible for equitable access preference and students with disability. The navigator program would give family access to a real person who can talk them through the different options available to them and help the families to complete the enrollment process. It would also be a coach supporting the family through the process of finding and enrolling in schools. It's one thing to have a choice, but it's another thing to have support in helping to make the right choice. These navigators will help students and families refine pathways towards employment by helping them to identify schools that would develop the skills and framework needed to pursue their goals. My daughter went to 3 schools her freshman year. It took us that long to find a school that was the right fit. Ultimately, we landed on Bard Early College High School. And in 2023, she graduated with her high school diploma and associate's degree. My daughter also began working her sophomore year, and 2 years post-graduation, she has the exact same job while attending Arizona State University online. She was able to practice in high school the life she is living today with the support of her family, her school, and her community. I truly believe that if all the agencies work together to plan and problem solve, we can ensure that every student receives a high quality education and that they are also employable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. Yvette Selby? Don't think she's here. Sharon Boone Ruffin?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. I am Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward 8 resident and a PAVE Ward 8 Citywide PLE Board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Hope Tolson Public Charter Academy parent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and educator on the importance of specialized school programs. My daughter attends Dunbar Senior High School, which is she is a part of the engineering program and the AP Honors Pilot program. As a part of this program, she is on track to graduate high school early. I'm proud of my daughter and all of her hard work and all her accomplishments that have led to this moment. I'm glad that she goes to a high school with such exciting specialized school programs. However, when we decided to enroll her at Dunbar, we were unaware of these opportunities. It just so happened that Dunbar had these specialized programs that fit my daughter's needs. It is this situation and situations like this that can highlight in the Navigator program. A Navigator program would be able to work with families to explain the different specialized school programs available to them at the different schools and help them to navigate them. Also, navigate the enrollment process. Choosing and enrolling into a school can be a daunting and overwhelming process. Having a real person, not an AI chat box to talk to, can also assist parents and ease their minds to ensure that all of them have access to the information that is needed and to make their best decision for their child. DCPS has so much to offer our students, and Navigator will help to highlight those programs. This is why paid parent leaders are asking for OSSI to administer a $750,000 grant to fund a Navigator program for DC students. We urge the DME and SBOE to support these efforts to help each student find the right fit for them. Not only do we need to ensure that families understand the specialized school programs that are offered to them, but we need to make sure that these programs are offered with fidelity. Everybody needs to be on the same page when it comes to understanding what these programs are and what it means to provide them. This is why paid parent leaders are advocating for an SSP verification process. Having verified programs in our schools allow parents and students to know that their students have access to properly functioning programs. I urge the SBOE and the DME to consider how they can help to verify the schools that are offering specialist programs are offering them with fidelity. Finally, in my own capacity as a concerned parent, the process for early graduation must be clarified as well. Through the AP Honors Program at Dunbar Senior High School, my daughter is on track to have all her credits that she needs to graduate high school 1 year early. However, it has been a constant back and forth with her school about whether or not she would be allowed to graduate early, and this is even more confusion than what it should be. We must ensure that all schools have the electives as well as the students' support too that does and does not need that extra elective or support be known before we even enroll into these specialized programs. I ask that SBOE work with OSSI and DCPS to clarify these procedures. Again, I'm a proud parent and I support the $750,000 grant that should be supported by the council, SBOE, and DME. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. About DME. Stephanie Griffith Richardson.
Greetings to the Committee of the Whole. My name is Stephanie Griffith Richardson, Ward 7 resident, and my son, Langston, attends Washington Global Public Charter Middle School in Ward 6. I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education PAVE on the Ward 7 PLE board. I'm here today as a concerned parent and an active community member from Ward 7, advocating for students who are often overlooked at high-performing specialized schools. My son graduated from E.W. Stokes Public Charter School, East End, one of the few language immersion schools in Ward 7. During his 4th and 5th grade years, despite the strong Brooklands campus PARCC scores, I struggled to get attention or support when I raised concerns about the troubling decline in test scores among Black and Brown children at the East End campus, with a 30% decline over 2 years. Leadership provided vague answers, and when I pressed for specific support, there was no follow-up or concrete plan to address the achievement gap. Unfortunately, this gap has followed my son into middle school at Washington Global Public Charter School, where he and many peers are performing well below grade level. In 6th grade, students are testing at mid 4th grade levels for ELA and early 6th grade for math. As parents, I am alarmed by this and feel that these specialized schools, while often are considered academically sound, do not meet the needs of students in our community, particularly Black and Brown children. Overall, the performance of public charter schools in DC has been declining, and with many now underperforming compared to DCPS. The decline is due to the systemic issues such as inadequate oversight, lack of standardized performance benchmarks, and a lack of middle and high school feeder programs. Charter schools were designed to offer innovative choice, but without proper oversight and support, these schools are falling short. To address these issues, I propose the following. I believe DC public charter schools need to establish an advisory council commission to specifically address achievement gaps in serving at-risk population. This commission should evaluate underperforming schools and provide performance benchmarks and resources to guide improvements. Additionally, I ask for your support in ensuring that the fiscal year 26 budget include funding to make findings for the Education Through Employment data system publicly accessible, so families and researchers can better understand post-graduation outcomes and work towards closing achievement gaps. Our united goal should be strengthening oversight and accessibility by implementing consistent performance reviews and data-driven benchmarks, and to develop robust feeder programs for middle and high school students to ensure continuity in education, and to increase collaboration between DC public schools and charter schools to share best practices and resources. If we do not act now, these issues will continue to affect the quality of education in our city. I ask for your support in taking these necessary steps to ensure all students have the opportunity for success.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith Richardson. Siobhan Saul. What's that? I don't think Siobhan Saul is here. Raymond Whedon.
Good afternoon, council member. My name is Raymond Whedon. I'm the executive director of Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter High School in Anacostia. I'm honored to be back. I don't think I've been here since before the pandemic. I'm here to share about some of the impacts of the partnerships from the DME on the Public Charter School Board as it relates to our students. As you know, TMA is a college prep school. And I'm going to start with the end in mind and talk about some of the successes that are happening once our students leave us, and then how that has come about. TMA is a college career school, and one of the key milestones that we look at is actually how students are enrolling in college. Because we're preparing students to be a college prep school. We want them to enroll in college. One of the things that we're really proud of is that over the last 6 months and over the last 2 classes, we're seeing an increase of students who are actually enrolling in college and persisting in college. We went from 40% during the peak of the pandemic to about 50%. While that's not at the 70% that we saw in 2019, what we're seeing is a steady stream of students who are enrolling in college as a result of some of the supports that we have put in place over the last couple of years. I want to pause here because yesterday I was part of a panel with the DC Policy Center. And one of the things that in that state of DC schools that was stated is that like DC schools are doing some great work. But one of the things that I mentioned is that like the work that we're seeing today is a reflection of some of the small steps that we have taken since the pandemic, year after year after year. And I want to thank the council, PCSB, and the DME for all the work to help us to coordinate that work. Some of the work that was coordinated for that was like recognizing that we needed to focus on attendance and focusing on small groups in order to help our academic achievement. I want to thank OSSI, even though it's not their hearing, and the DME to make sure that made sure that there was a pathway for us to have high impact tutoring in our schools. We use that high impact tutoring for our 9th and 10th grade students, so our entry level courses, also the courses in which our students are being tested. Working at a school with an overly populated at risk and students with disability population, it's important for us to make sure that we are helping to close the gap and accelerate their learning as quickly as possible. We're seeing great trends with this data. 1, the students who have tutors are attending at a higher rate. 2, the students who are attending are actually believing in themselves, and we anticipate that's going to be a reflection as we get into the testing season. Finally, I do want to talk about like how all of this impacts is supported by the funding that we're receiving. We're very grateful for the 2.7% that is in the budget. And we have concerns that like, if we are not finding a way to pay our teachers, our biggest expense, the same way that our peers are in DCPS, the decision to go from one school to another is really real. And our teachers, many of them who has federal partners and family members, have to make the decisions that is best for their lives. And so we want to make sure that that group of students, that group of adults is taken care of. And if we can find a way to put the funding into the formula and bake it in, that would be very helpful. Lastly, there was a question about that came up earlier about like how we can help to avert some of the threats that are coming from the federal government. I don't have an answer for that. But one of the things that I'm noticing is that like our families need to hear from our council members, need to hear from the executive and things like that. So if there ever are times that any of our at-large council members can come to the school, talk to our parents, and actually help narrate what is happening, we do think that will be a very big step to help kind of calm down some of the fears, but also naming what is true. Thank you for your time. My testimony is submitted, and I look forward to questions later.
Thank you, Mr. Whedon. And I have your statement, so thank you. Myron Long. You are muted.
My apologies. Good morning, Chairperson Middleton, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Myron Long. I'm the founding executive director of the Social Justice School, a proud parent of 2 young children who attend a charter school here in DC, a native Washingtonian and a Ward 5 resident. At the Social Justice School, our mission is to empower middle school students to become scholar activists who are designers of a more just world. We started 5 years ago in the pandemic, which is a really rough time. But despite those times that we started it, our students are making a lot of progress. We serve a very diverse community, both in terms of race, language, socioeconomic status, and home language as well. Despite some of those challenges, our students continue to make growth in ELA and math proficiency, and we are really excited about our students being more engaged in that school more. We've been able to decrease our chronic absenteeism rate by 16% as a result of our partnerships through community-based organizations such as preventative measures with the implementation of community social workers and hiring a social worker here as well. And also through the additional after-school programs we've been able to offer as a result of the CTE grant that we received from OSSI. So we're really thankful about those opportunities. And more importantly, our students have been engaging in learning projects and awareness campaigns on issues in DC like drinking water, natural disasters, employment rates for returning citizens and community activism through photography and being essayists. Our students are not just learners, they are active change makers in their community. And despite some of those challenges, we recognize that we still need to continue to refine and strengthen our academic model to meet the really, really diverse, deep needs of our scholar activists. Given our student population, our students actually advocated for Social Justice School to establish a guaranteed income pilot. And we're excited that we've been able to establish that pilot at our school, being the first school in DC to offer direct cash assistance to students and their families over a small pilot that we had this year. And 100% of the families reported they've been able to meet their basic needs as a result of being in that program as well. And we are thankful for this opportunity just to be here and to acknowledge that we are a growing single-site school. And so we face significant financial constraints compared to multi-campus networks. So equitable funding for us is essential because it allows us to recruit and retain high-quality educators and have competitive salaries. It allows us to expand student support services, particularly for students with disabilities, and allows us to provide extracurricular and career pathway programs for our students. I am thankful as a DC resident and a native Washingtonian who cares about all schools that we have an ecosystem that really works together to prioritize our children. And so we appreciate the DC Public Charter Schools Board focus on at-risk students through the Aspire system, the Deputy Mayor's Education Every Day Counts, the Task Force for Tackling Absenteeism, and the State Board of Education's leadership and literacy and math. Continued collaboration and investment in these initiatives will ensure that students receive the education that they deserve. Again, I want to thank you for your time. I want to ask that we're thankful for the opportunity to have the fund to be able to fund charter schools moving forward and the mayor's commitment to education as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Craig Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be here today. I'm here as a parent of a 20-year-old daughter, Alexandra Lean. We are Ward 2 residents. I've spoken before the council before on this topic. I'm here to ask for the full funding of St. Coletta. My daughter attends St. Coletta. She loves the school. She's mostly nonverbal. She was previously at another school, her boundary school, and her feeder school, and it was not sufficient. And we really worked hard to get her into St. Coletta, and it's been a godsend for her. The services they provide, the supports, the love they give her means the world. And it's something every parent and every student should be able to have if they need special education, if they have special needs from the school system that will allow them to thrive as a student. Now, I'm here in my personal capacity, but I do serve as the co-chair of the DC Family Support Council. And in that capacity, I've met you before, Mr. Chair. And also I serve on the DC Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. I'm the vice chair. And I'm here in my personal capacity today, but the DC Advisory Committee did publish a report that looked at the very high rates of due process hearings in DC. And this is something that I experienced myself. When I was trying to get my daughter into St. Coletta, I was told that I needed to sue the school district, that's what happens in DC. And then there would be a settlement and my daughter could get into St. Coletta. I didn't like that when I was told that. It was polite, but I basically said, I don't want to sue the school district. She needs to go to the school. You should let her in. And I was able to get her in, and we didn't have to file a lawsuit or due process complaint. But when I got on the DC Advisory Committee, I looked into this issue and we did a couple years of hearings on this issue. And we found that DC nationally has one of the highest rates of due process hearings year after year. And the problem with that is it's a barrier. It's a barrier to entry. So if you need a service, if you need a support, and you have to file a due process hearing, that typically favors those who have greater wealth, who can hire an attorney, who can then bring a lawsuit if the due process hearing doesn't work out. And the DC Advisory Committee made a number of recommendations to DC as to how to improve that. One of those recommendations was to fully fund special education, and in particular, to fully fund St. Coletta, because every family should have the opportunity for their child to be able to go to a school like St. Coletta, like River Terrace, like Ivy Mount, if their child needs that. And they shouldn't have to file a lawsuit to achieve that if it's clear their child needs it. And so many times it is clear. And the disparate impacts that has based on race and other protected classes is significant. So I see my time's up. It's been an honor to be here today. I would ask the council to fully fund St. Coletta and special education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. Alicia Birkin? We think she's not here. Yemi Ramos? Jackie Carter? Evelyn Joe? Oh, is Jackie Carter here? Yes, Jackie Carter, please. Jackie Carter?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
I'm sorry. Okay. So my name is Jackie Carter. I'm the Executive Director of Children's Legacy Theater, also referred to as CLT. At CLT, we train teens in all theater arts disciplines, including television and film, to create, produce, and present live plays and films to the community. Through grants provided by the DME office, CLT has consistently provided high-quality programming towards 7 and 18 since 2017. We have found the DME managers and support staff to be professional, organized, knowledgeable, and user-friendly. We have made many community partners through networking opportunities over the years with the DME. Community partners are important as it allows organizations to share resources or transfer teens to other programs which are a better fit for the student and the parent. I'm impressed with the DME's Learn 24 community fairs. Organizations are invited to introduce their organization to eager young people and their parents. The community fairs are well organized and well attended, and the young people are poised and ready to learn how to present themselves professionally and ask questions. Through the Learn 24 funding, through Learn 24's funding, young people at community-based organizations and particularly grassroots organizations explore career options, gain valuable work experience, and learn new skills. Some students are able to earn incomes which support financial literacy. For example, post-COVID-19, Ward 7 and 8 CLT teens were able to open savings accounts with Industrial Bank. Money saved supported teens helping mom with grocery bills, graduation fees, field trips, or just doing things that teenagers like to do, like go to the movies. Kids are kept safe, they make friends, and they have somewhere safe to be, and they also find mentors. Because DME requires funded organizations to facilitate the SAOY survey, which is a survey that allows teens to evaluate the organizations, and the PQA assessment, which is an assessment that allows organizations to assess themselves. CLT now has data that proves that young people who are engaged through DME's grant funds with grassroots organizations have improved school attendance, improved grades, and matriculate successfully from middle school to high school onto graduation. CLT knows this because these young people stay with us anywhere from 3 to 5 years. However, grassroots nonprofits need more from DME and Learn 24 grant. We need consistent and predictable funding. Oh, I got 7 seconds left. OST providers need stable funding, predictable funding. OST office funded more than 17,300 young people through grants to community-based organizations. But because grassroots nonprofits are heavily dependent on public funds, we need to make those programs available. Even the smallest reduction in district funds can have an outsized impact on OST program stability and continuity. As the district navigates federal uncertainty, we implore the DME's office to ensure stable and increased funding remains available for grassroots nonprofits, including by fully funding all grassroots nonprofits. Grassroots nonprofits could receive $80,000 in a grant year. However, not one awarded grassroots nonprofits is fully funded. The funding ranges from $34,000 to $64,000. We know Ward 7 and 8 has the greatest number of teens who need seats, so we implore a DME to fully fund grassroots nonprofits. Finally, allow providers to invoice already funded federal funding for the remainder of the year. Given the uncertainty around federal funding and the risk of funds being pulled in the coming months and years, the DME should work to allow grassroots nonprofits and community-based organizations to draw down their fiscal year 25 funding immediately. This would help protect the continuity of programming and maximize district access to federal resources while they exist. Thank you so much for your time. And council member, I will submit my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Evelyn Joe, I believe, is not here. Dr. Natalie Smith.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Dr. Natalie Smith, and I'm the founder and CEO of Global Citizens Public Charter School, located in Ward 7. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Global Citizens is the first dual language immersion public charter elementary school to offer both Mandarin Chinese and Spanish pathways. We currently serve 198 students in grades pre-K 3 through second grade, and will continue to expand one grade each year, reaching fifth grade by the 2027-2028 school year. Since opening our doors in 2021, Global Citizens has experienced remarkable growth. Our students are making significant academic strides with notable improvements in literacy and math. Attendance rates have increased from 88.2% last school year to 93% currently, demonstrating the strong commitment of our families to ensuring their children receive a high-quality education. The demand for our unique dual language immersion program continues to grow, and our enrollment has steadily increased year after year, reinforcing the need for equitable access to innovative education models. We are deeply committed to partnering with families to provide the support they need to ensure their children can attend school each day and thrive. Whether through wraparound services, transportation assistance, or family engagement initiatives, we work hand in hand with our community to break down barriers to education. Equally important, we have prioritized recruiting and retaining high-quality educators by implementing flexible scheduling and wellness initiatives to create a sustainable and fulfilling teaching environment. Our students also benefit from diverse enrichment opportunities, including the arts, STEM, drumming, etc., which further enhance their learning experience. As we continue to grow, equitable funding is critical to maintaining these programs, offering competitive salaries to attract and retain exceptional staff, and ensuring we provide a world-class education for all students. Continued investment in our school means investing in the future of our children and the success of our community. However, our ability to sustain and expand these efforts is greatly hindered by our urgent need for a permanent facility. Securing a dedicated space is essential to meeting the increasing demand for our program, providing stability for our students and staff, and fully realizing our vision for a thriving learning environment. We particularly need facility options east of the Anacostia River as we grow and expand access to language immersion programs. We also recognize the vital role of the DC Public Charter School Board as the city's independent authorizer of charter schools. We appreciate their work in developing the new Aspire academic accountability system, and in particular, the system's focus on tracking the progress of all students, including students who are considered at risk and students with disabilities. Additionally, we are grateful to Deputy Mayor of Education, Paul Kine, and his team for their collaboration with our schools and for creating space to address the challenges we face. We appreciate the State Board of Education, particularly President Dr. Jock Patterson and Vice President Ben Williams for their dedicated efforts in engaging fellow school leaders and parents on critical education issues. Finally, we are thankful for the continued support of Global Citizens, recognizing that our opening was imperative in ensuring equitable access to high-quality language immersion programs for students who live east of the Anacostia River. Thank you for your time and support of Global Citizens Public Charter School.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Kwanzaa Billy, I believe, is not here with the Ward 8 Education Council. So that's going to complete these witnesses. I did want to note, Mr. Lean, I did look at the advisory committee's report before our hearing last week with DCPS on for some questions about special education. And it was pretty shocking to me, the statistics that are in that report. the number of due process hearings in the district by far is more per 10,000 students than in any of the other states. I think there are 50 states and 6 territories. It was pretty shocking, the reliance on the due process hearings. So thank you to the advisory committee for that work. I had a question for Mr. Whedon, Mr. Long, Dr. Smith, since you all are head of executive directors of charter schools, there was testimony recommending that the public charter school board should establish an advisory commission to specifically address achievement gaps in schools serving at-risk populations. This commission should evaluate underperforming schools and provide performance benchmarks and resources to guide improvements. And several suggestions: strengthen oversight and accountability, develop robust feeder programs for middle and high school students, and increase collaboration between DCPS and charter schools to share best practices. Do any of you have reactions to that? We'll start with Mr. Whedon.
Sure. I think I'll go backwards because there's a lot of things in that list. So the collaboration between DCPS and charter schools is probably more evident than I think people realize. As a parent of a cross-sector children actually, school leaders and schools speak with one another and work with one another all of the time. And so it's not something that we put in the Washington Post. It's not something that we, I guess people may not know about, but like a lot of times, especially schools which are in the same neighborhood, are collaborating and trying to figure out the best way to serve children and their families, mainly because it's the same families. A child who's in my building is also going to be a parent of a child who is at Savoy, also maybe a parent of a child who is at Excel. And so for us to be able to coordinate maybe more publicly is something that we can absolutely do. And I think you see evidence of that in the rising of the scores across the city, right? That is evidence of teachers, school leaders moving between the two sectors and lifting the boats everywhere. In terms of the council, I don't want to speak for PCSB, but I would argue that the Aspire framework is a way to actually make that more public. I do know that they have some version of a parent council. In terms of what schools are doing specifically to address the needs of their individual schools, in a very similar way that it is said, that we are working with, like I said yesterday, the partners that are across the city to help us with our specific needs. And so I will probably need to hear more about tease it out a little bit more, because I think trying to have all 68 schools part of a council to think about that is complex. Actually, not schools, LEAs, over 100 plus schools is complex, but I think it is ways that we can probably make that a little bit more evident, but that's not my body of work as not the PCSB executive director, thank goodness.
Thank you. Mr. Long or Dr. Smith, again, this was suggestion that an advisory commission, that the Public Charter School Board establish an advisory commission to specifically address achievement gaps in schools serving at-risk populations. The commission should evaluate underperforming schools and provide performance benchmarks and resources to guide improvements. And then there were several specific recommendations. Mr. Long or Dr. Smith, do you have any comments? Myron Long or Natalie Smith?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I don't have anything else to add, but I do wanted to just name that I agree with Raymond Whedon.
Okay, that was short and sweet. Mr. Long? And Mr. Whedon?
Yeah, I don't have much to add either, except for just double clicking that the collaboration is happening more often than not between across sector, but also within the sector as well. And I do think that the Aspire framework has provided a level of additional transparency for the charter sector. So nothing new to add.
Thank you.
Sorry, I did one more thing. So one of the things that I should have said, because I was part of that process, is the partnership with DC School Partnership. I'm going to mess up the new name for the new name, but essentially we do have, coming out of the DC Alliance, there is a small group of people who will be working with our lowest performing schools to really help them elevate the body of work that they're doing. So they have a new executive director, which started 2 days ago. And she is actually specifically looking at ways that we can lift schools who may not be there yet. Because what I do believe to be true, contrary to what sometimes the newspaper articles say, is that the school leaders, the teachers, the families, the students are walking in a day in the school every single day to do the best that they can. We just may not have all of the tools and resources that we need at the time. And so what I do like about like the DC school partnership, and I'm going to keep messing it up, is that the purpose of the executive director and the purpose of that work is to help to kind of relay race the right resources with the right school in order for them to get their body of the work correct.
The DC school
I'm going to mess
partnership-
up the acronym if you don't mind me looking at because I don't want to mess up the acronym because I'm terrible with acronyms and all that kind of stuff. Partnership for DC school success. See, I knew I'd get it right eventually.
Partnership for DC school success.
Yes.
Under whose auspices is that?
So it's under the umbrella of the DC Charter School Alliance.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Griffith Richardson, you're going to be the last person here. But I
Thank
see-
you. I appreciate you asking the questions of this particular panel, because specifically I made those recommendations because to formalize the process, and I understand that some schools do, but not all. Whereas my school at the time, we did not have that opportunity, and it was after a number of parents pressured to get more specific benchmarks that we could grow from in having those wide gaps in disparities for Black and brown students. So if you don't have that relationship, you have the collaboration. The formalization of the collaboration will make sure that those schools have a benchmark, and they can use things like from high performance schools like who are acknowledged in the bold performance standards. They could have a formal opportunity to learn from them in those audiences. It's just a recommendation, and I encourage our educators to do that, because there are some charter schools that are not performing well to certain audiences, and that was the question, to support those at-risk audience.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it at that. I want to thank each of you for your testimony, and especially you, Mr. Whedon, since you're here in person. You can collect a star later if you want. Nobody's collected them yet, but that's okay. The council members are circling around for them. I'm going to call now Chuck Patterson, President of the DC State Board of Education, Kimberly Humphrey, the Ombudsman, with the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education, Dan Davis, Chief Student Advocate, Office of the Student Advocate, and Kenneth Owens, Executive Director of the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. You can see I'm getting choked up just anticipating the testimony. No. No. Mr. Patterson, you're going to be first. Yes. Turn your microphone on.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, esteemed members of the DC Council, and respected staff. I'm Dr. Jacques Patterson, the at-large representative and president of the State Board of Education. It is with great pride that I stand before you today to affirm the State Board's unwavering commitment to equity in education. Over the past year, we have diligently worked to make education in the district more equitable, extend student opportunities, support our teacher workforce, and modernize our education standards. A key aspect of the State Board's work is not just elevating district residents' voices and concerns on education issues, but empowering them to shape the future of education. The heart of our work is ensuring everyone in our community contributes to our students' success. This year, we made it easier for families' voices to be heard by introducing hybrid formats for our public meetings, allowing for more accessible participation in shaping the policies and impact on their children. Over the last fiscal year, the State Board held 11 public meetings, 12 working sessions, 39 committee meetings, and 12 community engagement meetings. We received 139 pieces of testimony on various topics, including updating and improving the DC school report card, school-based mental health, education governance, attendance, public safety, out-of-school time programming, and more. In November 2023, local public school students representing the Sunrise Movement began attending public meetings and providing testimony as public witnesses. Together, they advocated for the Green New Deal for schools to be passed by policymakers in DC. The students returned for the December 2023 and January 2024 public meetings with twice the numbers of supporters at each subsequent meeting. Board members and staff worked with the students to draft SR 24-3, calling for a Green New Deal for schools, which the State Board unanimously approved on January 17, 2024. In another example, the State Board hosted a public meeting panel on students' access to school nurses, medication, and automated external defibrillators in DCPS schools and public charter schools. The panelists and public testimonies also informed the drafting of SR 24-18, advocating for enhanced school nursing staffing and support in DC schools, which passed at the September 2024 public meeting. Following its passage, the State Board transmitted its corresponding legislation, Universal Public School Nurses for Safer Student Amendment Act, to the DC Council last fall. The State Board further elevates the public voice in DC education through holding events. One notable example is the virtual back-to-school town hall held last August with 73 participants. This event provided a platform for families throughout the district to express their concerns and questions about the new school year, demonstrating our commitment to engaging with and being responsive to the community. At the State Board, we continuously strive to strengthen cooperation, coordination, and communication to serve more DC families and educators. We have expanded our commitment to include our DC government counterparts, key community partners, and other stakeholders. Specifically, the State Board collaborated with the Office of the State Superintendent to host engagement sessions to hear from parents and students and families and teachers before voting on the new categories and formats for the DC School Report Card. The State Board is also an active participant in the Everyday Counts Task Force, a collaborative effort that brings together internal and external partners to identify strategies to increase student attendance, reduce truancy, and address barriers to consistent school participation. Leveraging our involvement in this task force, we developed and unanimously passed SR 24-7, recommending policies and addressing chronic absenteeism and truancy. For the second year, the State Board of Education and Ariel Atkins Foundation, led by WNBA Washington Mystics guard and two-time All-Star Ariel Atkins, and the Leeds Foundation co-organized a Teacher Appreciation Day. This surprise was held at Moulton Elementary School in my home Ward 8. The State Board and Lids and Ariel Atkins Foundation worked with Principal Akila Stanford Dobie to identify and purchase more than $15,000 worth of items the teachers had specified, including school supplies and classroom items. The teachers were then surprised with a celebratory assembly and shopping experience, including Visa gift cards for personal use. Mystic head coach Eric Tribault and several of Atkins' teammates showed their support by assisting with setup and attending the assembly. The State Board was proud to lead the planning and organization of this effort and looks forward to future collaborations with the Washington Mystics, the Lids Foundation, and any other organization that would like to partner on similar events to celebrate the district's educators. The final area I want to spotlight under interagency collaborations is the State Board's first ever back-to-school literacy mixer. Event partners included DC Public Schools, the Washington Teachers Union, and the DC Charter School Alliance. In addition to supporting the event, each sent docents, as did the Office of the Deputy Mayor of Education, so that attendees could engage with their questions. The event aimed to raise awareness among district kindergarten teachers about new structured literacy training requirements and create space for teachers to share their thoughts regarding implementation. The new requirements were legislated in 2024 by implementing the Early Literacy Education Task Force Recommendations Act, an amendment funded by the DC Council in the 24-25 budget. The State Board is grateful for the strong interagency collaborations on this work and looks to it as a model for future cross-collaborations. Last year, the State Board intentionally expanded our reach and visibility through 2 publications and our WMATA campaign. First, in January 2024, the State Board released the DC Healthy School Facilities Recommendation Report. This report was paired with a virtual event and a panel discussed the findings and recommendations. The discussion was featured on the State Board's YouTube page and facilitated by former President Ebony Rose Thompson, including the following content expert: Jen Comey, Director of Planning and Analysis, Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education; Mary Filato, Executive Director, 21st Century School Fund; Selena Perriott, Associate Director of Student Wellness, National Association for State Boards of Education. The State Board released its second publication, Crosswalks on Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy, as part of Attendance Awareness Month in September. Chronic absenteeism and truancy are complex issues requiring capacity-building solutions and collaborative strategies. The State Board identified critical elements that leaders in DC are encouraged to prioritize and take decisive action on, including 1, stronger monthly data collecting and reporting; 2, using safe passage and safe blocks to enhance student safety; 3, updating and revisiting processes for flagging and referring chronically absent students; and 4, reframing chronic absenteeism as a system and state resource issue while expanding empathy for students and family experiences; and 5, including chronic absenteeism in the Uniform per Student funding formula. In August and September of 2024, the State Board, along with the Office of the State Student Advocate and Ombudsman for Public Education, ran a WMATA campaign that included placement of 30 Metro bus tail displays, 200 Metro bus interiors, 200 Metro rail car interiors, and 10 Metro station entryways. Metro rail ads particularly were placed in greater concentrations in communities east of the Anacostia River and along the Green Metro line. This increased exposure among our most traditionally underserved students and families to the critical services available through OSA and OMB, and heightened their awareness of the elected State Board dedication to serving them. Over its runtime, the campaign generated more than 3 million impressions. During the same period, the State Board participated in 10 back-to-school community events, speaking directly to students, parents, and the community members. We were invited to several more events, but could not participate due to limited staff capacity for community engagement. The State Board has prioritized student voice as a critical aspect of policymaking for the last 10 years. Since 2015, the State Board Student Advisory Council, the SAC, has directly connected our elected members with the voices of district students. In FY 2024, we tripled the size of the SAC from 30 to 90 DC high school students. As a group, the SAC reviews and provides input on State Board resolutions and projects and brings important issues related to the student experience before the State Board for consideration and action. The board has even worked with our education cluster partners to ensure that SAC members are engaged in reviewing educational standards, district-wide safety recommendations, and other local and state level policies. The work and dedication of our SAC members and student representatives was recognized nationally when one of our former student representatives was awarded the National Association of State Boards of Education Distinguished Service Award at the NASB Annual Conference in October 2024. The State Board is served by a small but mighty team committed to high-quality service and efficient operations. Thanks to the Council's investment in the FY25 budget, we onboarded the State Board of Education's first human resource FTE this past December. As we look ahead into FY25-26, we are focused on partnering with OSSI to revise the district's graduation requirements, completing our office renovations through the Department of General Services, ensuring we have an ADA-compliant space for our staff and the public, and increasing the public engagement via digital platforms and in-person meetings. Moreover, as I look to my partners, I want to speak about our sister offices, the Office of the Ombudsman and Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate. I am deeply grateful to Ms. Kimberly Humphrey and Mr. Dan Davis and their staffs for the tireless work for district residents. The State Board proudly provides administrative and operational support to these independent and impartial resources. We urge the council to ensure these officers have the necessary resources to continue their work and expand this vital work. Lastly, the State Board appreciates the support for our independence authority and the council has demonstrated that the council has demonstrated for many years. We are confident that together we can work to expand opportunities and improve the educational experience of all district students and educators. I welcome any questions you may have, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Now, if each of you reads your entire statement, we're going to be here for about a half an hour. So for each of you. So Ms. Humphrey, you're next.
Okay.
Don't feel intimidated when I suggest we might not read the entire.
No problem at all. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Kimberly Humphrey. I will not be reading my entire comments. You do have the full copy. I just thank you for the time today. Today, I will give an overview of our office charge, community outreach highlights, case trends, and policy recommendations. Our work is guided by 4 fundamental principles: neutrality, informality, confidentiality, and independence. We serve as a trusted resource dedicated to supporting student success, resolving conflict, and promoting equity, working directly with students and families to address questions and concerns across DC public schools. Our primary work is implementing informal conflict resolution strategies that range from low-level interventions to more intensive structured approaches. So specifically, this looks like 1, coaching to help parents effectively communicate needs and challenges, 2, facilitating meetings and mediations, 3, identifying systemic challenges, and finally, annually, we offer recommendations based on the observed patterns that we see. In terms of community engagement, it's a cornerstone of our strategy and proactive approach to working with families and schools. In addition to tabling outreach, we provide workshops and trainings through the DC Special Education Hub. During last school year, the office expanded its outreach efforts, attending over 45 community events, which was a 30% increase from the previous year. In terms of case trends, of course, the case management is the foundation of this office's work. Over the past year, we opened 603 cases. And through our casework, we identified trends in student safety, special education, and communication barriers. And these remain persistent challenges. School breakdown at the elementary school level, students, those types of cases accounted for 30%. With notable volumes at kindergarten and 3rd grade. Additionally, the highest number of cases came from Ward 8, Ward 5, and Ward 7. Last year, the highest trending topics included student safety and special education. Student safety was 30% of our cases and involved issues related to bullying, harassment, and violence in schools. Special education concerns were 22%. The next highest category. And there, families frequently encounter delays in evaluations, challenges with IEP implementation, and difficulty securing school placements. As of the end of January 2025, we are seeing the similar issues being raised at the highest norms. That included safety, communication, and special education. Thus far, 38% of the cases are involving safety concerns and 28% are related to special education. We also wanted to take some time to highlight the additional supports. I mentioned the DC Special Education Hub. This is a key initiative of our office. Through this initiative, the hub has been able to assist more than 2,000 families. We also do mediation, and for fiscal year 24, the office is very proud of our partnership with the Office of the Attorney General to implement ATTEND. That stands for Addressing Truancy Through Engagement and Negotiated Dialogue. That is a partnership that's growing. We have committed to doing more of those facilitated conversations and informal mediations. And in addition, we are facilitating school-based mediations as well. So developing our program that is outside of ATTEND, but very similar services. Lastly, I will go through some of our recommendations from last school year. We recommended the implementation of clear communication timelines for special education evaluation and service implementation. We urged updates of the school handbook to include clear procedures for families seeking school transfers in those very extreme cases of safety concerns. And our last recommendation was similar, but with regard to the charter schools. And that was recommending a safety partnership plan for charters so that when families face challenges, they are potentially more able to get their student in a similar type of program. So looking ahead, we plan to expand our outreach efforts, strengthen partnerships with schools, and push for reforms that prioritize student well-being. I want to thank the council again for the time and allowing me to testify. Open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Humphrey. Mr. Davis?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Dan Davis, and I lead the work of the Office of the Student Advocate as the Chief Student Advocate. Our office supports students, families, and community members in navigating our district complex education system. This year, we are celebrating our 10-year anniversary of the creation of our office. Our team has remained dedicated to ensuring that family and student voices are at the center of our efforts. I'm excited to share our work with you today, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify. I will deviate from my written testimony this morning for brevity. In school year 23-24, our team continued to expand our outreach efforts and footprints across the city. We engaged with over 4,900 families and community partners at events, stakeholder meetings, and school visits across the city, distributing printed resources, including our parent and family go-to guide. Live answering phone calls or texts over 740 times, matching the urgency that families sought as we search for solutions and next step to their public education challenges together. Our request for assistance line allows us to directly support students, families, and community members with public education concerns through one-on-one coaching, interventions, and referrals to partner agencies and organizations. It not only serves as a 311 resource for families, but is a tool that reflects the needs of community members served by district schools. Calls to the hotline are answered live Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Families can also reach out to support through email, online form submission, or direct referral from community partners and agencies. For the fifth consecutive year, we broke our record for requests for assistance, supporting over 740 families across the districts, 45% growth in RFA volume since school year 1920. Approximately 51% of RFAs were in support of students with disabilities. The majority of requests were regarding students attending a DCPS school, accounting for approximately 64%. 29% attended a public charter school. 7% of calls came from community members not enrolled yet, enrolled in non-public placements, or who attended or closed schools. RFAs are a primary method of data collection that informs what areas of public education to focus staff capacity to best support needs of students and families across DC. We collect and house information from RFAs across 13 broad primary topic areas and 39 subtopic areas. Similar to last school year, the top 3 primary areas students and families are seeking additional support are special education, student safety, and enrollment access. For the 6th year, our office is on pace to exceed the volume of requests for assistance from last school year. As of today, we've already served more than 400 families, putting us on pace to exceed 800 requests for the year. Our team is dedicated to ensuring families feel their voice are heard and that they are treated as valuable decision makers through our request for assistance line. Many times, families reach out to our office because they have already made numerous attempts to resolve issues individually. They often express frustration about little communication and lack of transparency in our educational system. Our team supports families in advancing their advocacy efforts to ensure students' best interests are at the center of decisions about their education. Additionally, we meet with school leadership teams, student support teams, and partner with various government and community agents to facilitate solutions to identified issues and barriers to student success. Our request for assistance line allows us to be a direct service to our community members, providing them with the tools they need to feel empowered to be their own best advocates. These requests guide the creation of our district-wide resources, events, conversations on how we improve classroom and our overall communities. In school year 23-24, we dedicated to updating and expanding staple resources like our Family Go-To Guide and Dyslexia Guidebook, created within our office based on new information, questions, and feedback gathered from partners across our community. Over 10,000 resources were distributed via printed copies or online. As a result of the volume of RFAs our office received related to student safety, we began administering surveys and conducting focus groups to better understand students' experiences traveling to and from school in 2020. School year 21-22, we expanded discussions to include middle school students and multilingual learners. School year 23-24, we extended our student outreach by connecting with more schools throughout the district beyond the safe passage priority areas. Our goal of these conversations is to elevate student perspective to key policy stakeholders throughout the DC government. Our office spoke with over 750 students, family members, and school-based staff. The focus group had several recurring themes regardless of ward, zip, or side of the Anacostia River. 1, students are not confident in adults' abilities to maintain safety outside of school building. 2, students' use of social media and telecommunication devices are both drivers of incidents and tools used to avoid incidents of potential harm. 3, more students are describing incidents of gang recruitment, even in communities we have typically described as crude neighborhood influence. A full analysis of the data we captured from students will be part of our updated student safety and student perspective report recently released in February. Based on feedback from our student safety focus groups and as a result of the growing student safety concerns across the district, our office developed student safety community conversations. We hosted conversations in Wards 7, 8, and 5 with students, parents, school leaders, and stakeholders from our public safety agencies. We are currently planning conversations for Wards 6 and 4, as well as a virtual citywide conversation. In school year 23-24, our office continued to increase our footprint in our district, ever-changing educational landscape. Our team hosted 39 events, participated in over 67 partner events, and were part of 12 committees task force. We continue to strengthen and grow our community partnerships that are built on in-person relationship building. A pillar of our outreach strategy is connecting with stakeholders who engage with families, whether at a health clinic or laundromat. Our team believes that all members of our community want children to learn and achieve, and we want to include their support, even if all they offer is space on the wall to post a flyer. Our team is dedicated to continue to serve our community members in a thorough and efficient manner. Our office consists of 5 full-time employees and 2 part-time fellows. Despite our growth in demand for service and support, our staff capacity has remained flat since FY22. Before closing out, I want to encourage any student and families and other community members who have questions about public education in DC to contact us at the Office of Student Advocate at 202-741-4692 or emailing us at student.advocate@dc.gov. Thank you again, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff for this opportunity to testify. Welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Kenneth Owens.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee of the Whole. For the record, my name is Kenneth Owens, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC State Athletic Association, the sanctioning body for interscholastic activities in the District of Columbia. On behalf of all the stakeholders in DC's interscholastic athletics community, I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the state of school-based athletics in the District of Columbia. As the governing body, athletics in DC, DCSA oversees high school sports and organizes state championships that include public charter, private, and parochial schools. Our mission is to provide safe, equitable, and high-quality athletic opportunities for student athletes in the district. As outlined in our DCSA handbook, our oversight responsibilities include establishing eligibility standards to ensure fair competition, implementing rules and regulations for interscholastic athletics in accordance with NFHS guidance, certifying coaches and officials through mandated background checks and professional development programs, requiring all schools to register student athletes in Dragonfly, a compliance and eligibility tracking system that ensures fairness and transparency. DCSA utilizes school sites and DC Department of Parks and Recreation facilities for some events. However, most of our state champions are hosted at college venues, following the model used by state athletic associations across the country. Our goal is to provide student athletes with the best possible experience. Competing in a collegiate setting is a memorable life experience for our student athletes. It also showcases them and enhances their recruiting visibility as college coaches regularly attend these events. Several of our student athletes have received scholarships from colleges and universities that have hosted our championships. These venues play a critical role in shaping their athletic academic futures, giving them the opportunity to compete on the same courts, fields, and tracks where they could potentially play at the next level. This approach was evident in our recent DCSA boys and girls basketball championships, where the semifinals were held at Georgetown University, and the finals took place at George Washington University. These premier venues not only provided a championship caliber atmosphere, but also allowed student athletes to showcase their talents in front of college coaches and recruiters. In the winter championships that recently concluded, Gonzaga and Eastern won boys basketball state championships. Sidwell and Eastern won girls basketball state championships. In our second year of holding a middle school basketball invitational, we expanded the boys and girls fields to 6 teams. Alicedale won the girls basketball championship, and John Hayden Johnson won the boys basketball title, but both championships games were played in conjunction with the high school state final at GW. The state wrestling championship continues to grow with participation from all public, private, and charter school teams. There were individual champions from 8 different schools, including public, charter, and private schools. The DCSA also supported girls wrestling for the annual event for the 4th consecutive year. With respect to indoor track and field, St. John's won the boys title for the 6th consecutive year, while also Archbishop Carroll girls won their 2nd consecutive state championship. Swimming and diving continues to grow and saw increased participation among the DCIA teams, as the meet included novice races to encourage participation among developing swimmers. The 2024-25 school year has been incredibly successful. In the fall, DCSAA hosted boys and girls cross-country championships, which saw nearly 1,000 runners, a massive increase from 28 runners in 2012. Volleyball championships at UDC for the 2nd consecutive year also featured a middle school division to foster growth in the sport. Boys and girls soccer championships at Catholic University highlighted by an exciting girls championship match between St. John's and Sidwell Friends. Football championships where Murray won the Class A title at Georgetown University and H.C. Woodson defeated Friendship Collegiate in Class AA final at Howard University. This spring, we will host championships in baseball and softball, outdoor track and field, lacrosse, tennis, golf, cheerleading, chess, and ultimate frisbee. DCSAA remains committed to professional development for coaches and officials. We are expanding our sport-specific training programs led by current coaches and industry professionals to ensure student athletes receive high-quality instruction. Additionally, we require all coaches to pass background checks, complete CPR, first aid, and AED training, undergo certification through the Positive Coaches Alliance. This past summer, we also hosted a summit for all high school athletic directors, providing leadership, development, and training. We will hold another summit again in August. DCSA is dedicated to enhancing opportunities for student athletes beyond competition. Our initiatives include Live Basketball Showcase, a premier recruiting event where student athletes perform in front of college coaches and scouts. All-State Recognitions Program, honoring top athletes across all sports, just like in other states. DCSA All-Star Games. These were arrived last year to provide student athletes with additional high-level competition opportunities and bring together top competitors from across the city with games in football, volleyball, boys and girls soccer, and boys and girls basketball. DC High School Hall of Fame. The next class of inductees will be announced this fall, recognizing individuals who have significantly impacted DC sports. DCSA is committed to academic development. Through our scholarship program funded by United Bank, we provide financial assistance to student athletes pursuing higher education. Each year, 5 student athletes are recognized for their success in the classroom, in athletics, and in the community with $5,000 scholarships. DCSA also continued to reward high-achieving student athletes with a Certificate of Achievement program. We can continue working on expanding academic partnerships and support student athletes beyond their playing careers. High school athletics play a crucial role in student development, providing opportunities for teamwork, leadership, and personal growth. Your continued support enables DCSAA to expand its impact and ensure every student athlete in DC has access to competitive and equitable athletic opportunities. We are exploring ways to expand middle school championships and are considering additional novice categories in certain sports like swimming to further encourage participation. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify on the status of athletics in the District of Columbia. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I'm going to have some questions for each of you, but I did want to ask you, Mr. Owens, why we got the performance oversight answers so late.
We had our basketball championship last week, and we also had, and we were a staff of 7, and we also had our track indoor track championship. So we were basically out of the office the entire week until we completed completed our basketball championship on Sunday. So I apologize for that, but staff of 7, it was all hands on deck, and we were honestly at venues every single day of the week.
Okay, you might have indicated as much in an email response, but thank you. Also, this is not a very important question, but how do you have 2 teams that win the basketball state championship?
Sure. So we have 2 divisions, right? So we want to give kids opportunity to participate. So we have a Class A, which is our higher, more competitive division, and then we have a Class AA, which is our higher, more competitive division, and then Class A, which is a little bit less competitive. But that way, more kids are able to the experience going to the GW and going to Georgetown. If we have 2 divisions instead of just 1.
Okay, that helps. I'll have a few more questions for you. Mr. Patterson, the state board recently took up the issue of legacy admissions. How many of our higher education institutions have legacy admissions?
I'm going to have Bernice come up as well to answer questions from the schools that we targeted. But what I will say is that we're looking at Georgetown, George Washington, Catholic University. I believe those are the schools that we're looking at. We didn't really look at Howard, the historically black universities, or UDC at their legacy, their programming.
Do you have data regarding how many students were let in through legacy admissions?
I don't at this time. We can provide that to you. We heard from the students mostly from Georgetown during a
I'm
marathon
well aware
meeting.
of the students who've spoken out, but my question is what data you had?
We can provide you more data. We don't have any data at this particular time that I can provide for you, but I can get that information for
Did
you.
you have data before the board when you took the issue up?
Yes, what we did is we used what the students provided for us. They provided a lot of information for us, so I can go back through our records and get that for you, sir.
Okay, well, I'm aware of the students' advocacy because they've been quite outspoken. I've met with the president of George Washington University. My understanding is they have 0 legacy admissions. My understanding is Catholic has 0 legacy admissions. So I just wanted to know what data you all had. The state board worked with Councilmember Pinto's office to introduce Bill 26-73 regarding cell phones.
Yes, sir.
What concerns have you heard from the community about legislating a cell phone policy? Have you observed any differences in how this issue is approached in the between charter schools and DCPS?
Yes, it is quite different. I know that when you're talking about DCPS in particular, DCPS, when they testified before us, their instructional superintendent specifically noted that all of their middle schools, that's a policy that they don't allow cell phones whatsoever in their schools. That's not always consistent across their high schools. So we found that difference. And then each charter LEA has different kind of policies, as you know, around their cell phone policy. So it comes various. I think some of the biggest concerns from some of the parents that were pushbacks is in the event that there's an emergency, how they would contact their children. That was a big concern for them. But as we stated and was really revealed is that we want to make sure that children are on task all the time as much as they possibly can be in school. And so that was a reason that we were very supportive of it, and it passed with us recently.
The state board has worked with OSSI on the financial literacy standards, social emotional standards, social studies standards, and so forth. Is the state board tracking implementation?
I'm gonna try to be as nice as I possibly can. We are working with our interim superintendent to make sure that we do that. We, as recent as this week, we were asking about implementation and how we could better monitor that. So what I will say is this, is that we haven't heard exactly how implementation is going from our state superintendent, but we're looking forward to getting more information on tracking that.
Last year, we allocated funding for one full-time position in human resources for the state board, which has been filled. How has this addition impacted operations?
Well, I think first and foremost, I want to thank you. It's incredibly helpful that we have an independent human resource person. While we appreciate what we were getting from DC HR, this makes it a lot easier in the operations of the office itself because it provides that integrity that's needed when someone within your office needs or wants having a complaint or some problem. So I would say that they just came on board in the last couple of months and they have been great. They really have.
Give me a second. Um, Mr. Davis, a majority of your requests for assistance or RFAs come from students and families being served by DCPS. Does this data speak to the challenges in terms of lack of awareness of the Office of the Student Advocate as a resource?
No, I think it more so speaks to some of our partnerships with DCPS, which have been more formalized. The challenges with charters is a reflection of parents' agency. A lot of folks that are choosing charters when they're having issues choose another charter for the next school year instead of trying to figure out a solution that would work, that would continue working. So if a family is disappointed with their school experience, they look for the next school.
In the charter sector?
In the charter, yeah,
In
correct.
the DCPS sector?
We have a stronger formalized relationship with DCPS. So there's a more natural referral and kind of sharing of our information as a resources to parents when incidents or challenges are occurring.
I'm going to shift a little bit, but still with you, Mr. Davis. There's been an increase in the incidence of violence. This is based on your annual report. Incidents of violence and bullying within educational settings. Based on your experience, what are the common contributing factors to these issues?
I think one of the things that we've mentioned several times has been the use of social media and use of devices on kind of elevating bullying situations that would normally end at the school day or end at the school building. Social media allows those incidents to kind of to continue going and spill over into the community. And I think part of that challenge is when parents are bringing these issues to schools around bullying, specifically around bullying or harassment. Schools using following the standards that are allowed by law, the citywide bullying prevention, which is around 30 days to complete an investigation and subsequent incidents with that student occurring, allowing for parents to want to take that safety concern into their own hands and begin to show up to school buildings to resolve those issues with other students or with other family members at the school building.
You mentioned social media.
Correct.
Is that now social media is 24/7? Would the cell phone legislation that would make clear that there can't be cell phones in school, would that help?
It would help in some instances, but I think part of the challenge when we were specifically talking to students about the cell phone ban or the potential for a cell phone ban was that, yes, there are a lot of incidents that are starting from seemingly innocuous, embarrassing things getting repeated over and over, becoming something bigger that leads into violence. There's also students that say, we're using our cell phones to be notified of incidents that are occurring in the community, and this is how we're using that to kind of pivot our route home, change our travel plans, reach out for families for either to get support with an Uber or a Lyft, just to avoid those incidents going home. So there is a duality with kind of social media use in young people on how they are navigating it to one cause more incidents with each other, as well as using it to kind of figure out how do I avoid an area home when there was shooting or robbery or something that going on on a train.
Have you observed an increased need for assistance related to immigration or sexual identity? I'm touching on the just all of this federal rhetoric, and my question is whether you're seeing increased need for assistance related to these issues.
We're seeing an increase, I think, like as all school leaders and has kind of have spoke to, they've spoken to seeing an increase in a decrease in attendance for students that are English language learners. We're seeing a decrease in kind of folks, those families showing up in spaces looking for help, especially for places that are outside of the school building. You know, our office is outside of the school building. We're a government agency, and so we've seen decreases and folks reaching out for help in those spaces. As far as students that are, I think part of the challenge that we've seen with rhetoric involving students that are identified as LGBTQI or gender non-conforming has been an increase in bullying over this past year and this current year, increased bullying and increased numbers of incidents where students are being identified. I think that's a reflection of the overall level of rhetoric that's putting out there, and students being young people experiencing that in DC, using that as something else to kind of pick on one another. And it has been challenging on figuring out the appropriate remedies for some of those situations.
I heard you speak to some of the, I'm going to say LGBTQ issues, but what about immigration? You're seeing that as well?
Right. So for immigration, what we've seen, we're seeing the same decrease as schools are seeing decreases in attendance. We're seeing a decrease in folks reaching out to our office looking for help, that especially that are non-English speaking families.
Let me switch to Ms. Humphrey. Your annual report highlights IEP concerns as one of the primary subtopics in special education cases handled by your office, accounting for about a fifth of your cases. Can you elaborate on the nature of these IEP concerns?
Yes, so they're primarily having to do with implementation questions and eligibility. So I just want to, I can just tell you a little bit more about basically how we respond to those is we have many separate resources, including copies of our various trainings on the topics. Our most popular one I did want to highlight for you is, introduction to the eligibility process. That's actually the most popular, and it is created in direct correspondence to that constant issue.
And this is, I'm going to say, educational materials for parents?
Yes. Sorry. Yes. Parents, students, teachers, schools, we have all of those relationships. So we do get a full range, but primarily we are hearing from parents and families, guardians.
So a general question here, what can we do, this is the big we, to drive stronger academic outcomes for special ed students?
We have several thoughts on that, but I'll flag here that, and we've been focusing on early intervention. We have some partnerships at the district level that are focusing on the earlier grades, and we're really developing those partnerships now. We want to make sure that families understand the full process and that as they're getting information, they understand that they can engage with the process. And that's a big part of what we do, is preparing them for those meetings so that they really get everything they can out of it, and that they know the steps to take when they have particular questions about the implementation.
Your annual report also indicated that you receive a higher number of cases in transition grades. That would be 6th grade and 9th grade. What can be done, what should be done to Strength and support for students transitioning, in these grades, 5th to 6th, 8th to 9th.
So to address that, we are being very intentional about our partnerships. We're really focused on building awareness for our office and families, as well as school staff, really understanding the benefits that we provide. So as we go forward, growing our outreach, we are particularly focusing on schools that match those grades and those transition levels so that we can make sure they have access and know to reach out to us so that we can support them during those transitions.
Give me a second. So Ms. Humphrey, what does support look like for those grade levels?
Sure. So we have trainings, but we particularly have new trainings that we're offering that are titled supports for the transitions. And that's
training for who? For the students, for the teachers, for the parents?
We have different trainings that target different audiences, but they do support families. Like I said, we primarily hear from families, but we do actually initiate a lot of workshops that are just for teachers or specific LEAs. So I think we've actually, in the last 2 years, especially as the DC Special Education Hub has grown, the request for those specific trainings has grown as well. So I just think that shows that it is being received well and actually having the effect that they're meant to have. But I'll just say too that, like I said, the partnerships that we have at those transitional grades, that's what building those partnerships, making sure that we're having a sustained relationship so that we can design and adjust our workshops to respond to the needs. That's what the support looks like.
Going back to the training, so how many, roughly how many families are participating?
Well, we've had 57.
That's the number of cases? Or?
No. We've had 57 workshops and trainings.
Oh.
The participation ranges. Sometimes they're more intimate with 9 to 10. Recently, we had one with 34 participants. So, like I said, they've been growing. The requests have been growing. And so that's something that we really have been focused on, making sure that we're developing that programming and actually mirroring those types of workshops and expanding it to other issues that we see, that we often hear from again and again.
Thank you. So let me switch to Mr. Owens. You recently updated the DCSAA handbook. Were there any really significant changes?
There are a few. One of them, we have a transfer rule where kids are allowed to transfer one time in 9th grade. And then they're also allowed to transfer if they get a release from the sending school, stating that they're not transferring for athletic reasons, that they're transferring for academic reasons. So maybe a school has a program that the school they were attending didn't have. But people were able to do that multiple times. So one of the things that we did was change that. So you can get a one-time transfer waiver after 9th grade, just one time, as long as you're not transferring for athletic reasons, and it's for academic reasons. So that's the main thing that we did change in the handbook. Then also we really are pushing our schools as far as safety to only play schools that are certified by the National Federation of High School Sports. And the reason for that is if they're not a member of the National Federation, then you'll find a lot of schools will have kids that are too old that are participating, right? So every school that's part of the Federation, which we are, and all the schools that fall under our umbrella are certain guidelines that they have to follow. So we really pushed our coaches moving forward this year that, whoever they're scheduling, they can reach out to us and we can tell you if they're part of the National Federation of High School Sports and if you can play them or not. If not, you cannot play them. It'll be a forfeit, because if you see around the country, there was one school in Michigan that had, 28-year-olds out there playing against high school kids. So, it's really a safety issue, and that's one thing we kind of really pushed to implement. And then we also made a few changes with off-season workouts. We saw, a lot with the neighboring private schools that, these kids were working out year round, and our kids really didn't have the opportunity to do that based on the rules that we had. So, we think it's a good thing for these coaches to be engaged for longer periods of time and during the summertime with their kids. So, we kind of became a little bit more lenient on that. So these kids have something productive to do during the summer times and are able to compete against their counterparts in neighboring states.
The transfers is just a question of whether a student can participate in
Athletics.
these athletics.
Correct.
Are there still challenges to ensuring equitable access to sports across the district? And if so, what are they?
I think there are, right? If you look at our charter schools, the facilities they don't really have. You look at our DCPS, DCIA schools, they have these, great, robust turf fields. So, I mean, the equity there is a challenge for the charter schools because, their facilities compared to DCPS just are subpar. They have little gyms with, not many spectators can attend. So that is a challenge for the charter schools. Like, I don't think any charter school has a track. So they compete in our track championship, but they have to figure out where to run or go to Catholic University or run because a lot of times, DCPS won't allow them to use their tracks. If you want to use their track, you need to attend a DCPS school is like the feeling. So it's a challenge for charter schools for sure.
And that's the main equity, my question was ensuring equitable access. That's the main issue.
Yeah, that's the main issue. And also they don't have a central office. DCPS has a central office. The private schools are a little bit similar to what charter schools are doing now, right? They have the Public Charter School League, where people volunteer. An athletic director at the school will volunteer to be the president for a year or a couple of years. They have a vice president, and then another athletic director at a school will volunteer to be the commissioner. So that and they're also running their athletic programs, and they're teaching PE, or they might be teaching a classroom subject. So that's also another challenge. Is this DCPS has the infrastructure really to create a robust program where the charter schools are trying to figure it out. People are working overtime to get things done and to create athletic opportunities for the charter school students.
What is DCSAA? What are you doing to ensure that our students are meeting attendance and academic requirements for other opportunities? How does DCSAA help students through the process to become NCAA qualified?
Well, so as far as helping them, we would monitor it. We have a system called Dragonfly, which you guys were gracious enough to fund, where every student athlete that participates in the District of Columbia needs to be registered. And that's another push we made. This is the first year that I think we had 100% compliance on this. So we monitor it, but it really falls on the LEA, to be 100% honest with you. The LEA is responsible, the principal of each LEA is responsible for certifying each roster. And we spot check, we go through, we look at Dragonfly, and then we'll have conversations with certain athletic directors if they're not in compliance on ways they need to, get to, full level of compliance. But, a lot of that does fall on the LEA, and similar to, what we do trainings, and we do NIL trainings, and when we have the workshop to start off the season, we have somebody come in to talk about NIL. When we do the June Scholastic event, we have somebody come in and do a virtual NIL training for parents and student athletes, so they get an understanding. We have NIL rules, what are pretty lenient based on our neighboring states that are in our handbook. But as far as NCAA, being a former college athlete, that falls on LEA and the counselor in the schools to really help make sure that you're certified through the clearinghouse, and coaches really need to be responsible for certifying them through the clearinghouse. That's got to happen at the school level.
Are you involved at all in ensuring that students meet attendance and academic requirements?
Yes, you cannot participate in any of our events. You can't participate, period, in athletics in the District of Columbia if you don't have at least 2.0. Now, LEAs could be more stringent, right? They can say you need to have a 2.5, 3.0, but to participate in athletics, high school athletics, interscholastic athletics, you have to be in good academic standing. And that's part of the Dragonfly system where that information is uploaded.
And you touched on this, so do you want to say more about what you're doing to educate students on NIL with name, image, likeness on NIL?
Sure. So again, we have professionals in the industry. I actually, this one gentleman, last name Ahern, who's does a lot of NIL stuff. And when I go to trainings myself, he works with the National Federation of High School Sports and does a great job. So, we bring people like that in. We start off with really the athletic directors for them to get an understanding. And like I said, our rule is pretty minimal. And it's similar to some of the states. Well, the main thing is you cannot wear your school jersey. If you're having an endorsement, you can't wear your school jersey. It can't be your school mascot. You can't wear your school colors. Those are the main things. Other than that, we ask you to report that you have, an NIL deal. We're not asking you how much you're making or anything like that, but we just want to pay attention to make sure that you're following the rules that are outlined in our handbook.
Are there many DC high school students or middle school students who have a NIL deal?
Many, no, but there's some big ones. there's some, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some really, there's one student athlete that has her own Jordan brand shoe. There's another student athlete who is headed to a big time SEC school who, yes, they're bringing in money.
Interesting. I know part of working with students in NIL is ensuring that the students understand
Exactly, and
what
that's
their rights are and
Exactly.
protecting them.
Exactly.
And you're involved with that as well?
Yeah, that's the whole thing, is this the do's and don'ts of NIL. It's like kind of the focus of what we kind of do and have the people present to the kids and the families and to the ADs.
Give me just a second. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for any of you. We're going to take up UDC and public witnesses first, but we're going to take a 10-minute break, which means 1:15. That's actually like a 12-minute break.
Real quick, Chairman, can I just tell you, I really appreciate your staff members for going on the school visit recently with me. That means a lot when we have your staff going with us and doing those type of visits with us in Ward 8. So I appreciate you, staff, for
Sure.
going there. So thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to take a recess until 1:15. So let's come back to order. I appreciate everybody's tolerance for that recess. We're turning to the University of the District of Columbia. And we have a number of non-government witnesses before we turn to the president of the university. So let me call the witnesses. Marlene Berlin. I'm guessing most of these will be online. Arlene Berlin, Sia Barbara Camara, Karen Gomez, Myrna Hernandez, Maria Teresa Marcia Reyes, Yemi Ramos, Blanca Hueso, who's program coordinator, Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association, Carlos Kelly, come forward. Jaleel, no, go to the table. Jaleel Shugath, Lakeisha Brown, Taquan Ford, Fendian Pollock, and Kyle Nolan. So we will go through these witnesses and then turn to the president. Marlene Berlin, are you here? Sia Barbara Camara? Sia
Yes,
Camara?
yes, I'm trying to get my phone back on. Okay. I'm trying to get on now.
All right, well, we can hear you,
Okay,
but we
good.
can't see you.
Oh. Now.
We can see you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson, other committee members, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Sia Barbara Camara, a longtime Ward 4 resident and the Chief Strategy Officer of the DC Early Learning Collaborative. DCELC is an early childhood advocacy organization that was instrumental in passage of the pre-K for All DC expansion and the Birth to Three for All in 2018. I also serve as a member of the executive committee of the Under 3 DC Coalition and am a member of the DC Association for the Education of Young Children. Today, I am here to testify on behalf of the University of the District of Columbia's successful student implementation of the Access to Early Childhood Education Tuition Assistance Program. Additionally, they should be commended for the launch of the two phases of the Infant and Toddler Institute for University Faculty. The Tuition Assistance Program has a total of 899 students who have received the Higher Education Tuition Assistance Scholarship Fund over the last 4 years. In the fall of 2024, there were approximately 560 HEI TAP students enrolled in the AA program at UDC. The total of all students enrolled in the AA program was approximately 715. The infant and toddler concentration is delivered in English, Spanish, and Amharic, while the pre-K concentration is delivered in English and Spanish. New student groups included in the early education AA degree program include Leading Men Fellowship and the OSCE Apprenticeship Program. As of fall 2024, approximately 325 students have graduated from the Early Childhood Degree AA degree program. Further, 105 students have applied for spring 2025 graduation, and 50 students have applied for graduation in the summer. Challenges in the AA degree program include: one, securing qualified bilingual faculty in education courses and general education courses. The classroom space is also a challenge. The Early Childhood Program has grown to be the largest program at UDC. University Faculty Enhancement Institute focused on preparing infant and toddler educators. Since 2021, the DC Early Learning Collaborative has recommended to and collaborated with Dean Hamilton and her fantastic team to implement this institute. The purpose of the institute the enhancement, was to deepen the faculty content knowledge and ability to teach evidence-based, high-quality infant and toddler content. Phase 1 of the Faculty Enhancement Institute was held August 13th through 15th, 2024 at the UDC Community College campus. Based on feedback from the 25 participants, the Institute was a remarkable success, providing valuable knowledge and skills to faculty members, early childhood educators who are coaches, infant toddler coaches, and directors. The positive feedback and high levels of engagement impacted on the quality of the care and education offered to infants and toddlers, whose educators benefit from those who participated in and practice and receive this certification. So they have to finish the phase 2 and be certified. So that'll happen throughout 2025. We want to give special thanks to the council for your support of our state university. And at next year's hearing, we hope to have some faculty give their own testimonials. I am available to respond to questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Karen Gomez. All right. Myrna Hernandez. Maria Teresa Marcia Reyes. Yemi Ramos. Blanca Hueso. Here, Mr. Kelly, please proceed. Turn your microphone on. Excellent.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mr. Mendelson, and also the committee. My name is Carlos Kelly. I am the former chief of police at the University of District of Columbia. Before I start, I'd like to say the cover up is worse than the crime. I am here testifying today on fraud, corruption, mismanagement, and retaliation against me for attempting to go to the Office of the Attorney General and the Inspector General of fraud, corruption, and time theft. So there's a name that may be familiar to your committee. The name is Scott Thompson. He makes additional $60,000 a year in overtime. When I took on the job, I found out that he was going to class for 2 hours, driving a company vehicle to and from class, which amounted to 2 hours, and then working overtime, which means that he was getting paid 6 hours a day and not working. I also found out that there was 10-hour shifts, which was creating an additional amount of overtime, and I changed them to 12-hour shifts. When I did that, it created a lot of issues and problems. I had a gang of officers who filed complaints against me, which were all unfounded. Then there was a dossier sent out, which also was unfounded. When the dossier was sent out, there were specific instructions to Mr. David Franklin to send out an email letting everybody know that the dossier was unfounded. He never did that. He was supposed to come to roll call and meet with the officers. He never did that. And most importantly, he was supposed to show a sign of support to the chief, which he never did. As time went on, I was told that him and Scott Thompson, the gentleman who was making over $60,000 a year in overtime, doubling his salary, were friends. Scott Thompson told everyone that he had friends on the 3rd floor and that Mr. Franklin was a friend of his. So after that, Scott Thompson started bullying officers, creating a hostile work environment and a toxic work environment. He had over 9 complaints on him. So Human Resources made a recommendation for him to be terminated. David Franklin stepped in and he said, no, he's not to be terminated. So Human Resources made another recommendation for him to be demoted. And Mr. Franklin stepped in and said, no, he does not support a demotion. I was told by Human Resources that they have never had a COO get so involved in the discipline of a sergeant or anyone else in the university. They also went on to say that they are the human resource experts, and that's what they get paid to do, and they have no idea whatsoever why David Franklin was getting involved. So moving forward, we came up with a solution. The solution was for Scott Thompson to be suspended without pay. And during that time, I found that he was stealing time from the university. I had video evidence, CAD entries, which is the computerized animated dispatch service. I have radio logs and timesheets. Well, in order to ensure that this man was disciplined, I went to Mr. David Franklin and I told him that I was going to take this information to the Attorney General's office. And the reason I was going to do that was because although he was supposed to be terminated prior, David Franklin stepped in, which told me and everyone else in the police department that it's true. He does have friends on the 3rd floor, David Franklin. So David Franklin told me that he was going to talk to me in person about this particular incident, our next meeting. He canceled every single solitary meeting for 5 months. I'll repeat that. He canceled every single solitary meeting with me for 5 months.
Don't repeat too much because I've let you go over your time, so you need to be winding it up.
I'll speed it up then. I apologize. I was also instructed that I was not supposed to speak to anyone on the president's cabinet. There's a gentleman here that invited me out to lunch. And I told him, I'm sorry, I have to get permission from my boss. And he may or may not remember that interaction. I also put in for a community event for the students. And I was asked in an email by Mr. David Franklin, did I talk to anyone on the president's staff about this community event? And I specifically told him in the email, and that person who was on the email chain is in here today, that I needed specific permission from you to talk to anyone. So as time went on, I knew that this was a crime against the university, and I am duty bound to report this crime as the chief of police. So I put in to have a meeting with the president of the university. The president was kind enough to schedule a meeting with me. And the day that I was supposed to meet with the president, I was terminated. 2 hours before I was supposed to meet with the president. Because since David Franklin would not meet with me for 5 months to discuss this issue, I was going to go to the president and let him know that there has been fraud, corruption, time theft, and I want to report this to the Office of the Attorney General.
All right, you do need to conclude. You've been 6 minutes.
Okay.
Excuse me, 7.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes and you've been 4 minutes over.
All right. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council and everyone that is watching. And in closing, I'm going to say again that the cover-up is worse than the crime. And I look forward to your office and any office in the District of Columbia who would like to investigate this. I'll be more than happy to cooperate.
Thank you. I may have a question or two for you, but let me call the other witnesses. Jaleel Shugath,
Yes, I'm here.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed members of the DC Council. My name is Jaleel Shujat, a graduate student at the University of the District of Columbia and a proud longtime resident of Ward 4. I'm honored to speak with you today about my experience at UDC and share my perspective on how our university can better serve district residents. My journey at UDC has been transformative, providing me with both academic knowledge and practical skills that I believe will allow me to make meaningful contributions to our city. When I first enrolled in the professional science master's program, I was uncertain about my future career path despite my long successful tenure in the life sciences industry. That changed dramatically thanks to the exceptional mentorship I received from several dedicated faculty members. Dr. Talesa Dexisa introduced me to the world of environmental quality assessment and opened my eyes to the critical water infrastructure challenges facing urban communities like ours. Through the PSM program, I gained hands-on program experience collecting and analyzing data that potentially impacts policy decisions about the Anacostia and Potomac watersheds. This practical research experience helped me to understand how my academic work could translate into tangible benefits for DC residents. Dr. Sabine O'Hara's holistic approach to sustainable urban systems challenged me to consider the interconnections between food, energy, water, and waste management in our city. Her guidance led me to co-lead a study with DOE on the economic value of improving water quality standards for recreational activities. Dr. O'Hara's emphasis on community-based solutions showed me that effective sustainability work must always center the needs and wisdom of residents. I'm particularly grateful to Dr. Hossein Azam, who recognized my interest in water resource management and connected me with opportunities at DC Water and the Water Environment Federation I would never have discovered on my own. Under his mentorship, I developed skills in evaluating circular economy principles that allows me to consider how our city could become more resilient under changing climate conditions. His belief in my abilities has given me the confidence to pursue research questions relevant to our communities. These professors exemplify UDC's commitment to its land-grant mission of teaching, research, and service. They have shown me how academic work can and should respond directly to community needs. I believe UDC generally fulfills its mission to serve the residents of DC, providing affordable, accessible, high-quality education that prepares students for careers that can strengthen our city, so much so that I'm continuing my studies at UDC as a PhD student. However, there's more work to be done. While I believe in Dr. Eddington's vision for UDC's future, I also see immediate opportunities to strengthen the university's impact. Specifically, I would like to see tighter connections between UDC and other DC government departments. We need a more robust pipeline of internships reserved for UDC students, early notification of upcoming open positions, and hiring preferences for qualified UDC graduates. As someone who is benefiting immensely from my UDC education, I'm committed to remaining in DC and serving its residents. My personal and career goal is to work with DC Water, or DOEE, to help create a more livable and sustainable city. I want to apply what I've learned about stormwater management, especially on a day like today, urban watersheds, and community engagement to address the environmental challenges facing our neighborhoods. In closing,
I need you to wrap up.
Yes, sir. In closing, I ask the DC Council to consider how it might strengthen the relationship between UDC and other district agencies by creating more pathways for UDC students and graduates to serve our cities. You can maximize the return on district's investment in higher education while addressing critical workforce needs. Now we need systems that will allow UDC graduates like me to put our skills and passion to work for the city we love. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Lakeisha Brown. And let me just, before you start, everyone's on a 3-minute clock. Everybody's gone over the 3 minutes. If you're in gallery view, you can see the clock.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Lakeisha Brown, and I'm honored to share my experience with UDC's Workforce Development and Lifelong Learning Program. My journey into cybersecurity was a leap of faith. I left my employer to return to school because I wanted more. While I enjoyed my previous work, I saw a new challenge, and with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, I saw the perfect opportunity to pivot. I made the decision to invest in myself, and WDL made that transition possible. Through the Workforce Development Program, I earned my CompTIA Security Plus certification, which led to my first cybersecurity role within 3 months and ultimately doubled my salary. This not only gave me the chance to advance my education, but also significantly improved my financial well-being. The program continues to be an invaluable resource for me, offering continuous learning opportunities such as courses that enhance my expertise while also developing additional skill sets to help progress in my career. As a result, I was also able to obtain the Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner certification and W3 Schools certifications in both Hotmail and CSS. Currently, my goal is to become a cloud security engineer. To support this, I have taken AWS SysOps and Python courses through the Workforce Development Program, equipping myself with skills that will help me transition into this field. Beyond coursework, I appreciate the diverse resources that they provide, such as workshops on financial literacy, resume writing, and overcoming procrastination. Tools that are beneficial both professionally and personally. One of the most impactful resources has been the food gift cards provided throughout the semester. With the rising cost of groceries, this support has been a game changer, allowing students like myself to afford healthier food options while managing other financial responsibilities. If I could offer recommendations for the program's continued growth, I would suggest expanding course offerings to include more advanced career-specific tracks, such as higher-level Python and AWS courses for IT professionals, as well as Microsoft and Google certification programs. Additionally, expanding to the Bacchus campus will also increase accessibility for residents in other quadrants of DC. Lastly, establishing partnerships with leading tech companies and government organizations to create internship, part-time, and full-time employment opportunities similar to those offered to undergraduate students. This would further support adults breaking into new careers. I recognize the challenges that may come with these initiatives, but I truly believe these enhancements will provide even greater opportunities for aspiring professionals like myself. Most importantly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the staff at UDC. A special thanks to President Edington, Dr. Tyus, and the entire council for allowing me to share my story. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Lee, who during his time as a student success specialist saw something in me and guided me through the registration and enrollment process. I told him this was my time, that earning my Security Plus certification would open doors for me, and he believed in me. To the academic advising team at the UDC Workforce Development Program, thank you for your guidance, resources, and unwavering support. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Taquan Ford.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Taquan Ford, and I'm a student of University of District of Columbia, where I take pride in being Mr. Junior. I'm studying digital media, where I grew up in Northeast Washington, D.C. My goal is to build a career in media and storytelling. I want to help improve voices and create positive changes in my community. UDC has been a big part of my growth. It's DC's only public university and an HBCU. I had chances to lead, connect with my peers, and gain skills for my future. The faculty and staff care about our success. The community at UDC is special, but students also face challenges every day. The council can help fix these issues to keep UDC excellent and full of opportunities. Here's a few key areas we need support in. Campus resources and faculties. Many students balance school, work, and personal life. Upgrading our faculties and adding more study spaces will greatly improve our learning environment. The second key is internships and career opportunities. I know how vital hands-on experience for a digital media major student like myself. Strengthening ties with local businesses and media organizations can help us gain real-world experience and job opportunities after we graduate from here. Third key, financial aid and scholarships. College can be expensive, and many students struggle financially. Expanded scholarship and emergency aid can help us stay in school and reach graduation. HBCU culture and leadership development. We should continue to embrace UDC's identity as an HBCU. Investing in student group and leadership programs will help us become future leaders, advocates in our communities. Lastly, UDC is more just a school. It's a lifetime for students who are working so hard to succeed, often against tough odds. With the council support, UDC can do more for students like myself and others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Fendian Pollock.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Fendian Pollock, a senior accounting major at UDC. As I stand at the threshold of graduation from the University of the District of Columbia, I'm filled with immense gratitude and appreciation for the profound impact this institution has had on my life. As a senior accounting major and a first-generation student, my experience at UDC has been transformative in ways I never imagined when I first arrived in the United States. Coming from abroad with the dream of furthering my education, I've not only found a place to grow academically, but also a community that has nurtured me personally and professionally. Reflecting on my journey at UDC, I realized that the opportunities I've had here, both inside and outside of the classroom, have shaped me into the individual I am today. This testimonial is my way of expressing my heartfelt thanks to an institution that has allowed me to thrive. When I first moved to the United States to pursue my studies, I was unsure of what to expect. As a first-generation student, there were many challenges I faced, such as navigating the complexities of a new education system and adjusting to life in a different country. However, from the moment I set foot on campus at UDC, I was welcomed into a community that embraced my background, supported my ambitions, and encouraged my personal growth. As a HBCU, UDC has a unique ability to foster a sense of belonging for students from diverse backgrounds while staying true to its rich history and legacy of empowering students to African descent. This inclusive environment has given me the space to truly explore my potential and push past my limits. One of the most significant benefits I've experienced at UDC has been the access to scholarships, which have played a pivotal role in making my education financially feasible. Being able to focus on my studies without constantly worrying about the burden of tuition has been a blessing. I've received financial support through various scholarships that allowed me to pursue my academic goals with greater determination. These scholarships were not just financial aid, they were a testament to the university's belief in my potential, and they motivated me to give my best in every endeavor. In addition to academic and professional growth, my time at UDC has allowed me to evolve personally through various leadership roles on campus. Serving as the 45th Miss University of the District of Columbia has been one of the most fulfilling experiences of my college career. Through Miss UDC, I learned the importance of service, communication, and leadership, which are skills I will carry with me long after graduation. What stands out most about UDC is the personalized attention and support I have received from faculty and staff. The professors of the School of Business and Public Administration in particular have been instrumental in my academic success. They have always been approachable, encouraging, and willing to provide guidance beyond the classroom. Moreover, UDC has provided me with numerous resources to help me grow professionally and personally. As I approach my graduation, I am filled with a sense of accomplishment and excitement for the future. My experience at UDC has equipped me with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to succeed in the professional world. I am grateful for the unwavering support I've received along the way, and UDC has truly been a place where I've had the opportunity to grow, learn, and flourish. The District of Columbia City Council can support University of the District of Columbia and its students by increasing funding for campus infrastructure, research, and student services. This would improve educational opportunities. Expanding scholarships and financial aid would make higher education more accessible. Thank you to the University of the District of Columbia for being the place where dreams are realized and futures are shaped. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pollack. Kyle Nolan.
Good day, everybody. All right, so my name is Kyle Nolan, and I'm a proud junior computer science student at the University of the District of Columbia, originally from Portland, Jamaica. I came to UDC with big dreams and a strong determination to make an impact, not just for myself, but for my community. While I have a deep passion for technology and aspire to work at a top company like Apple, Microsoft, Google, or Goldman Sachs, I also have ambitions beyond the tech industry. I plan to attend law school to become a lawyer, using my expertise to advocate for underrepresented communities to help shape policies that create equitable opportunities for all. UDC has been a transformative place for me, providing opportunities that have shaped my academic, leadership, and professional journey. As a first-generation college student and the first in my immediate family to pledge Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, I take pride in breaking barriers. My experience as SGA president, former SGA treasurer, and chief of justice have allowed me to advocate for students and work closely with administration to enhance student life. I've also had the honor of introducing the mayor of Washington, D.C. at our university's strategic plan launch, representing both my school and the Caribbean community in an influential space. Beyond leadership, UDC has given me access to incredible career opportunities. I was a part of the first Amazon Next cohort where I presented a project to Amazon executives, and I was recently honored as a Lockheed Martin Fellow. Attending national conferences like the Thurgood Marshall College Fund Leadership Institute, Great Minds in STEM, and Afrotech has further expanded my network and career prospects. These experiences, combined with my honor roll status and a full scholarship from Microsoft in my freshman year, have proven that UDC is a place where ambitious students can thrive. For UDC to continue fostering student success, support from the council is crucial. Increased funding for scholarships, research initiatives, and technology upgrades will empower students to remain competitive in today's jobs market. Expanding partnerships with major corporations will ensure that students have direct pipelines to internships and careers. Additionally, investment in pre-law programs, mentorship initiatives, and resources for students interested in legal and public policy careers will help cultivate the next generations of lawyers and policymakers. UDC is more than just a university. It's a launch pad for those who are ready to defy expectations. With continued support, we can ensure that every student has resources to succeed, just as I have been fortunate to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. So, Mr. Nolan, you went to UDC initially with a scholarship from Microsoft. You aspire to work at top companies like Apple or Microsoft or Google, but do you want to become a lawyer helping underrepresented communities? How are you going to have time for all that?
So right now I'm stuck in like a limbo. I know where my heart lies, but I came into university not knowing what I was gonna do. So I kind of took that leap of faith and tried computer science when I knew that my passion was in like policy making and law. So right now I'm trying to find that middle ground between both careers, find that sweet spot where I think would fit me most. So I'm thinking about going down the path of doing either like copyright or patent law, something that mixes both, where I can still advocate for people, but I can still, fuel my passion for technology and, innovation.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I was going to ask a question of Lakeisha Brown, but she seems to have dropped off. Mr. Kelly, I vaguely remember you testifying last year. Am I correct?
That's a negative, sir.
I'm sorry.
That is a negative. This is my first time here testifying.
Okay, so my memory's wrong there. Did you testify that you have reported this to the Inspector General?
Yes, I have reported it to the Inspector General and also the Office of the OEG's office.
The Office of the Attorney General.
Yes.
And did you get a response from the Inspector General?
Yes, I got a response just stating that they have received my complaint.
Yeah, that's usually about all they do. But so, and how long ago did you report it?
I reported this maybe about almost 3 weeks ago. I was under their impression that the university would have suspended Mr. Franklin and brought out an outside agency to do an investigation. I thought that would probably be the proper thing to do, but no one's from the university has reached out as of yet. So I'm going to maintain my statement that the cover-up is worse than the actual crime.
And when were you terminated?
That was February 6th, sir.
Of this month?
Yes, last month, February 6th, about a month ago.
Yeah, you're right. This is March. Okay. What do you expect that the council can do?
I just wanted to talk to the council. I was advised by people around the university to come to the council, speak to them, because this may be a larger scale issue that the council would want to be aware of. There may be other people who have been retaliated against or had mismanagement, theft, and corruption in their department. And if so, then maybe me testifying will give them the courage to come forward.
Okay. Well, I have no other questions for you, but thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome, sir. And thank you for reading my document. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to all of the witnesses. And we're now going to hear from University President Dr. Maurice Edens. Before you start, I was going to ask a question of Lakeisha Brown. I don't know if you can answer this. You have a course at WDLL called Overcoming Procrastination? And can I sign up for that?
Yeah, I think it may be some student support initiative, not a formal course.
Oh,
But certainly, Mr. Chair, we can provide access for you as needed.
all right. Well, I'm disappointed. Why don't you proceed when you're ready?
All right, thank you, sir. Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff, good afternoon. I am Maurice Eddington, the 10th president of the University of the District of Columbia, the district's public land grant institution. It is an honor to appear before you today to provide an update on the university's progress and share key achievements that underscore UDC's role in transforming lives and serving the District of Columbia. First, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Chairman Mendelson, the council, Mayor Bowser, and Deputy Mayor Kine for your continued support of UDC. Your investment in the university ensures that we remain a pillar of opportunity, innovation, and economic mobility for district residents. Now, in my second year as president, I am energized by the progress we continue to make at UDC. Over the past year, we have reached significant milestones that are shaping the future of the university. The successful launch of our strategic plan, delivering on the promise, has laid the foundation for UDC's transformation into a premier public urban institution. We have completed senior leadership hires, implemented key administrative restructuring efforts, modernized institutional operations, strengthened student recruitment and retention strategies, and successfully negotiated a new collective bargaining agreement with our faculty association. Initiatives such as the Service Excellence Initiative, the Performance Outcomes Framework, and Academic Enterprise Reimagining have reinforced a culture of accountability, innovation, and performance excellence. Additionally, we have expanded partnerships with corporate, government, and nonprofit entities, securing critical investments that support UDC's continued growth and sustainability. These efforts ensure that UDC remains a critical driver of educational and economic opportunity in the district. Under the leadership of our Board of Trustees and with the steadfast investment of the district, we are advancing our mission in partnership with our outstanding faculty, staff, students, and alumni. UDC, the district's flagship university. As the flagship university of the district, UDC offers a high-quality, affordable education in an urban setting. With over 80 academic programs across 6 colleges and schools, we offer diverse educational pathways from workforce training to professional certifications to doctoral and law degrees. In the fall 2024, we enrolled over 4,200 students, which represented a 9% increase in enrollment from the previous year. 73% of our students are district residents, 8% from the surrounding metro area, and 19% from out of state. We have multiple campuses spread across the district in wards 3, 5, and 8. We have a Firebird Farm in Maryland, and we operate our aviation maintenance tech program out at Reagan National Airport. We offer programs in areas such as education, nursing, business, computer science, and social work that directly align with the district's workforce and economic mobility needs. Economic impact. UDC is a key driver of the district's economy, supporting job creation, workforce development, and research innovation. In addition, UDC's $50 million capital improvement plan continues to modernize our facilities, support local businesses, and create jobs, ensuring we remain a strong economic anchor for the district. Academic excellence and national recognition. UDC continues to gain national recognition for its academic strength and student success. The institution rose 1 spot to number 23 in the 2025 U.S. News & World Report rankings for HBCUs. Our David A. Clark Law School is tied for number 16 in clinical training and is ranked number 1 for minority students and number 1 for non-traditional students by the Princeton Review. Our School of Business and Public Administration remains among the elite 6% of business schools worldwide accredited by AACSB.
Our computer engineering program has achieved the #1 ranking among HBCUs by Best Colleges. And UDC secured $41 million in external funding and was designated as a research college and university in the 2025 Carnegie classification, underscoring our expanding research enterprise. Faculty and staff excellence. UDC's faculty and staff are nationally and internationally recognized for their expertise and leadership. Faculty more recently have received prestigious awards and recognitions in the fields of music, nursing education, international business, and STEM. Research grants and fellowships have been secured to advance projects in the fields of health, technology, and social sciences. Our staff have been honored for their contributions in areas of student success and institutional development. And with respect to student success, our students continue to excel in academics, leadership, and athletics. Academic teams have secured top placements in national competitions. Students have received regional and national recognitions as scholars and leaders. You heard some of the testimony just now from some of our stellar students. Our athletic teams have won conference championships, demonstrating excellence on and off the field. We have an engaged and impactful alumni. They continue to make significant contributions across industries, including public service, technology, healthcare, and the arts. Our graduates are government leaders, award-winning creatives, and nonprofit advocates, demonstrating UDC's legacy of empowerment. Our alumni network remains deeply engaged, providing mentorship, collaboration opportunities, and support for future generations of Firebirds. We want to thank the council and the mayor for your support in investing in infrastructure enhancements. And through these investments, we're modernizing our campus to create world-class learning environments. We recently renovated our athletic field, our library, and we continue to make upgrades to facilities with the focus on sustainability and modernization. When we look ahead to the future, in fall 2024, we launched our new strategic plan, Delivering on the Promise, and it outlines a bold vision to position UDC as a leading national public institution. By 2029, we aim to increase enrollment by 50%, double the number of credentials awarded, enhance student retention and completion rates, triple annual fundraising, and expand research expenditures by 50%. To fully realize this vision, UDC will require continued investment from the district in key areas that directly impact student success, workforce development, and institutional growth. These priorities include expanding student success initiatives to improve graduation and retention rates, strengthening workforce programs to meet the evolving demands of the local economy, enhancing faculty and staff compensation to attract and retain top talent, establishing a School of Education to help improve teacher retention in district public schools, modernizing aging academic and research facilities to ensure that students have access to state-of-the-art learning environments, and establishing a permanent student housing program to foster student engagement, retention, and success. With the council's support, Mr. Chair, these strategic investments will allow UDC to remain a driver of economic mobility and educational attainment for district residents. Chairman Mendelson and esteemed council members and staff, I deeply appreciate your continued partnership and advocacy. Together, we will strengthen our community, transform lives, and solidify UDC's position as a national leader in urban public education. I look forward to your questions and our continued collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Eddington. I don't think you introduced the people who are with you.
Oh, no, thank you for that, my oversight. I'm joined by some members of my senior leadership team. We have Dr. April Massey, our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Terry Littleberry, our Chief Student Development and Success Officer, and Mr. David Franklin, our Chief Operating Officer.
Why don't I first just take up this issue? You heard the witness, Carlos Kelly.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that situation?
Yeah, I think members of the council received an email from Mr. Kelly, I believe, last week. And I immediately conferred with my general counsel about the communication, about how we should handle it. And we have referred that matter to our internal compliance officer to review the allegations made in that communication.
So based on not today's testimony, but an email to the council last week, you are looking at that.
Oh, yeah. That's how I became aware of those allegations, and it is under review. Yes.
Have you been contacted by the Inspector General?
I have not, and I don't think anyone at the institution has. No one's mentioned that to me yet. No. Okay. No. General counsel says no.
And I assume it's too soon for you to report anything to me.
Yeah, I think I just referred it on Friday. So.
Okay. I probably will discuss this with you the next time
Yes, sir.
we meet. You were not here at the very beginning of this hearing, nor were you expected to. We were getting testimony regarding the State Board of Education. But there was this testimony. The University of the District of Columbia's goal is to raise its six-year graduation rate to 65% by 2029. Does that sound right?
Yes.
But in 2023, that rate dropped by 14 percentage points to 40% at the flagship campus, lower than in 2022. Why? The Student Success Center is slated to open in the fall of 2025, but students need urgent support now. So can you speak to why you think it dropped and how it correlates with the Student Success Center?
No, yes, thank you. Yeah, so I believe that the data is referencing the six-year graduation rates, comparing the cohort that graduated in the 22-23 academic year to the cohort that graduated in the 23-24 graduation year. So the number did decline from 54% the prior year. Then the next cohort, the graduation rate was 40%. And I think some of the reasons, and probably the primary reason, is probably the impacts of COVID, because that later cohort started college right before COVID in the fall, I believe, of 2019. And so it would not be surprising, and I haven't looked at the data on this, right? But it would not be surprising if a higher number of students had their matriculation delayed between the 2019-20 year and 2024. That would probably be my best guess as why there was such a big drop.
But it is your goal to increase it. I don't have the number in front of me, but
Yeah. So no. So we have a major priority to get second year retention from the mid 60% to 80% range, and to get the six-year graduation rate up to 65% by 2029, which will exceed the national average for public four-year institutions.
it's also looking at your statement here, goal to double the number of credentials awarded.
Yes.
Now, is that necessarily a good thing? I
Oh,
remember.
yeah.
Well, before you answer, I remember roughly 10, 15 years ago. Now, the council might have been a little unfair, but it said to the university, you're offering way too many degrees. You don't have the enrollment to support that. So when I see doubling the number of credentials, is there the enrollment to support that? That's why I asked, is that a good thing to
Yeah.
double the number of credentials?
No, thank you. No, I appreciate that context. Yeah, so when we think about how we set that target, a significant portion of the increase in anticipated increase in degrees awarded is because we expect to increase student retention. And so if you look at our retention numbers now, I think I said we're in the mid 60% range, right? So that's losing a significant portion of students who start their career here. And so a combination of getting more students coming, right, because we're more attractive to students, but also retaining a much higher percentage of those students, those are the things that feed into us predicting that we'll double credentials, in addition to our goal to attract more transfer students as well. And so it's not just growing not for the sake of growing, right? It's strategic growth through a combination of increased student retention, as well as really focusing on certain target student demographics, like I mentioned, first-time in college students, transfer students, and then adult learners will continue to be an area of focus. But it's what I call strategic growth.
All of which adds up to the increasing enrollment by 50%.
Oh, yes.
So these things correlate. That is,
Mhm.
increasing the enrollment enables you, not just enables, but then maybe I'll say creates demand for more credentials being offered.
Yeah, we'll produce more credentials, right? So the more people we have enrolled means the more people will graduate if we retain them.
Oh, I may have read that wrong. Double the number of credentials, that means like, for instance, doubling the number of bachelor's degrees.
Yes, sir, that's right. That's what that
Oh, I
means.
was reading that as you offer a degree in this program.
Oh,
degree
more
in that
program offer.
program.
No.
Oh, I
No,
misread
no,
that.
I got you. Yeah.
Right, my bad. You also want to expand research expenditures by 50%. But earlier in your statement, you said you secured 41.3 million in external funding and was designated as a research college and university.
Yes.
That's pretty good, being designated as a research college and university.
Yeah, we're proud of that, yes. But our goal is to, so there are 3 categories in that classification system. There is R1, which is at the top, R2, and then RCU, which is where we are. So we're very proud of the current designation, but our aspirations are to achieve R2 status, which will require us to produce more doctoral degrees. So yes, we're happy, but we have aspirations to grow.
So what are the ways in which UDC is considering expanding access to associate's degree programs and increasing enrollment in high demand, high wage pathways?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're doing is baked into our strategic plan, and we started working on this, is to have what I call stronger academic and workforce alignment. And so we look at our degree offerings, we look at labor market demand, we look at student interests, and to work harder to ensure that the programs that we offer align very well with that. And that includes getting feedback from employers and guidance from employers. And it includes using the results of research studies, such as, we recently received a report through the Education Through Employment Pathways program. But we're using that information to make decisions about what kind of programs and what areas we should offer programs and which programs we should expand and which programs are not prioritized for expansion. And so those are some of the ways that we're really going to try to increase interest, right, by demonstrating that UDC provides pathways to high wage, high demand careers. And then when we look at our associate degree programs offered by the community college, it's centered around the concept of seamless pathways. And so you heard a student testify about our workforce development program, right? We want more seamless pathways from students in that program to transition to the community college program to get an AA degree. And then we want our AA programs to position students for one or two things. You get an AA credential, you're either going to go into the workforce and get a job in a high demand field that's at a living wage, or you're going to continue your matriculation into a bachelor's program. And so those are some of the strategies that we're employing in real time to really sharpen our focus as an institution.
So could you say more about what the Student Success Center is?
Yes. So one of the things that we did in the phases of developing the strategic plan, we prioritize student success, right, as a focus of the plan. And we identified benchmarks, right, that we talked about earlier around retention rates and graduation rates. And then we looked at best practices in terms of what institutions across the country have done to significantly improve student outcomes. And so we identified best practices. And one of those has to do with how support services are offered to students. And what we don't have right now is a centralized one-stop shop for academic support services and wraparound services, right? And so the Student Success Center, the concept is to have a one location where students can go and receive academic advising, career counseling, academic coaching, and other supports. And it's housed, as I said, in one location, but the staff in that location collaborate more effectively together. We offer training for staff in a more cohesive fashion. And so we've identified a facility that we're going to renovate with the fall 2025 target to open it up.
And where will this facility be?
It's going to be in the Walgreens building that we lease on Connecticut Ave, 4225.
You said 4225.
Yes.
And it's going to open in the fall?
That's the target date, yes.
Now I have a note here. How will this center work with the early alert system?
Oh, yeah. So as you're aware, we received $1.1 million in funding, new funding last fiscal year. Part of that funding is to hire 10 new academic advisors, and they'll be housed in that Student Success Center. Some of that funding is used to support us having access to early alert software, predictive analytics software. So an example is the academic advisors will use the early alert system to proactively identify students who are at risk or potentially at risk. And one of the ways is faculty have access to the system as well. And so they'll enter information into the system about a student's progress in a course, right, during the course of a semester. And so the advisors will look for indicators, right? They'll look at the students' files, their cases, and they'll look in the system and look for indicators of at-risk behavior. And then they will proactively intervene to provide advisement and support or direct the student to a tutoring center, as example. So it's what we call a proactive approach, as opposed to waiting for the student to initiate contact with various offices. And so that'll be part of, I mean, we're using it now, but we're going to expand the usage of it as we build out a larger advising infrastructure.
Give me an example. What's at-risk behavior?
Oh, okay. So take myself, Maurice Eddington, as a student in a chemistry class, right? In the first semester. The typical way to know if I'm at risk is after I fail the class. I get a D or an F, and that's when my GPA is computed, and then my advisor may get that information, or I go to my advisor. In this scheme, the professor is asked periodically to provide a report on Maurice Eddington's status as a student in his class. If Maurice Eddington fails the first and second quiz, right, within the first 3 weeks, the professor can put an indicator. Eddington has failed the first 2 quizzes. We haven't had an exam yet, but that is, he's an potentially at-risk student now. And someone will engage with student Eddington from the advisor side and try to get Eddington to go get academic support, send the person to a coach, or just advise the person, right? And so you intervene much earlier in this process so that you can make a difference before, in this case, the end of the semester. Right? I can get help before I take the first test if quiz grades are being used to monitor. So that's one example. There's financial indicators too. If we see that a student has a financial need, hasn't paid their balance, right? The student may be in financial distress, so we don't have to wait until the semester's over to try to intervene and provide support. You know, there's many other kinds of examples.
Okay, thank you. Do you happen to know what the turnover rate is among tenure or tenure track faculty?
Yes, I have not calculated the turnover rate, but I can provide some context if you want about the situation. Okay, and I'll defer, if you don't mind, to our chief academic officer on that.
Good afternoon. We have been looking very intentionally at rates of retention for all faculty members, and we've looked very closely at 2023, 24, 22, 23, and 23, 24 in terms of hiring cycles. And we had major loss of faculty, some of it fueled at the tail end of the COVID pandemic when all of higher ed was experiencing what was termed the Great Resignation. And we had years where we were hiring between 40 and 45 faculty members in those two hiring cycles. We looked very closely at the retention of those faculty members hired, and we're looking at better than 80% across those 2 years in terms of faculty members kept. And so in some of the colleges and schools, we've had 100% retention. We've struggled in the area of business where salaries tend to be considerably higher. And so we're working very closely to reimagine pay scales that are much more competitive in attracting and retaining business faculty members. We have had good stability across the institution's 20-year, most recent 20-year history in terms of retaining faculty at the upper levels of the faculty scale, so associate and full professors where you would have tenured professors. A lot of our instability has been at the assistant professor rank where people coming in new, looking for more competitive packaging, have been pulled away from us largely by the area universities, particularly in the sciences, in engineering, in business. So I'm hoping that I'm answering your question, but you may have some follow-up.
You are, and I'm wondering if it might be more helpful to us if you put all that in writing and a little
sure.
bit more.
Well, Mr. Chair, Dr. Lobert reminded me of probably even a more impactful example around your question about early alert is it also tracks student attendance. And so when you see a student not coming to class, that's also an at-risk indicator.
Which makes sense.
Mm.
One of UDC's workforce development and lifelong learner program priorities for FY24 was to, quote, facilitate seamless onboarding and matriculation of all university students, unquote. What challenges or success have you experienced implementing this priority?
Yeah, I remember talking to our dean, Dean Smith of the program last year, sometime last year, just about areas that she had observed that needed improvement. And she mentioned that to me, right, last year about something that the program was working on. And then fast forward, to answer your question, because I had opportunity to witness an example of some enhancements that were made over there. But some of the issues had to do, I think, with transitioning students into that program, making sure that they were aware of the program requirements, right? What is it going to take for you to be successful in the courses that you enrolled in, and what type of time commitment, skills, assistance you may need, right? Those were some of the issues of us communicating, getting students to understand that at the beginning. And so one of the things that they've done is they've enhanced their student orientation program. And I had an opportunity to be a part of that at the start of this semester to see firsthand some of the programming. And so they basically spent all day with the incoming cohort and taking them through a series of sessions. And I had a chance to speak at the morning session. But to really take time to ensure that the students are well-oriented to facilitate a successful transition into the program before they start taking the courseworks.
So would you say you're being successful in meeting this priority?
Well, I would say that the enhancements have just started being put into play, right? So the example that I gave about what I saw, I was very impressed. I spoke and hung around for a little bit and watched the session. I think that kind of approach is going to be helpful to address those issues, yes.
Can you provide an update on UDC's partnership with the Advanced Technical Center?
Oh, yeah. So it's going well. UDC's role in the partnership is we provide instruction in the cyber component of the program. And all the feedback that I've seen from our faculty, from students, a couple of times I've interacted with students, and from the staff has been very positive. In terms of enrollment, I believe the enrollment has increased this year up to 111 students from 70 students last year. So it looks like it's still going very well.
That was enrollment from 70 to 111?
Yes, sir. For fall 2024 semester.
How does UDC track student success and job placement beyond graduation?
Yeah, so that's something that we have really embraced, and so that falls into a category of what I call employment outcomes or postgraduate outcomes. And so we have developed what we call institutional performance outcomes framework. And as part of that framework, we have a plan. It's called an accountability plan, but it has several metrics, student-focused metrics, retention, graduation, but there's a whole bunch of other student success metrics that we use. And so we want to use postgraduate outcomes, but that's an area where historically we haven't had data, right? We have not tracked that kind of data. It's very difficult to get the meaningful kind. But fortunately, through that report, the ETP report, they have begun to do research to track employment outcomes for graduates from district high schools and UDC. And so one of the first reports they issued contained information on employment outcomes. And so our team is working with them as part of the research. But to answer your question is we're going to use those metrics and incorporate them into our performance outcomes framework. So as we start tracking, we'll have those metrics to use to track in terms of success of students after graduation. And then in my prior experience before I got here, that was something that we did. And we tracked two different things. We tracked wages of graduates a year out after graduation, and we tracked the percent of graduates who were employed at a certain time period. And I found that to be very helpful because it informs what kind of programs you offer and what programs you emphasize. And so we're going to take the same approach.
How is UDC strengthening partnerships with local and regional universities?
Yeah, so we have a plan in place to establish pathways between the different universities. And so one of the things that we did to help facilitate that plan is we established a new position, a staff position, an AVP for educational outreach and partnerships. And part of that role is specifically designed to help build pathways between our AA program and other universities, bachelor's programs, pathways between community colleges and our four-year programs, pathways between our four-year programs and graduate schools. And so I've had some very preliminary conversations with two local presidents about that concept, but that's one of the priorities that role is going to work to build out. But that's the strategy, right? Is to have pathways between all those different types of partnerships.
The idea being that a student at UDC could take a course offering at another university as part of their degree program with you, or that a student who gets an associate degree with you could then fairly seamlessly go to another university for a four-year degree?
Yes, it's the latter, right?
The latter.
Right. It's basically saying any credential at any level that we offer, we'd like to have partnerships to get to the next level, right? Of course, we'd like students who get their AA degrees to stay at UDC and get a bachelor's, but some students want to leave, right? And so we would like a partnership, say UDC to Howard, as an example, in targeted programs, right? So a student can come in and get their first credential with us and then take the next step at that other institution. And then it works the other way with the community colleges. They get an AA at a Nova, and then there's a pathway into a specific degree program at UDC, and that's how that partnership would work.
So you've had preliminary discussions with 2 university presidents. So this is all brand new.
Oh, yes, it's all part of the new strategic plan. Yeah.
What's the next milestone with regard to this, if I may characterize it as a milestone?
Oh, it would be to identify the set of institutions and begin having conversations about articulation agreements with them. And so that's those conversations have not happened yet, but that is on the action plan for the person who has this responsibility.
So you've had preliminary discussions, but I'm writing down here, serious discussions or negotiations.
Yeah. We'll start. Yeah, my conversations with the 2 different presidents where we were talking, hey, we should think about this. Would you be amenable to this? Oh yeah, let's talk. Right. Community college was one of those, and comprehensive university was the other one. So the first one was, hey, community college pathway to us with that president, and the other was, hey, would you be interested in us having a pathway to send our graduates from, say, our bachelor's programs to some of your professional or graduate programs? That was the second conversation.
And were the conversations positive?
Oh, yeah. Both were. The first one mentioned it before I did. I had that on my list with the community college president, but she mentioned it to me first. And I said, oh, yeah, that's exactly what we want to do with you. I see your brain working.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking.
I see it.
I'm thinking of a bad joke, and I think I'm not going to go there. Anything else? I think we're good for the moment. Tentatively, we're looking at April 24th for your budget hearing.
Okay.
So I have a schedule, but this was written in January and the council hasn't adopted its budget hearing schedule yet, so that could change.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, thank you. Oh, no, I had one other question. I just realized, I did have a question for you about overtime.
Oh,
We had
yes.
asked you about overtime.
Yes.
And, there was testimony about one police officer. It looks like last year, he received almost $57,000 in overtime with a $72,000, almost $73,000 a year salary. But you've got 10 police officers who are on this list of top 15 overtime earners. And they're not all police. So your pneumatic control engineer has a salary of $103,000 and earned $56,000 in overtime. The next 2 on the list are police officers at $33,000 and $28,000 in overtime. I remember asking you about this last year with regard to police officers, and you have a shortage, but can't you look at alternatives to paying overtime? Because overtime, last I checked, is time and a half. So you're getting less work for the amount that you're paying.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's excessive. Yeah. And it's something that we are definitely working on. I think Mr. Kelly, who testified, actually mentioned something that he started to address that, which is changing the shift hours for the officers. And I believe that is going to lead to a significant reduction in those overtime hours moving forward. I think it continues to be an issue with the police officers in terms of the need to have them work. But it's something that we're working on to get that addressed.
What kind of hiring standards do you have for police? Do you recall?
Yeah, do you have an answer for that one?
So, David Franklin, Chief Operating Officer. So in terms of addressing this issue, let me just share, the council did give the university additional funding in FY24 in the amount of $225,000. And that is going to go towards, again, increasing the number of police officers. On top of that, we just also reallocated funds in the amount of $84,000 in FY '25 to again boost that particular office, an increase in the number of police officers and in essence hoping to reduce the number of overtime. But I would also share with the council here, the issue regarding overtime for police officers is just not tied to UDC. It's a national issue. One of the things that we struggle with is even the salaries, where we have police officers that come on board and then after getting their certification, they leave to MPD or other institutions that pay actually higher wages. So these are things that are in essence attributing to the overtime that we have seen at UDC.
Yes, my question was, what qualifications do you require for a police officer?
So in terms of qualifications, we require at this point in time a degree of a high school degree at this point. So if you could come to you could be a police officer at UDC with a high school degree. You have to go through the training, police training.
How long is that and where is that? Is that at the MPD Police Academy?
That is correct.
How long is that training?
It's a couple of months. So even when we bring them on board, they're not technically able to serve in that capacity until they complete that particular training.
But if it's a couple of months, that's less than what MPD officers go through.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that's bad. So I would think it would actually be easier to hire for your police than it is to hire for MPD.
Yes, it is easier, but the thing is not only the hiring, but it's the retention. So, you know, it's almost like you're going on a cycle where you're hiring, but then you're losing and you're having to hire all over again because you're losing these police officers to other entities that can have higher wages for them.
How many officers do you have?
Give me a moment, I have to look that up.
Well, while you're looking that up, Dr. Eddington or President Eddington, there's some other positions. I mentioned pneumatic control engineer, $56,000. Maintenance mechanic, almost $28,000. Maintenance mechanic locksmith, $25,000.
Yeah, and I've shared some thoughts, and CEO can chime in. I think some of those positions are needed because of the aging infrastructure. I know that one of those positions is a person who has to manually come in and adjust the temperature in some of the buildings because the equipment is outdated. And he's literally there around the clock. And so I think that's contributing to what you're looking at in terms of.
But is that
numbers.
the only option, or is it to hire a second person?
Well, I mean, I think that we could, just using that as an example, and let me speak generally because I don't know all the specifics, but that's an option, yes. I don't know if it's better than this option, right? Because what we want is a long-term solution to the issue, meaning we don't want somebody to have to come in manually, so we're trying to modernize the facilities. I'm talking about that specific case here, so that's not a long-term issue. And David, you can chime in with a little more detail on that.
Well, I'm just looking, you got 3 maintenance positions.
Yeah.
Which combined got about $75,000, $80,000 in overtime. And I'm just looking at what their salaries are. 67,000, 86,000, 86,000. So you could.
No, I see
pretty
what,
much
yeah, no, I'm
hire
not disputing
somebody.
what you're saying. Yeah. We could literally take those dollars and create a full-time position.
Yes.
You're right. And do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. So one of the challenges that we have with that, council, is at the end of the day, the way that we're paying the overtime is through lapsed dollars. So we don't have the challenge that the university encounters, that we don't have the cash up front. So when you see the overtime that's being charged, we're being able to pay that through lapsed salaries from other positions.
Yeah, that doesn't. impressed me.
Yeah. It doesn't impress me either, but that's the fact. So one of the things that we're looking at this point in time is looking at our Schedule A, looking where we can actually reduce some of these positions that have been vacant for a substantial amount of time and really allocate those to those particular areas to reduce the overtime overall as well.
So on the police,
So on the police, we have currently 17 police officers on staff as of today.
and how many vacancies on top of that?
We have a total of 7 vacancies as of today.
So your goal is to have 24 officers.
Well, the 17 is police officers. The vacancies is the entire police force, including sergeants, including lieutenants, including the deputy chief.
Sure, but those are all police officers.
That's
So
correct.
it would be 24 would be your goal.
That is correct.
Could you give me a report, as in following up? So you're gonna give me something on faculty turnover. Also on, maybe what I want is a list of all of your police positions. And for the ones that are filled, how long they have been at the university.
Okay.
And I think I'm looking for how long they've been at the university on the police force,
Correct.
not how long
Yep.
they've been in that position.
Gotcha.
So if there's a sergeant who's been there for 20 years, but he's only been a sergeant for 6 months, I'd like the 20 years.
Got it. Okay, yes, sir.
Understood.
All right, now I'm done with you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and your
Yes.
staff for your time, attention, and support. We appreciate you
Yes,
all.
no, thank you.
My haste, I forgot one important item. If you'll indulge me. I do have members of our Board of Trustees here in support. We have our Chair, Chris Bell. We have Warner Session. I don't know if we had anyone else. Yeah, so just want to acknowledge and thank them for their attention, as well as our leadership members who also are here to support. Thank you all.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
If I didn't have my glasses on, I would see them in the back. All right, we're going to turn to the Public Charter School Board, and we have looks like we have about 20 witnesses before we get to the PCSB leadership. So let me call the first 10 up. Robert Henderson, who is a Ward 5 representative on the State Board of Education. Danielle Robinette, who's Senior Policy Attorney at Children's Law Center. Kathy Riley, Executive Director of Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators. Valerie Jablow. Matthew McCray. Carrie Fischerow, who's Executive Director of the Washington Yu-Ying Public Charter School. Shannon Hodge, President of KIP DC. Allison Kokoros, CEO of Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Vivian Robledo, who is Executive Director of the Next Step PCS El Proximo Paso PCS. Eleni Lawrence, CEO, Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Jeanette Arandia, teacher at the Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. They're all here in person. We're going to run out of seats, but I think what I'd like is fill up the 4 seats, and because I'm going to call one other person, Victoria Bonilla. Is she here? And then you sit in the front row and then kick these people out of their seats after they testify. No, you can stay. No, I think the students or teachers can switch seats, maybe. Oh, I have been offering the gold stars to people who are in person. Nobody's collected them yet. Give me just a second here. No? So we have a mix of folks in person and online. I believe Robert Henderson is here online. Mr. Henderson, you're up. Folks who are online, if you would please be in gallery view so you can see the clock. And since we're moving along at a pace, I may cut people off quicker when they go over 3 minutes. Mr. Henderson?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. I am testifying today in my individual capacity as Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education, and I'm not representing the views of the board as a whole. My testimony will speak to the performance of the Public Charter School Board and the Deputy Mayor for Education. First, for the Public Charter School Board, as I testified last week regarding DCPS, I will say also of the charter sector. We simply must do better to serve students with disabilities. The stories that I hear from families that have had to fight for every service that they got for their students, often succeeding only after engaging an advocate or lawyer, come from both sectors. Although the report of the DC Advisory Committee on the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights issued in December noted that charter schools are more likely than DCPS to settle due process complaints, there are still too many cases that come to the point of the complaint. Secondly, I think that we all agree that outcomes such as what transpired with Eagle Charter School last year should be avoided. Although I supported the board's decision to reject the proposed takeover by another LEA, Eagle's health should never have become so dire, nor should its closure have been so abrupt and disruptive to families and staff. I share and appreciate the conclusions evident in the PCSB testimony today that stronger oversight is warranted and that charter board members likely need more training and support. Finally, I am unconvinced that the accountability in the form of the Aspire framework or the specter of closure is an effective or sufficient driver of school improvement. I think OSSI or the PCSB might need to intervene with resources or direction to drive improvement. For the Deputy Mayor for Education's office, I fully agree with and appreciate the testimony that, quote, we must also do more to tackle the root causes of poverty, as we know our schools cannot bear this responsibility alone, end quote. Indeed, I believe that addressing poverty holistically is the most significant thing we could do to improve student outcomes. I also think that we need to do more to address the concentration of need that we have in our school system. We have supplemental funding for schools with more than 40% and 70% at-risk enrollment. It is not enough. Furthermore, we have 24 schools with more than 80% at-risk enrollment. These schools may need substantially greater resources than schools with smaller shares of at-risk students. Increased funding weights for several student populations, including special education, as recommended by the DME's 2023 funding study, would be a good start, but only if it is implemented. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Danielle Robinette.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. As the council prepares for another tough budget season, we want to highlight both successes and areas of growth in the education sector. My testimony today addresses both the Public Charter School Board and the Deputy Mayor for Education. Regarding PCSB, FY24 brought to light concerning gaps in the oversight of DC charter schools. The abrupt closure of Eagle Academy demonstrated inadequacy in PCSB's procedures for identifying concerns and protecting school communities from the fallout of leadership mistakes. In December, PCSB testified before this committee that they had followed their protocol regarding Eagle Academy's financial concerns. However, Dr. Walker Davis noted that once Eagle Academy decided to relinquish their charter, there was no action PCSB could take to stop the board's vote or reverse Eagle's actions. Ultimately, if procedures were followed, yet Eagle was still able to abruptly close and displace students, changes must be made to the procedures. Relatedly, PCSB recently issued a notice of concern to the Seed School of Washington, DC, for, quote, failing to adhere to federal and local special education compliance regulations regarding discipline of students with disabilities. While we are glad to see PCSB act now, this is another example of a school that had several red flags over the years that should have raised concern. Even when PCSB's oversight process manages to identify and address concerns, the process is slow, while students and families continue to suffer in the meantime. We urge the council to increase transparency and accountability from charter schools and the PCSB. Proactive oversight by the council and/or the Office of the State Superintendent could bring issues to light earlier so that families can make informed decisions about where to send their children to school. Turning to the DME, we commend Deputy Mayor Kine and his team for their commitment to addressing students' barriers to attendance. Through their leadership of the Everyday Counts Task Force, the DME has taken on the difficult task of gathering, organizing, and facilitating cooperation among disparate DC agencies. While CLC has worked with the Everyday Counts Task Force for many years, in FY24, the DME invited us to serve on the steering committee. We know that it is uncomfortable for government agencies to open their work to non-government partners, especially one full of lawyers like Children's Law Center. However, the DME has demonstrated a willingness to work openly with community partners, even when it is uncomfortable. If we expect students and families to be vulnerable in sharing their barriers to attendance, it is good to have leadership willing to be vulnerable in addressing their own challenges. Going forward, we urge the DME to prioritize the unique needs of students in the care of DC. While district-wide attendance rates improved last year, rates for students under the care of CFSA got significantly worse. The district's absenteeism response must meet the needs of students who have historically been furthest from opportunity. The SEDC Coordinating Committee could be a valuable tool in this work. After many delays, the DME has hired a director of strategic initiatives charged with leadership of this committee. We hope that DME will prioritize SEDC in FY25. Thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Kathy Riley?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the Public Charter School Board. My name is Kathy Riley, and I'm head of SHAPE and also do C4DC in the Word for Ed Alliance. I hope the council will help facilitate with your government partners policy that helps us be more efficient and effective for all the children in DC, especially as we head into a year with great uncertainty under the new administration. We've had the cushion of living in a city that was growing, a city with balanced budgets and the ability to fund 69 separate school systems. We are heavy on administration in this model. The agreed upon vision both in 2014 and most recently by two different groups, including both DCP and the charters, is of a core system of high quality DCPS schools of right, complemented by a set of high quality public charter and DCPS citywide school options. The new U.S. Secretary of Education has prioritized education freedom. I want to note that we in the district, including the 52,000 students enrolled in DCPS, have chosen to have a public system where we together figure out what is in the best educational interest of all of the children, working to not privilege some over others. In order to continue to realize this vision, we're going to have to shift and be more strategic. Your hearing today is on an oversight of the group that does oversight of the charters. As has been noted with Eagle Academy, there needs to be more oversight of the public dollars, which are about $1 billion. The 68 local education agencies represent a huge range of schools, all with very different financials as represented in the audits on the Public Charter School Board website. This is not my expertise, but I think you should be able to ask how much public money is essentially profit, accumulated year over year. There are net assets and cash noted of millions of dollars. I know this is complicated, but I think you should be able to figure that out. And to this point, you might ask how many CEOs are paid over the reported $280,000 salary of the Chancellor of DCPS. We know from the school funding study that there was an excess of $20 million paid for facilities to the charter sector. If we're going to meet the commitment and the vision, we're going to have to the charter school board is going to have to distinguish where the need is. Is it as they open or expand school? Is it in the operator's need, or is it really in the need of the city? The goal of recommendation 23 in the boundary study is to get better joint planning at a moment where there is excess space in both sectors. The last sentence, though, is that this aligned planning process will not change existing legal authority on the part of DCPS or the DC Public Charter School Board, but evaluate the expectation of public transparency for increased accountability. We hope that how will that accountability occur? We will continue to engage in this effort noted in the implementation plan and hope that you will consider some guardrails to address the inequity and destabilization that we have now with a system that incentivizes expansion and mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Valerie Jablow.
Hi, I'm Valerie Jablow, a DC public education analyst. Public witnesses at the December hearing on Eagle Academy outlined how Eagle's fiscal practices went publicly unnoted for years by the Charter Board. Unfortunately, the Charter Board's ongoing real-time fiscal analyses continue to not be publicly centered. For example, in response to council questions about which schools were not meeting fiscal floors, the Charter Board gave only numbers of schools, not names. The Charter Board then provided the council a fiscal monitoring list with names of schools and reasons for inclusion, but that fiscal monitoring list has only a fraction of schools on the Charter Board's first response to the council. So where and what are the rest? The Charter Board also posted different versions of its December 20th, 2024 fiscal monitoring list. A version with rocket ship was with materials for the January 27th Charter Board meeting, while subsequent fiscal monitoring lists with the same date dropped rocket ship. The note for rocket ship said it was included because of, quote, net deficit and dependency on parent organization enrollment decline, unquote. So what happened with rocket ship? While separately posted on the Charter Board's website now, the fiscal monitoring lists are not clearly tagged as having real-time information. And while the Charter Board also gave the council a list of schools recently flagged for concerns around key financial indicators, as far as I know, this list is not posted anywhere on the Charter Board's website. To be sure, the Charter Board makes easily accessible fiscal data at least a year old, such as 990s, school budgets, financial analysis reports, FARs, and audits. But the Charter Board's ongoing real-time fiscal analyses of individual charter school financial health, specifically notices of fiscal concern, fiscal monitoring lists, schools failing to meet key financial indicators, and schools failing to meet fiscal floors, are not at all easily, or sometimes at all, accessible or trackable. It is important to remember that fiscal monitoring lists do not include all schools not meeting fiscal floors, all those triggering concerns around key financial indicators, or all those receiving notices of fiscal concern. Because these other ongoing real-time measures of fiscal health are less publicly accessible than the fiscal monitoring lists now, it is difficult for the public to know what the Charter Board is concerned about at any given moment with the fiscal situation of any given LEA. All of these ongoing real-time fiscal analyses are not proprietary and need to be clearly disseminated. Putting all of them in one website, searchable by LEA and regularly updated, will permit families to know where any school stands in a sector consuming $1 billion of DC taxpayer funds annually. Yet just in February alone, the Charter Board held no less than 3 closed meetings to discuss charter reviews in the wake of a new fiscal monitoring list dated January 27th, with another 2 schools added, bringing the total to 12, almost 20% of all DC charters. Clearly, the fiscal health of our charters is an urgent matter not being conveyed to families effectively, if at all. Thus, I ask now that all fiscal monitoring lists, notices of fiscal concern, lists of schools not meeting fiscal floors, and lists of schools with concerns around key financial indicators are posted prominently by the Charter Board in one public website, searchable by LEA and updated monthly, with the dates and the reasons the LEAs appeared on the lists and why and when they were removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jablow. Matthew McCray, I believe, is not here. Carly Fischerow.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Carly Fischerow, and I'm the Executive Director at Washington U Ying Public Charter School, a high-performing Chinese immersion international baccalaureate elementary school in Ward 5. I am also a proud Ward 5 resident, a Ward 5 employee, and a Ward 5 public charter school parent. The power of community and building futures. This year marked a transformative moment for Yu Ying with the opening of our new early years campus. What began as a bold vision has become a vibrant reality. Expanding access to our innovative program, this milestone was not just about constructing a building, it was about creating opportunities for our students and strengthening our community. A couple of students who you met from our community this morning. The success of this project is a testament to the power of collaboration among our schools, families, and city's leaders. I want to express my deep gratitude to the Office of the State Superintendent for its facilities loan program, the SOAR Facilities Grant, the DC Public Charter School Board for not only its strategic Aspire framework, but also its dedicated staff and board members who created a clear, rigorous process to approve our enrollment ceiling increase as well as our facilities amendment, and who also provided ongoing side-by-side support as we prepared to open our beautiful new building just 2 months ago on January 2nd, 2025. I also want to recognize the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development for supporting charter school facilities through the DC Revenue Bond Program, and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education for ensuring families can continue to navigate their school choices through My School DC. A special thank you also to Director Hanlon from the Department of Buildings and William Liggins from the Office of Tax and Revenue's Bond Program. Their direct and collaborative work with city leaders made our campus opening possible. I also want to extend my gratitude to our Ward 5 Council member, Zachary Parker, and our local 5A ANC leadership for their steadfast support and advocacy in making the project a reality. This allowed us to continue to be a home of a high-quality, innovative public school, and it's been essential in helping Yu Ying grow and thrive. This is a model of a bold, innovative charter. Our school and others like it are fulfilling many of the promises of the charter school movement at large to provide families and students with exciting and innovative models that challenge the status quo and expand educational opportunities beyond. Families continue to choose Yu Ying because we offer something truly unique. A rigorous, bilingual, globally focused education that prepares students for a rapidly changing world. And today, our 4th grade students, the Whale class, and Dr. Mario Clapton, who got your first gold star, they are an outstanding representation of who we are as a community, along with our great educators, Trotter Lauscher and Sims Lauscher. They had the privilege of visiting you, and their visit reinforced the importance of our civic engagement and see firsthand how government works, which is important now more than ever. They remind us that every decision we make here today directly impacts the future of our city. While the building and resources are critical, it's the people inside our schools that make them special. The results speak for themselves. In the past 2 years, Yu Ying has retained 91% and 90% of our teachers respectfully and significantly outpace citywide averages. We know that when teachers stay, students thrive, and this stability allows for stronger relationships. Additionally, families continue to choose Yu Ying in record numbers. This year, we've received already 1,066 applications, with 633 families ranking us among their top 3 choices. These numbers reflect the demand for high-quality language immersion education and trust that families have put because of our dedicated staff. To continue this work, we need your continued investment in all public schools, charter and DCPS. Competitive teacher salaries, robust academic programming, and student success are interconnected, and equitable funding makes that possible.
Mr. Shiro, you are a minute over your time.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, and if you could give us a copy of your statement.
Of course.
I'll be able to read the rest. Thank you. Shannon Hodge.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee staff. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the president of KIPP DC Public Schools, where 1,400 teachers, staff, and leaders educate and support over 7,000 DC students across campuses in wards 2, 5, 7, and 8. This school year, KIPP DC is prioritizing literacy, math, student attendance, and enrollment. We've joined dozens of KIPP regions across the country in adopting new research-based curricula, along with the strategies that will drive successful implementation and improve student outcomes. We've placed nearly 25,000 decodable text in K-4 classroom libraries. We've introduced new assessments, tighter assessment cycles, and more regular data review to give us more actionable information about student learning. We're training veteran math teacher leaders in more advanced practices for lesson facilitation and data analysis. We've implemented a research-based, data-driven approach to attendance that's rooted in empathy and listening to our families. and we're focused on understanding and developing strategies responsive to the city's changing enrollment landscape. We're doing all this work with an eye toward building upon 2 decades of proven results to develop into a more impactful, innovative, and inclusive school system that provides joyful, identity-affirming learning experiences so that all students and alumni achieve extraordinary outcomes. Every day, KIPP-DC students, families, teachers, and staff take important steps to continue to add to the more than 2,000 KIPP-DC alumni who are in college or self-sustaining careers. DC's strong education ecosystem is integral to student success and that of the schools serving them. Many entities, including several before you today, play critical roles in that ecosystem. LEAs, including charters, are responsible for providing a quality education through schools that families are proud to choose. DC PCSB is responsible for ensuring a robust charter sector with school options responsive to public needs. DC PCSB is also responsible for holding LEAs accountable to the goals specified in their charter agreements. The DME is responsible for ensuring the citywide vision for education can thrive throughout the public education ecosystem, including in charter schools that educate nearly half of the city's students who attend public schools. The SBOE is responsible for setting high standards, and the mayor and council are responsible for ensuring equitable funding and supportive legislative and regulatory environments that recognize the importance of flexibility for charter success. Student successes, and there are many, are school successes, and schools' successes, and there are many, are the ecosystem's successes. And our challenges are also the ecosystem's challenges. We have so much work to do. To keep realizing the citywide educational improvements that recently released NAEP scores evidence, we must continue to work together strategically. In order to ensure that our public education ecosystem continues to thrive, I urge the council and the agencies here to do what they can to ensure that all public school students have access to an excellent education. Thank you for your continued support of and investment in education, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Allison Kokoris.
Thank you. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name again is Allison Kokoros, and I'm the proud CEO of the Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Today, you'll hear from my colleagues at the Carlos Rosario School, as well as other adult charter schools, about the critical role we play in preparing the workers, citizens, and parents who shape our great city. For over 50 years, the Carlos Rosario School has provided top-tier education, training, and support to the district's immigrant adult learners who come from over 80 different countries and speak 30 different languages. Today, we're serving over 2,100 learners from all 8 wards of the District of Columbia, equipping them with English skills, high school diplomas, digital literacy, and career certifications, preparing them for in-demand jobs, strengthening the local workforce and our region. Last year, you, along with the mayor, made a tremendous investment in adult learners by increasing the adult education weight in the UPSFF. And I'd love to share with you a little bit today about the return on that critical investment. With increased funding, we have hired tutors to provide specialized supports for students with learning differences. We've expanded our bilingual IT onboarding supports for new students to help them quickly learn how to use devices, connect to the internet, and engage with our learning management system. And we've expanded our data analysis capacity, which is supporting our work to identify and address common barriers to student persistence. As a result, students with learning differences are now measurably progressing in their learning. As a result, our learners are more quickly gaining the digital literacy skills and confidence that they need to advance their learning and access employment opportunities and district resources. And also, we are seeing significantly higher student persistence rates this school year compared to prior years. Our school model is highly effective. We've maintained a Tier 1 rating for all of the years the school has been tiered, and in 2023 passed our high-stakes 25-year charter review with a unanimous vote of support from the DC Public Charter School Board. In recent years, we've graduated 140 certified nurse aides, 95 bilingual teaching assistants, 113 IT professionals, and 178 credentialed restaurant and hotel professionals, among many other graduates that are continuing to contribute to DC's local economy. Our graduates are highly trained, relied upon by DC Region's employers, such as the Washington Hospital Center, DC Public Schools, and hotels to fuel their growth. So before I close, I would just really like to deeply express my appreciation to you, to the DC Public Charter School Board, the Deputy Mayor for Education, as well as this council at large for your continued support. In DC, adult education is public education, and our city is better for it. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for your continued support and investment in adult learners and adult serving schools.
Thank you, Ms. Kokoros. Vivian Robledo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Dr. Vivian Robledo, and I am the Executive Director of the Next Step Public Charter School, the hidden gem of Columbia Heights. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about our work and impact of adult education in the district. The Next Step is a unique institution serving students between the ages of 16 and 30, young people who are too old for traditional high school, yet needing more preparation before entering community college or improving skills for better work opportunities. Many of our students have experienced interrupted education, are English language learners, or are balancing work and family responsibilities while striving to earn their high school credential. Our bilingual education and GED program ensures that students can learn in the language that best supports their success, and our wraparound services, including daycare, job assistance, case management, and mental health supports, to name a few, help remove barriers that often prevent students from continuing their education. This past year, we served approximately 500 students, with 76% of eligible test takers passing the GED and seeing significant academic growth in both reading and math. Our students' resilience is reflected in their success stories. At our recent gala, a student speaker shared how the Next Step gave them the opportunity to overcome homelessness and the flexibility to pursue their GED while working and caring for their family. He is currently a case manager supporting unhoused youth and young adults. Another inspiring example is one of our current board members. He is a proud graduate of the Next Step, and he now plays an active role in shaping our school's future, and he also plays a role in supporting the president of UDC. The council's investment in education has made a tangible difference. With increased funding, we have expanded our college and career programming, allowing students to gain college credit with Bard Early College and industry-recognized credential in fields like green construction through our partnership with Catholic Charities. These programs bridge the gap between education and employment, setting our students on a path toward economic mobility. However, challenges still remain. Many of our students juggle full-time work, childcare, and school, which impacts attendance. Our evening program provides a critical alternative, allowing students with a full-time day job to pursue their education in the evening on a flexible schedule. Continued investment in adult education will allow us to sustain and grow all of our programs, ensuring that more students have success and access to life-changing opportunities. Education should not have an expiration date. The Next Step plays a vital role in DC's public education landscape, providing a bridge for young adults who might otherwise be left behind. I urge the council to continue supporting adult education funding and policies that recognize the unique needs of our students. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to ensuring that all DC residents, regardless of their age or background, have the opportunity to succeed. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you Eleni Lawrence? Please proceed.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Eleni Lawrence, and I'm the proud native Washingtonian, DC Public Schools graduate. I live in Ward 4, and I'm the parent of a student in a DC Public Charter School, as well as an alumnus. And I also serve on the board of the DC International Public Charter School. I have the pleasure of serving as a Chief Academic Officer at the Carlos Rosario School, which serves adult learners from all 8 wards who are improving their English language skills, earning their GEDs, and preparing to enter the workforce in our career training programs in culinary arts, nursery training, bilingual teaching assistant, and IT fundamentals. First, I want to thank the Council for its continued support of adult serving schools. This support is felt directly by our students who come to our classrooms eager to learn and determined to achieve their goals. I have worked at Carlos Rosario since 2015, and every year I'm inspired by our students' resilience and drive. Take Henry, for example. Henry came to Carlos Rosario to study English and then continued in our culinary arts training program. He recently shared in a school assembly how transformative the years at the school were for him and prepared him to work in the hospitality industry. Henry has recently returned to Carlos Rosario as an employee and looks forward to one day becoming a teacher. Stories like Henry's and others that you will hear from another student and teacher shortly are a testament to the power of education and the life-changing impact of programs like those that are offered at Carlos Rosario. I would like to share some highlights from our current school year. Already, we have 140 graduates from our programs, with 6 students earning their GEDs, 92% of our career training learners earning their industry credentials, and 18 that have become U.S. citizens. Our current enrollment remains strong, and our students continue to persist at a rate over 70%. In addition to academics and workforce training, we are committed to civic engagement, and we continue to help our students understand their rights and responsibilities as DC residents. Our students are engaged, thoughtful, and committed to contributing to their community in a meaningful way. Carlos Rosario students are not just learners, they're DC residents, DC taxpayers, parents raising DC's future generations, and vital contributors to the local economy. They are dedicated to their education while balancing work, family, and other responsibilities, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to self-improvement and community enrichment. Thank you for your time and your continued recognition of the importance of adult education in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. If you don't mind giving up your seat to Janet Arandia.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Janet Arandia. I'm honored to speak with you today as both a proud alumni and instructor at Carlos Rosario Public Charter School. My journey, like that of so many students at Carlos Rosario, is one of resilience, opportunity, and transformation. I came to the United States from Cochabamba, Bolivia, full of dreams but facing immense challenges. With little English and not understanding of the culture, my initial years here were tough. I worked long hours, 7 days a week, earning minimum wage. Yet despite my efforts, I struggled to move forward. I quickly realized that learning English and gaining new skills were not just helpful. They were essential for the future I wanted to build. That realization led me to Carlos Rosario, where I enrolled in ESL classes. From the moment I walked through the doors, I knew this school was different. The teachers and the staff not only guided me academically, but also supported my professional growth. Carlos Rosario became a place where I felt encouraged, valued, and inspired to dream bigger. Balancing work and education was not easy. At one point, I was juggling 3 jobs while attending classes and completing homework. But with persistent and the unwavering support of my instructors and classmates, I completed the ESL levels, advanced through computer classes, and I earned my computing A+ certification. This opened doors that I didn't even know existed. Eventually, I joined Carlos Rosario as a teacher assistant, giving back to the very community that had uplifted me. Today, I teach the intermediate computer class, IC3, at Sonia Gutierrez campus. Helping students develop digital literacy and career-ready skills is more than a job to me. It is my passion and my way of ensuring others have the same opportunities that I had. Carlos Rosario changed my life. It provided me not only with an education, but with a community of colleagues, mentors, and students who continue to inspire me every day. I have witnessed firsthand how this school transforms lives, equipping students with the tools they need to enter high-demand fields, become engaged community members, and contribute to our city's workforce. I urge you to continue prioritizing investment in adult education. The impact of Carlos Rosario extends far beyond the classroom. It strengthens families, supports economic growth, and empowers individuals to achieve their dreams. Education is not just an opportunity, it's a necessity. And for adult learners like me, it is the key to unlocking a better future. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Thank you for your statement. Victoria Bonilla.
Good afternoon, members of the DC Council. My name is Victoria Bonilla, and I am honored to share my story with you today at this performance oversight hearing for the Public Charter School Board, the Deputy Mayor for Education, and the State Board of Education. I am a proud student in Carlos Rosario International Public Charter, and my journey at Carlos Rosario began just over a year ago. In that short time, this school has changed my life in ways I had never imagined. When I first enrolled, I thought my classes would be easy. I signed up for the Internet and Computing Core Fundamentals course with Ms. Janet, thinking I already knew a lot about computers. I quickly realized how much more there was to learn. Ms. Janet expanded my skills in Microsoft Word, Excel, and Google Spreadsheets, and gave me the confidence to apply these skills in my job. Whenever I struggled, she and my classmates encouraged me to keep going. Their support pushed me to see the class through even when I doubted myself. Encouraged by my progress, I took the next big step. I enrolled in the GED English class with Miss Patricia. Again, I thought, how hard could this be? But I was wrong. It was challenging, but with Miss Patricia's guidance and encouragement, I passed 2 GED subjects within my first 2 months. I felt unstoppable until I had to tackle math. Math had always been my biggest challenge, but thanks to the additional support from my tutors, Jason, Sierra, and Sam, I learned to push past my fear. By the end of 2024, I had passed all my GED exams and officially became a high school graduate. Today, I am continuing my education in IT fundamentals with Mr. Eddie Empizote, working toward my CompTIA ITF certification. Like before, this class isn't easy, but my teachers ensure that every student understands the material before moving forward. With their dedication and support, I know my classmates and I will be prepared for our certification exam in June. None of this would have been possible without Carlos Rosario. This school is more than a place to learn. It is a community that uplifts and supports every student. People like Mr. Yumbo, who checked on me daily to make sure I made it to class, or Genevieve, who learned my name just to give me a personal greeting, made me feel seen and valued. Gabriel always made time to talk with me, and even when I didn't have an appointment. And Miss Stella helped me prepare my resume so I can take the next steps toward my career. Carlos Rosario is proof that when adult learners have access to education, they can transform their lives. Because of this school, I have not only earned my high school diploma, but I am now working toward a career in IT, something I never thought would be possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that completes this group. I had a few questions. I think I'll start with you, Ms. Coteras. Thank you all for your testimony. And my question is about something that you didn't testify about, but this has come up with several other witnesses. Since you have a large, I'm going to say immigrant population of students, what is the sense in the school and how are you approaching these issues? And these issues refer to a lot of the rhetoric that we're hearing from the federal government. And what I hear is just a great deal of anxiety. So how are you approaching it?
Thank you. Thank you for your concern and for the question. We're addressing it as a community, as we have before. And so sharing information, we've worked with wonderful community partners, legal services providers like Caresen, like Ayuda Legal Services, like the Catholic Legal Services to come in and provide Know Your Rights workshops and other information. We have been partnering for years with the DC Pro Bono Legal Clinic. We are the location for the quarterly clinic. And that's been a godsend to have their lawyers come on site to our school campus and offer really high quality advising to our community members. So it's connecting folks to resources, connecting folks to information, which can help alleviate anxiety, which is absolutely there for all of us. I think for anyone who exists to do the work that we do, to serve adults and to serve people who are learning English. We also have a rapid response team in place of staff and faculty and counselors that are listening to what the concerns are within our community, what the specific questions are, and also looking at what the current moves are being made external to our school, and then considering what it is that we can do within the school community to clarify, to provide further information and to support. We have protocols in place, as we always have, for welcoming visitors to the school. We've trained people in those protocols. So I think it's work that we've done before and that we're doing now. Our attendance is strong, our enrollment is strong, and I think everyone feels that at times that are challenging, like during the pandemic that we had, it's really good to be together in community. I hear that time and time again as I talk to staff and talk to students. I was just talking to student government today, and that's the sentiment that I heard from them, their appreciation for our school and for the services and supports that we provide.
So you mentioned Know Your Rights workshops, but also enabling students to connect specifically with, I'll say, experts or individuals who can answer questions and explain what their rights are or what processes or assistance is available to them.
Absolutely. So in this environment, as you can imagine, anyone who may have been born in another country has anxiety. And we have people who are United States citizens who are anxious that they might get caught up in something and deported. So there's a tremendous amount of anxiety. And that then means that folks need to have very high quality legal advising and support, and folks who are experts who can answer their questions and help them alleviate their concerns and also make plans for those that are on the pathway to citizenship, to support them in understanding what that pathway is and what's still remaining available to them. The community that we serve is so dedicated to the district, so appreciative of this country. They love this country. They are folks that are here in the workforce giving it their all. And I think, they deserve this encouragement and this support to know that there are pathways to becoming recognized U.S. citizens and to support them along that way.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Ms. Robinette, in your statement, I think you touched on this, in your written statement, you talk about the students in the care of DC, SCDC. There's a coordinating committee. A year ago, it had never met. Now it looks like it had an inaugural meeting in November. Is it as active as it should be?
We are excited that it is finally off the ground. We understand that the new head of that committee is on parental leave. And so we hope that the momentum will continue when he returns.
Is the head of that committee the same as the new director of strategic initiatives?
Yes.
So they hired a new director of strategic initiatives and that person's on leave right now. But I think you said parental
It's
leave.
parental leave. I don't.
Yes. At any rate, you're optimistic about it.
I hope so. Yes, sir.
All right. I probably would have some more questions if I had digested this entirely. Your testimony last week was very helpful with the chancellor and some questions I had for him about special education.
I'm glad.
So thank you for that. I'm not, if you were, did you watch that hearing?
In part, yes, sir.
You might have heard some of your own words in my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Henderson, if you're still here, I'd like you to say more about, you had in your statement regarding the Public Charter School Board, I'm unconvinced that accountability in the form of the Aspire framework or the specter of closure is an effective or sufficient driver of school improvement. I think OSSI or the PCSB might need to intervene with resources or direction to drive improvement. Now, we did adopt a school improvement bill last year, and that gives OSSI authority to do more, but that's not my question. My question is, why are you unconvinced that accountability in the form of a Aspire framework or the specter of closure is an effective or sufficient driver of school improvement?
So I think if you look at Yu Ying, I'm sure that Carly is very proud of the fact that Yu Ying does well on an accountability framework, but that's not why they're successful. They're successful because they have a strong academic model. They have stability with faculty and students. And frankly, they have low numbers of at-risk and special needs students relative to a lot of schools. So so it's not the accountability framework that is motivating them. I think it's their mission. And then on the flip side, if you're on the lower end on the accountability ratings, I'm assuming that those schools are already trying, and the reason that they're not doing better on their accountability metrics is maybe the students that they serve have challenges that are beyond the school's control, or they don't have enough resources to meet the needs of the students that they have, or maybe there's something that's not working about their academic programming or approach. But in order to change that, I think they need, for any of those three things, they need some external help. And so I do think the bill you introduced is a promising start for the very low end of that. I think what that bill requires, if I remember correctly, is that OSSI would collaborate with the school for a school improvement plan. But I think something has to be changed. The theory of change with accountability kind of leaves that part unsaid, that if you're holding a school accountable, that they have to figure it out, they have to improve themselves, and we kind of leave open like, well, they need to innovate or they need to blank. But I think that we need to be more proactive with filling in, what it is that is actually driving improvement for those schools.
I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, though. Thank you for that additional elaboration. I want to thank all the witnesses. I'm going to move on to the next group. So continuing with the witness list, Stephanie Mintz, Director of Student Services at Berea Public Charter School. Leicester Johnson, Chief Executive Officer, Academy of Hope Public Charter School. Gabby Salado, Student Services Coordinator at Berea Public Charter School. Nicole Hanrahan, Executive Director of LAYC Career Academy. Dr. Jeffrey Grant, CEO, Monument Academy Public Charter School. Patrick Clowney, Rachel Kimboko, who's Executive Director of DC Wildflower Public Charter School, Annette Bacchus, who is Director of Leadership Development at Paul Public Charter School, Elizabeth Henke, who is Instructional Coach at Lee Montessori Public Charter School, Joshua Jackson, who's Principal at Cesar Chavez, Joshua Bork, who's Head of School at Sela Public Charter School, and Catherine Procope, who is Executive Director of the Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science, which is a public charter school. I didn't even look up to see if the table was filling up. Stephanie Mintz is first. And it helps if you're not muted.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Stephanie Mintz, and I am the Director of Student Services at Brea Public Charter School. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and the critical role that adult and two-generation education plays in DC's public education system. Brea, as you know, is a two-generation school uniquely serving both adults and their young children through high-quality education and comprehensive support services in partnership with Mary Center and other community organizations. At Brea, we provide adult learners with language skills and critical pathways to workforce success. Our program includes English for speakers of other languages, the National External Diploma Program, and workforce development programs leading to industry certifications as a child development associate or a medical assistant. 83% of our medical assistant students pass their credentialing exams, and 100% of our child development associate students do the same. Our students also improve their English literacy and numeracy skills at a rate higher than the national average, and 86% of our ESOL and workforce students in the labor force are employed 6 to 12 months after program exit. Our understanding of the link between student well-being and academic success has contributed to Brea's outcomes. Our student services team collaborates with Brea families to address educational barriers through early childhood classes, digital literacy support, and language access, tackle social drivers of health, including access to medical and mental health services, housing stability, employment, transportation, and legal assistance. We also offer one-on-one personalized support to help families navigate complex systems, and we foster community connection and resilience through wellness programming, parent support, know your rights, and student leadership opportunities. When parents' basic needs are met, they are better able to engage in their own education, contributing to economic mobility, academic success for their children, and family resilience. Our impact is possible through our community school strategy, which includes intentional collaboration with multi-sector partners, local schools, organizations, health centers, and government agencies. These relationships allow us to collectively meet changing community needs, share resources and information, and develop and sustain professionals in the critical intersecting fields of education, social services, and health. Our two-generation educational model, along with our partnerships, strengthens entire families and contributes to a more equitable and prosperous DC. As we look ahead, I urge the DC Council to continue prioritizing adult education, including these essential student services, as a fundamental part of the district's public education system. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to ensuring that all learners, regardless of age, have access to the education and support they need to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leicester Johnson.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Leicester Johnson, CEO of Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. For nearly 40 years, Academy of Hope has provided adult learners with the education and workforce skills needed to achieve economic stability and success. Each year, we serve approximately 1,000 learners in beginning literacy, high school credentialing through the GED or National External Diploma Program, and career training in healthcare and technology. We maintain a GED pass rate of 80% plus. Last year, we exceeded national performance on academic progress by 17%. And we are proud to celebrate that we got through our 10-year charter review with no conditions. So 10 years as a charter this year. We've seen our most significant growth in our workforce programs and actually exceeded our enrollment ceiling this year with over 1,000 learners enrolled. Locally, there are more than 34,000 individuals or adults in DC who do not have a high school diploma, and that's about 7% of residents in the city. And adult charters serve 5,100 individuals, or about 15% of the need. So there's still more room to grow. And then in a recent PIAC report, when they released a report in December, the District of Columbia, nearly 1 in 5 adults, or about 19%, scored the lowest levels of literacy proficiency. So there is still significant need for the services offered by adult-serving schools. Today, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Walker Davis and the DC Public Charter School Board for their responsiveness to the needs of adult learners and for their work for working closely with adult charter leaders as they continue to refine and build the Aspire framework for adult charters. I think this accountability system with the input of adult charter leaders will ensure it fairly measures adult learners' progress and success. I'd also like to thank the Deputy Mayor for Education and Mayor Bowser for their generous support last year with the per pupil funding increase, as well as making adult schools whole with the 100% funding for adult schools. We are particularly, I'd like to also ask the DME to consider support in expanding adult learners' access to the District Advanced Technology Center. Strengthening these pathways is essential to ensuring that graduates can transition into higher education and high-quality careers. As the district faces potentially economic shifts due to job losses in the federal sector, adult schools like Academy of Hope can provide accessible, high-quality education that helps residents adapt to the changing workforce. We urge the council to take the following steps to maintain and strengthen adult education. Sustain funding through the UPSFF. Last year, adult charters were fully incorporated into the uniform per pupil funding, a significant step forward. And we ask the council to ensure that this funding is maintained. And invest in economic mobility of adult learners. Literacy and workforce training programs are essential to breaking cycles of poverty, ensuring that DC residents can achieve financial stability. And finally, enhance data integration, connecting adult education data with children's academic outcomes would provide a more comprehensive view of the intergenerational impact of education and support data-driven policy decisions. We appreciate the council's ongoing commitment to adult learners and look forward to working together to ensure equitable access to education and workforce opportunities for all DC residents. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Gabby Salado? Believe is not here. Nicole?
I'm here.
Oh.
Gabby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Gabby Salado, and I'm the Student Services and Leadership Coordinator at Brea Public Charter School. I'm also a proud Brea alumna. I graduated with my high school diploma from Brea in 2023. My daughter and my husband were also at Brea. Brea is DC's first two-generation school that works with parents and children together. Children ages 0 to 5 enroll in early childhood classes while their parents improve their English, learn digital literacy, work on their high school diploma, or obtain workforce credentials towards family-sustaining jobs. As part of my role, I lead our Student Advocate Program, which prepares students to speak directly to decision makers like you, but about their experience and advocate for their needs and community needs. Normally, they would be here to share their stories directly, but these are not normal times and they do not feel safe speaking publicly. So I am here on their behalf today to, and my testimony is their voices. They have powerful stories they want you to hear about how BRIA has impacted their lives. So Flor would like to share that for me, point number one is that not everyone will offer the opportunity of a 2-generation program in other places. Also, it gives parents the chance to learn how to better teach their children and benefit their learning to create brighter futures for them. In my experience, coming to BRIA has opened so many doors for me. It has helped me grow as a person and as a professional. I arrived at BRIA with broken heart and many dreams that at the time seemed impossible to achieve. Dreams that today are coming true, and all my achievements are thanks to the fact that I found BRIA, which had a very special place for me. BRIA is like my second home where I feel welcome, respected as a human being. I thank BRIA for everything. It has welcomed me, seen me, and given me and my children a place to learn and grow. There are many testimonies from different parents who would love to be here but cannot be here. So for the sake of time, I will conclude. As someone who has personally benefited from BRIA's 2-generation model, first as a student and now as a staff member, I can attest that to the transformative power of this approach. BRIA doesn't just provide education, it builds stronger, more connected families and communities. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Salado. Nicole Hanrahan.
Good day, Chairman Mendelson and council member staff. My name is Nicole Hanrahan, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of the LEYC Career Academy and a Ward 6 resident and a charter parent. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. LEYC Career Academy is a school for 16 to 30-year-old young adults, and it's like a hybrid between a high school and a community college. We help students finish their high school education, learn English as needed, and ultimately enroll in college or train for careers on site in healthcare and IT. I'm here today first and foremost to give thanks. I'd like to start by thanking the council for its relief funding during the pandemic. Since then, our school's enrollment has grown an average of 27% for each of the last 3 years, and we're happy to be able to be here to meet that high demand. So thank you. I'd also like to thank the council, the mayor, and the deputy mayor of education for the additional funding for teachers in school year 24, raising the adult rate on the UPSF last year, and for increasing per pupil funding by such a generous amount last year. These increases allowed us to implement a new compensation system and give staff salary raises. And for the first time in many, many years, our school is now fully staffed. So thank you. These resources have also allowed us to reach some great accomplishments. 95% of students are working or in college within 6 months of graduation. 92% of information technology and medical assistant graduates report finding employment in their fields with an average starting salary of $21.75 per hour, but we don't stop there. Wages increased an average of $14 per hour 1 year after graduation. We've doubled the number of graduates for each 2 years in a row, and we're on course to have a record number in 2025. And last year, we reached a high tier 1 in all 4 PMF measures that are written into our charter goals. As our city and country face economic uncertainty, we stand ready with other adult charter schools to help residents train for better jobs. We know resources will be tight, so we only ask that you distribute them equitably. I understand that there may be some workforce dollars available for teachers next year. Thank you. I definitely will use this money to reward hardworking staff. However, I ask that you don't require us to provide base pay increases to teachers because one-time dollars for permanent costs are not sustainable. And going forward, it would be great to offer all increases through the UPSFF to ensure equity. We also received a lot of important non-monetary support from district government, and I wanted to express my gratitude for that as well. I want to thank the Charter Board for being a collaborative and excellent partner with adult schools and developing the new Adult Aspire framework. And finally, I really wanted to thank the DME and Councilmember Nadeau for their support in our school's 2 years search for a new facility. I want to highlight how hard it is for charter schools to find facilities, encourage any innovation possible in the DC government. We hope you'll all be able to attend our ribbon cutting this fall for our new space near Union Station. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Were you in the Henderson building on 16th Street?
Yes, we're there now. We're moving out this summer.
Okay, over by Union Station.
Yeah, the new location is near Union Station.
All right, thank you. Dr. Jeffrey Grant?
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson. And all members of the council. I am Dr. Jeffrey Grant. Hold on, my camera's on. I am Dr. Jeffrey Grant, Chief Executive Officer of Monument Academy Public Charter School, the only residential public middle school in Washington, D.C. Monument's mission includes the extremely important component of enrolling children who are in or at risk of entering the child welfare system. This school year, we enrolled 131 scholars, exceeding our targeted enrollment of 130. Our 131 enrollees not only learn and live in Monument, but they also receive a tremendous amount of support services to ensure their lives are positively impacted socially, mentally, and emotionally. I served as the Monument's leader since July 2019, successfully navigating the school through its 5-year renewal, the COVID pandemic, and its accreditation process. We just achieved that October 31st. These accomplishments have been fully supported by the DC Public Charter School Board, the city's highly engaged authorizer of public charter schools. As a 32-year educator and school leader whose experience has been primarily in both the charter and traditional public sectors of the nation's capital, I feel I am well qualified to opine on the effectiveness of the local public school systems. Both systems service the children and families of Washington, D.C. through the city's lottery system, My School DC. This school choice system attempts to bring equity to what once was an intentionally designed, racially segregated public school system. I applaud us for doing the work to change the narratives and outcomes. However, gaps still remain in the access to a quality education, denying the most vulnerable citizens opportunities for growth, healing, and achievement. The city recognized this travesty and chose to be at the forefront of tackling this issue by authorizing charters to confront the education maladies that exist. Washington, D.C. gave parents options and choices, something that had been unavailable to the many Black and brown families in the city due to the economic disparities within the communities. Today, the District of Columbia Public Charter Schools offer a wide range of options through their capacity to identify practices and strategies that may not be available if they were part of the traditional public school system. I know that no traditional public school has offered a residential program for the city's most vulnerable scholars. I know that the city's public schools language immersion programs are abundant in the charter world. Lastly, I know that charter schools are willing to address the outdated school calendars, scholars' life experiences, and the lack of well-being programs for students, staff, and families. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my knowledge and learnings while working in the DC public school sector. My efforts have been fruitful and beneficial to thousands of scholars in the city's public school systems. Thank you, Chairman, and all members of the council.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Patrick Clowney? Don't think he's here. Rachel Kimboko? Is online?
Hello.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Rochelle Kimboko, and I'm the founding executive director of DC Wildflower Public Charter School, a growing network of microschools with students currently located in Ward 7 and 8, from pre-K 3 to first grade. We center the wellness of both students and adults in our community, and by implementing a strong Montessori inclusive approach in teacher-led microschools. Over the past 3 years, we've opened 2 primary and 1 elementary classrooms that are serving 45 children and their families. Our teacher leaders' performance in observations like class has been strong, and the majority of our students are meeting age and grade level expectations for math, pre-literacy, and social emotional skills. Our competitive salaries and focus on wellness have allowed us to attract and hold on to skilled and caring staff. It has been challenging to operate with this novel structure and a growth pattern which I describe as horizontal rather than vertical, but I have always felt supported by the charter community. I'm here to express gratitude for support for the city agencies being discussed today. I am very glad to be operating in an environment with a strong independent authorizer of charter schools, the DC Public Charter School Board, led by Dr. Walker Davis. This last year's work to create the new Aspire academic accountability system has encouraged us to consider how all of our students are performing. We have had rich discussions about what we can use to measure our success outside of the basic elementary framework. I look forward to a time when we are large enough to highlight the Montessori credentials of our team. I'm confident that the leadership and staff at the PCSB are committed to ensuring that DC Wildflower is meeting the leading indicators for success, financial, academic, and operational. And I've learned that if I reach out to them proactively when I'm experiencing challenges or need clarification, they are always ready to offer support. As a member of the Charter School Alliance's Executive Committee, I have had the opportunity to interact with Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine, and his team monthly. I'm grateful for their willingness to collaborate with our schools and create space to work through issues and challenges, especially their candor about the real constraints in which they have to operate. I'm appreciative of the staff's willingness to troubleshoot my interactions with other city agencies and connect me to needed resources. DC Wildflower is also grateful to the members of the State Board of Education. President Dr. Jacques Patterson has been a consistent public supporter of our work and a trusted advice giver on community engagement. We have enjoyed hosting visits from LaJoya Johnson Law at both of our locations. I applaud the leadership of the SBOE towards literacy, numeracy, and social skills for all of our children. We are especially grateful for their leadership in addressing literacy and supporting the new math task force aimed at rapidly accelerating math proficiency across the district. I want to end by emphasizing the importance of continued equitable funding. This support we have received, especially the generous per pupil increase and teacher-centered funding last year for general education, special populations, and facility funding is critical for our continued growth, one classroom at a time. While we do fundraise, the UPSFF is the core of our financial stability. I'm very appreciative that the council has continued to advocate that education funding be incorporated into the funding formula. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Ms. Kumboko. And I don't have a copy of your statement, I don't think, if you could provide that. Lynette Bacchus?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. My name is Dr. Lynette Bacchus, and I'm honored to speak before you as a Director of Leadership Development at Paul Public Charter School and as a Ward 7 resident. Today, I'm proud to share the strides we've made in student success, our ongoing efforts to improve academic outcomes, and why equitable funding remains critical to our mission. At Paul, we are committed to preparing students for college, career, and beyond, and we have built a strong, supportive school community to achieve this mission. This year, we are proud to be fully enrolled with over 750 students, reflecting the trust that families have placed in our school. Our students are thriving academically, particularly in high school math, and we are implementing targeted interventions to strengthen our ELA performance to students who experience setbacks. One of our standout achievements this year is the launch of our 4-year internal career and technical education program in computer science. We also take pride in our strong participation in OSCE's Advanced Technical Center program, now which is in our year 3 of participation, which allow our students to earn college credits while still in high school. These scholars also have gone to compete nationally at the Technology Student Association Conference. By taking advantage of these opportunities, Paul students graduate with not only a diploma, but also with skills, certifications, and college credits to set them up for the future success. In our middle school, students take high school level courses in algebra, biology, art, and Spanish, providing early exposure to rigorous academics. And by 10th grade, many of our students are already earning college credits and gaining career experience. We recognize that owning our data, celebrating successes, and addressing challenges head-on are a center focus. One area of focus has been reducing chronic absenteeism through family engagement, incentives, and student support. Additionally, we have expanded our high school impact tutoring, small group instruction, and teacher development to boost our math and literacy outcomes. Paul is more than a school. We're actually a launch pad for future leaders, entrepreneurs, and and our scholars. And to sustain this work, equitable funding is essential. Competitive salaries help us recruit and retain high-quality educators, and funding ensures that we can provide the academic supports, technology, and real-world learning experiences that empower our students to thrive. We urge you to continue investing in public charter schools, ensuring that students across the District of Columbia have equitable access to college and career readiness programs that set them up for lifelong success. Thank you for your time and commitment to education. Paul Public Charter School looks forward to continue to partner with you in shaping the bright futures for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Backus. Elizabeth Henke.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and colleagues. My name is actually Erin Rousey Hart, and I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague, Elizabeth Henke, who's an elementary coach here. I am the Managing Director of Talent and Operations at Lee Montessori Public Charter School, as well as a longtime DC resident and Ward 7 resident. At Lee Montessori, we are grateful for a strong educational ecosystem supporting the work of our school. In particular, we appreciate the focus that the Public Charter School Board has put on academic achievement through the new Aspire framework. That focus includes increased importance on students designated as economically disadvantaged. While we are proud of our accomplishments as a school, we know we need to grow in these areas. Encouraged by PCSB, we are intensely focused on academic growth. I'm pleased to share that our efforts this year are paying off. For instance, mid-year standardized assessments show that 10% more of our elementary students are on grade level in reading, and 12% more of our elementary students are on grade level in math. 19% more of our economically disadvantaged students are on track in math. Professional development is key to Lee Montessori's work of instructional improvement. 2 coaches, including Elizabeth, work closely with our teachers. In addition to the coaching work, we focused on professional learning through cohort models for many others of our staff. We've started and led a cohort for school leaders across the several Montessori public charter schools. This form of collaboration helps improve the skills of our principals and assistant principals. They observe at Montessori charter schools monthly, give each other feedback, and share problems of practice. In fact, that Montessori leader cohort met today. While we are improving current educators' practice through professional development, we also are investing in the next generation through our Grow Your Own Montessori program. Our fellowship is designed to build a diverse pipeline of Montessori lead teachers by providing full tuition, travel, and support for a Montessori diploma or degree program. The fellows are current teaching assistants and dedicated aides. Despite the challenging budget year ahead, equitable funding for charter schools will support these investments in academic improvement. It will allow us to keep our salaries competitive so that we can maintain and improve our 93% teacher retention rate. We don't want this year's learning to evaporate if our staff disperse. We appreciate the investments the council has made in public education throughout the district and the leadership and push of the Public Charter School Board. We are committed to academic excellence and growth for all of our staff and students. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Tell me your name again.
My name is Erin Rousey Hart.
Last name was Hart, H-A-R-T?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Joshua Jackson? Joshua Bork.
We still got one Joshua. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Joshua Bork, and I'm the head of school at Sella Public Charter School. Sella's in Ward 4, and we proudly serve a diverse body of 302 students in grades pre-K 3 through 5 in our unique Hebrew language immersion program. Also, I am a Ward 4 resident and proud parent of 2 and next year 3 charter school students. I'm here today to share some successes and some challenges that we have had at Sella and to discuss how we work with the DC Public Charter School Board to help us reach our goals. Like all charter schools that are authorized by the Public Charter School Board, Sella is a unique place. We offer a program unlike any other in DC. The breadth of high-quality options that DC families have for public schools is a direct result of the work of PCSB to authorize and hold high standards DC's public charter schools. Because of the space that the PCSB affords schools like Cella to create innovative educational programs, we've been able to, in our 11 years, build an intentionally diverse community where students from all 8 wards of DC come together to learn a unique language, Hebrew in our case, to learn to value the diversity of our school community while receiving a rigorous bilingual education. Last year, Cella students demonstrated significant growth in many ways. Student enrollment grew at Cella for the 11th straight year, displaying that demand for seats at high-quality charter schools like Cella continues to grow. Thanks to the freedom that we and other charter LEAs have to manage our schools under the authorization provided by PCSB, we were able to implement several new initiatives this year to continue to build on prior academic success. These included the hiring of reading specialists, investing in a new supplementary reading curriculum aligned with the science of reading, and building out our bilingual co-teaching model to encompass all grades in the school for the first time. We expect these to allow us to show more rapid academic growth for all of our diverse students. The freedom we have in our programs and the rigorous assessment from PCSB, formerly through the PMF and now through Aspire, allows us to provide DC students opportunities to expand their world, and for those who are part of our Cella community, to become global citizens. As a related note, we rely on funding provided by DC government and appreciate the work done to ensure that all public school students, whether in public charter or traditional public schools, are receiving equal resources. I am deeply appreciative of the continued prioritization that Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Kine, and this council place on funding education in DC in the face of what we all know are looming economic challenges. I also know that I'm not alone in my concern about the continued lack of equal funding for public school students based on their family's choice of public school. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome the opportunity for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bork. One question, will you give us a copy of your statement?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't upload that before.
Great, thank you. Catherine Prokop. Catherine Prokop.
Chairman, thank you so much to speak to you on the performance oversight of district educational institutions. I'm Catherine Prokop. I'm the Executive Director of the Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. At our school, we're committed to academic excellence, equity, and preparing students for success in high school and beyond. And I'm pleased to share some of the progress that we've made over the past year. We've seen a significant increase in our students meeting the national benchmark for ELA, as well as in mathematics. And our 6th graders have shown an exceedingly high amount of progress, exceeding the national norm by 32%. We've seen our attendance rate rise to 90.3%, and we've decreased chronic absenteeism.
Ms. Prokop, we can hardly hear you, so maybe you have to speak up. I think there's probably something wrong with your.
Is that better?
That's a little better.
Okay, cool. So we've also increased our attendance and decreased our chronic absenteeism as well. We're grateful for the opportunity to collaborate with the Deputy Mayor and other stakeholders through the Everyday Counts Task Force to tackle chronic absenteeism and ensure all students are present and engaged in learning. While we celebrate these gains, we recognize that more work remains. And to address these learning gaps, we've strengthened our tutoring programs, particularly through the High Impact Tutoring Program. We have a Saturday school program, and we're focused and double down on data-driven instruction to ensure personalized learning experiences. The DC Public Charter School Board continues to provide essential oversight and guidance, ensuring our students receive high-quality education. The Aspire Accountability System offers a valuable framework that allows us to track academic progress with particular focus on at-risk students and students with disabilities. I want to express a sincere appreciation to the state's Board of Education, particularly to President Dr. Jacques Patterson and Vice President Ben Williams for their leadership, and for us specifically in launching the Math Task Force that's dedicated to accelerating math proficiency across the district and has sincerely impacted the academic progress of our students. To sustain and expand these efforts, equitable funding remains critical. As all my colleagues have said, adequate funding supports enhanced student learning, specialized programs for at-risk students, resources for mental health and student well-being, and it allows us to retain high-quality educators at our school. Competitive salaries and benefits ensure that we can attract and retain talented teachers who are committed to student success. And without sustained investment in teacher compensation and professional development, we risk losing experienced educators to other districts or professions. As always, we thank the council for their support, and we urge you to continue prioritizing funding for teacher retention, student supports, and academic interventions. Our students deserve every opportunity to succeed, and with your help, we know that they absolutely will. Thank you for your time and commitment, and will remain to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Prokop. Ms. Prokop, I'm going to ask you one question. I was a little intrigued. You said to address learning gaps, we've strengthened tutoring programs and Saturday school programs. Can you say a little bit more about both of those?
Absolutely. We are the recipient of the one of the OSCE's high impact tutoring grants, and through our collaboration with Howard University, we're able to provide tutors from the university to help our students. The mathematics department at Howard University, the ELA department, excuse me, computer science department and the engineering department have all provided young people who come to our school and tutor our students, and we're able to actually get that tutoring down to a one-to-one. We've provided our young people with a Saturday experience where our teachers actually come, and we've invited young people for two purposes. One, those who want some enrichment, so they're actually on grade level or above. And we have teachers who are here working with them to just give them some additional push. And then for those students who are still struggling, we have teachers who come on Saturday from 9 to 12 and provide some additional supports to those students.
How many kids are participating in those Saturday programs?
This past Saturday, we had 25. We usually average between 25 and 30 students.
And your total enrollment is?
Our total enrollment is 271.
So it's about 10% are showing up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I don't think I have questions for any of the rest of you. Thank you, the three of you who are here in person. I keep offering gold stars, but nobody takes them, so it means I get to offer them at the next hearing. Thank you very much, and thank you to the rest of you. Easy peasy. You want to handle that? Yeah. Leah, go over there. Leah will handle that. So next up is Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis. Now, we don't give gold stars to agency heads, sorry. Thank you. When you are ready. And let me just say, following Public Charter School Board, we have the Deputy Mayor for Education. Probably will take about a 10-minute break. I'll be exhausted by the time I'm done with you, so we'll take a 10-minute break roughly, and then finish with the Deputy Mayor. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on DC PCSB's performance in fiscal year 2024. I am Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Melody Sampson, Chief School Performance Officer, and Will Henderson, our Chief Operating Officer. DC PCSB is the sole authorizer of public charter schools in the district. We open new public charter schools, negotiate and monitor their academic goals, close schools that fail to meet these goals, and ensure compliance with DCPCSB policies. To hold schools accountable, we rely on 5 key tools: Aspire, our accountability system, academic accountability system; charter review and renewal processes; qualitative site reviews; financial analysis reports; and compliance reviews. Together, these tools provide us with a comprehensive view of school performance. Excellence and equity is the foundation of our work. The public charter sector serves more than 45,000 students, the majority of whom are Black and Brown, with 46% identified as at risk. Nearly 8,000 of our students receive special education services, and more than 4,000 are emerging multilingual learners. It is our unwavering commitment to ensure that every DC student receives a quality education that makes them feel valued and prepares them for lifelong learning, fulfilling careers, and economic security. Over the past few years, we have focused on recovery from the disruptions caused by COVID-19, designing and launching an updated academic accountability system, and setting the stage for stronger school performance and oversight in the years to come. In 2024, we made significant strides in addressing the challenges and making adjustments that position us to move forward with this important work. As we move forward, we remain committed to improving academic outcomes, supporting strong financial sustainability, and strengthening governance. First, we are taking a stronger approach to academic accountability through Aspire, our revised system designed to measure growth and proficiency, set rigorous benchmarks, and analyze outcomes at a more granular level. Aspire is critical to our strategy of improving school performance and aims to drive higher student achievement across all our schools. We expect to see consistent progress in these schools, and we are prepared to take stronger actions, including recommending closure, if necessary, to ensure all schools meet their academic and financial targets. This school year has been a test run with Aspire, and we hope to release outcomes publicly in the upcoming school year. Second, we are committed to strengthening our financial oversight. Reflecting on the past year, I regret the way circumstances unfolded with Eagle Academy Public Charter School, ultimately leading to its closure and leaving families and staff in a difficult position as they sought new schools and employment. We can and have to do better. We were already on a path to improve our financial oversight and have since made adjustments in our financial analysis tools. These efforts will provide more clarity for the public and LEAs, ensuring that financial stability is prioritized. Our financial monitoring list, which has been historically an internal document used to identify schools that needed an extra layer of attention, is now publicly accessible on our website. And starting next month, we will have a recurring financial oversight item on every board meeting agenda. Lastly, we recognize the importance of effective organizational governance. Indeed, the most critical decisions involving an LEA often happen within the LEA itself at the board level. We know that the quality of leadership within LEAs is crucial to the success of our schools. To that end, we will provide training and resources to help each LEA board exert a higher quality of governance. Training will provide boards with essential knowledge, including but not limited to finances, academic accountability, legal matters, and key roles and responsibilities to support their success in effectively governing their schools. Recently, PCSB hired a sector planning and compliance specialist who has begun to deepen engagement with LEA boards by attending LEA board meetings and meeting one-on-one with board members to learn more about their experience serving on an LEA board. Creating this new role will allow us to better understand what's happening at the LEA board level and strengthen interactions between LEA leadership, LEA board members, and DCPCSB. The review of each LEA's contract or charter is a critical part of our oversight process. It ensures high standards across DC public charter schools and is mandated by the School Reform Act, or SRA. Every LEA undergoes a review at least once every 5 years, with renewals required after 15 years. These reviews focus on whether the school meets the terms of its charter in 3 main areas: the goals and academic standards, legal and regulatory compliance, and fiscal health and economic viability. Our board will need to make tough decisions in the coming years to ensure schools are meeting the benchmarks set for them. As we move forward with our reviews and renewals, we are working closely with our agency partners to support and drive better outcomes. Through the Everyday Counts Task Force led by Deputy Mayor for Education, DME, we are actively addressing attendance and truancy challenges to keep students engaged in their learning. We participated in DME's Boundary Study Advisory Group and collaborated on recommendations from their boundary study, which will shape student assignment policies to promote equitable access to educational opportunities. We also want to spotlight OSSE's High Impact Tutoring Initiative, which has already yielded positive outcomes for DC students by addressing long-standing opportunity gaps. Additionally, OSSE's implementation of the Advanced Technical Centers has been a valuable resource for our students and families, providing access to quality career and technical education courses that expand the opportunities available for our students to succeed. These collaborations directly support student success by offering targeted interventions, removing barriers to learning, and preparing students for academic and professional advancement. By working together with our partners, we ensure that students have the resources and support they need to thrive. We are not yet where we want to be, but we are actively taking the steps necessary to get there. By strengthening academic accountability, ensuring financial stability, and enhancing LEA governance, we are creating a stronger foundation for students to thrive. For DC students, this means access to quality schools that prioritize their learning and well-being, closing opportunity gaps, and providing the support they need to excel. It also means greater transparency, ensuring families have the information they need to make informed decisions about their students' education. And ultimately, these efforts create a charter sector that is not just stronger, but more equitable, sustainable, and centered on students. Thank you again, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, for your continued commitment to equity in education, and we are happy to address any questions you may have.
Ooh, thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. I'm looking at some of the testimony that we've gotten throughout this hearing. There was some testimony at the very beginning when you were not here. It was under the state board, but I think it was then. No, maybe it was more recently. Doesn't matter. In any event, there was a request from a witness that all fiscal monitoring lists, notices of fiscal concern, lists of schools not meeting fiscal floors, and lists of schools with concerns around key financial indicators be posted prominently on your website in one place, searchable by LEA and updated monthly, with the dates and reasons the LEAs appeared on the lists and or why and when they were removed. So you're posting some, but I don't think you're posting all of that. And I don't think it's searchable.
Thank you, Chairman. So you are correct that we are posting our monitoring list that is Well, it was previously posted through our read into record for our finance committee meetings. And that was part of whatever the next board meeting was following that finance committee. We have since posted our monitoring list on our Transparency Hub, which is a webpage on our website. It lists all of the schools that are currently on the monitoring list, when they were placed on the monitoring list, and the reason that they're on the list. And should a school be removed, the date that they were removed from the monitoring list. That is updated monthly. And as I mentioned in my testimony, we will also be doing monthly board finance updates, which would include identifying any changes to the monitoring list, educating the public on any of our new financial oversight tools, or any other updates related to the financial stability of the school system. What is in terms of the schools meeting our floors or targets, that is information that's currently embedded in our financial analysis reports, or FAR. That is also on our website. That is searchable, I believe, by school. You do know that that is looking backwards, so it is not a monthly reporting. But those are the areas where that information can be found. And I do not believe that our monitoring list is searchable by schools, maybe in the way that the witness intended. But if you search monitoring list, it will list all of the schools. And if you were to search for a school on our website, any reference to that school would come up on our website.
So if one goes to your website, searches by school, then any reference to that school would come up, including the monitoring lists.
Yes, and one correction that I would also make is that we do have school profiles for our schools. And so if someone were to search up a school, they would find the school profile, which would include not just financial information, but it would include other directory information, as well as other performance information that is on our school profile. So that would be another place where information related to the school would be
But
found.
the list of schools not meeting fiscal floors, that would be, where is that again?
That is currently embedded in our FAR reports. So there is not a separate
And
report
FAR
about that.
is financial,
Financial analysis reports.
and there's a financial analysis report for every school?
Yes, this is a report that we do annually that includes an analysis of each of our LEAs and against all of our key financial indicators.
So why not have on your transparency page, well, I guess there are probably several pages there, but the one that has the fiscal monitoring list, why not also add the list of schools not meeting fiscal floors?
We can certainly explore different ways that we can provide information to our public about the financial health of our school. We are actually currently thinking about ways to enhance our website overall. And so I suspect that there will be changes coming forward. I do not know that that is one of the particular changes that we would make, but we're happy to explore that.
And notices of fiscal concern?
If there are notices of concern or other citations related to finances, those would be reported out at our board meetings, and they would be then part of that record, monthly record of our financial updates. So that would be listed there.
So your answer, the public, it would still be required to search different places on your website to get a complete picture.
My answer is that we are willing to explore any way to make this information easily accessible, and also that much of the information that your witness spoke to already exists on our website.
Yes, yes, it does. I'm hearing you that much of it already exists, but in different places. So one has to become a sleuth to find it all. I mean, I think the experience last year with Eagle Academy was a wake-up call to us that there needs to be just more transparency around schools that might have, I'm going to say, red flags, and enabling members of the public, which I know sometimes it would be nicer if the public didn't bother us, but on the other hand, it is a way that we get to accountability.
Yep.
And maybe earlier alarm with regard to a school that's in trouble.
Yep. We absolutely agree with increasing transparency. As I mentioned in my testimony, we've been making attempts to do that, and we certainly will explore ways to make this information even more accessible.
Okay, well, I will repeat that what the witness said was ask that all fiscal monitoring lists, notices of fiscal concern, lists of schools not meeting fiscal floors, and lists of schools with concerns around key financial indicators are posted prominently in one public website searchable by LEA and updated monthly with the dates and reasons the LEAs appeared on the lists and why and when they were removed. I think I have a little bit more on that. On transparency. So this isn't so much PCSB as it is the charters. How does the PCSB plan to address the widespread lack of transparency in charter school board meeting information, particularly for the 47 schools that may not meet the threshold for a direct Open Meetings Act violation, but still hinder public access? And I think I have more specifics. Given that only 9 out of 68 charter schools appear fully compliant, shouldn't there be stronger enforcement mechanisms or penalties to ensure timely and complete posting of board meeting information? I think I have a little bit more. Let me see, 47 charters. We're missing some board meeting information for the current school year. 12 charters with no board meeting information. There was a question. Do you want me to repeat it?
Thank you, Chairman. I believe I caught your question, which is how do we ensure compliance and transparency or
Yeah,
greater transparency?
We want more than 9. We want them all.
I'm sorry?
We want more than 9 being fully compliant. We want them all.
Yes. So thank you for that question. We share your concern and commitment to transparency and accountability in public education. And we do expect our schools to comply with the Open Meetings Act by holding their public meetings, publishing their board meeting dates and times, and making the board meeting minutes accessible on their websites. Compliance with this law, as you know, is overseen by the Office of Open Government. We have worked with the Office of Open Government to train schools on the Open Meetings Act. And starting on July 1, we will be implementing what I shared in earlier hearings about our public information policy. And that does require schools to put various pieces of information on one page on their website. And so we will certainly be monitoring schools' compliance against that. I will note that there were a number of issues raised in that particular concern, and not all of those issues are lack of compliance to the open meetings law. However, I do, just like you asked us, we certainly want to support schools in making this information as easy as possible for families to find and, no more than 3 clicks. And so we will be working with monitoring compliance to our public information policy, but also thinking about ways that we could partner with Office of Open Government as well as others to support schools in making sure that that information is accessible.
I think that would be very helpful. So let me leave it there for the moment. We've been joined by Councilmember Henderson. So I'll have another round when she's done.
Thanks, Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Walker Davis. It's been a day. I've been a lot of agencies today. So apologies to all of the agencies who did not feel like they got attention from me today. I apologize, but I'm here for PCSB. I wanted to follow up a little bit on what the chairman was sort of asking before around, particularly follow up from our hearing last days or weeks whenever it happened about Eagle Academy. Okay, so we received some follow-up documentation from you all. I wanted to ask, when you all note that a notice of concern has been cured, what does that mean?
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Nice to see you. So I first need to state that we have notices of concern for a number of things. You can get a notice of concern for an academic issue, or you can get a notice of concern for a financial issue. So it does, or a compliance issue. So it does matter what the notice of concern is. In particular, we issued a few notices of concern last season for our mystery caller initiative, which is really testing open enrollment at schools. And so what that means in the instance of the mystery caller is that we have done the mystery caller initiative one round. Schools may have had a challenge there. We gave them the notice of concern, and then we tested that again at a later date, and they were responsive. They had complied. They had attended whatever training we recommended for them, and so therefore it is cured. I do not recall us issuing a financial notice of concern recently, and so I don't have an example of what it would mean to share, but it would mean that they have done whatever the thing is that we flagged for them, and that they have sufficiently provided documentation to our finance team or corrected that action such that that notice of concern is lifted. And then finally, particularly for some other notices of concern like truancy, attendance, et cetera, there are often times that we require schools to go to training, for them to participate, for them to have documentation. And assuming that that is done, we tend to lift that notice of concern at the end of the school year, so they're not starting another school year with that notice of concern in place.
Okay.
So those would be examples.
All right. You list 6 schools, and let me say for the public, there were pre-hearing questions that were submitted to the agency. If you want to look at what I'm sort of referring to, go to the council's hearing management system website and you can look it up there. Okay. In the pre-hearing responses, you all listed 6 schools on the financial monitoring list for school year 24-25. Declining enrollment, cash on hand, reserve ratio concerns, high facility costs were the main factors for these particular schools that were listed. For the schools with declining enrollment concerns, it's weird to ask what type of technical assistance you provide in those situations. But I guess I'll ask a different question, which is, how long do you all allow for that to persist? So for instance, if someone was flagged for an enrollment concern at the end of school year 24-25, we just, the lottery application just closed. So we'll kind of know coming up to this for school year 25-26, whether or not you're hitting targets or not. And so I guess my question is, how long do you allow for the enrollment decline to persist before there's additional action that's taken place? Because it's hard to rectify that mid-school year.
Yes, thank you for the question. I will attempt to answer it, and I will certainly ask my Chief Operating Officer to add any additional details. So I think the first thing that I would acknowledge is that enrollment is becoming a challenge for a number of our schools and not just charter schools. So I do want to acknowledge that. Secondly, I would say that this is nuanced, right? Enrollment is a key driver for a school's budget. Enrollment generates revenue for the school. Yeah. And so primarily we're looking at the point at which continued enrollment decline compromises the school's sustainability or long-term viability. So it is not necessarily the case that there is cause for alarm after an initial enrollment decline, but we would continue to monitor that over time and determine at which point that decline is going to have significant impact on the school's budget. So if they have the revenue to sustain and they can substantiate to us a current year and out year budgets to sustain the enrollment that they have, even if that school is declining, if it is not a rapid decline and they can sustain themselves, that in itself would not necessarily be a concern.
Yeah.
And in the current budget year, if a school submits a budget to us that is dependent on enrollment, when we do get not necessarily the audited enrollment, but shortly after the enrollment count, we look at that enrollment count. And if that enrollment is, if there's a variance of 10% above or below the enrollment, we do ask the school to resubmit a budget. If it is under the enrollment target, we ask that that resubmitted budget is actually approved by their board and resubmitted to us. And if it is over the budget, if the enrollment is to the positive, we do look at how they are making a plan for that spending in the next quarterly report.
Okay, I've been thinking about this a lot. My inbox looks hot mess because I have a DCPS school who has experienced an enrollment decline, and their budget proposed for this upcoming school year is a correction on that. Interestingly enough, DCPS schools, we can hold harmless. We can't do that for a charter school. If you've moved or otherwise, it is what it is. Correct. And you just kind of have to roll with it. And I feel like this is an interesting conversation in terms of, well, the differences amongst the two sectors, obviously. But this is something that is a conversation that is currently happening. Let me ask, when you have a school on the financial monitoring list, so it's not for an enrollment concern, but it's for something else that's going on, cash on hand, debt reserve, et cetera, how often is the board meeting with the board of that school or the leadership of that school in terms of the quote unquote monitoring?
Thank you. Is the question how often is the PCSB board meeting with the LEA board? It would depend on the gravity of the situation. So very frequently, if we see concerns, financial or academic, we would have an effective organization meeting with the school. Sometimes that occurs at the staff level initially. And if we feel that there's ongoing concern, again, academic or financial, we may have an effective organization meeting that would not only include myself and likely our chief school performance officer or operating officer, but members of our board. And we require that that school leader also has at least 2 members of their board, but as many other members of their board as they believe necessary to speak to that. And that can happen at least once in the beginning of this escalating concern, but it can happen as frequently as we believe is necessary. In financial matters, particularly on the monitoring lists, et cetera, most of that communication is happening with the finance team at the school, the leadership of the school, and sometimes the treasurer of the board of that school.
Okay, so there's a particular school that is on a financial corrective plan. It doesn't expire until June of 2028, but it was put on a FCAP for low enrollment and liquidity issues. And you all have noted that the school has met all of the requirements to date, but they haven't been removed off of their FCAP. So help sort of understand that.
So I'll take the first part of that and I will ask Mr. Henderson to join. So particularly for financial corrective action plans, those are approved by our board. So there is a public meeting that occurs for the board to actually approve that. And so in addition to any other effective organization meeting that we might have, there's actually public deliberation on the financial corrective action with our board and the school's leadership, including their board. In terms of how long a school would stay on and what that would mean, even if they are meeting their targets, I'll ask Mr. Henderson to speak to that process.
Yes, hi. The terms of the FCAP are articulated and are explicit. And so the timeline is of the FCAP are based on the targets that are outlined in the FCAP. And so even if an LEA or a school meets all of its targets from day one throughout the entire process, they will remain on the FCAP
until
that final date that's articulated in the FCAP that's voted upon by our board, and that's typically collaboratively work. I mean, it's DCPCSB and our board's decision of what's in the FCAP final decision, but it is collaboratively made because the best FCAP should identify the path for an LEA to move back into financial health. The typical way that it would work, and the best example is that the final season of the FCAP is quite healthy because successfully exiting the FCAP pulls you all the way off of the monitoring list as well. It's not like
it's not a step down.
It's not a step down. You should have shown a season of financial health.
Got it. Thank you. I'm over my time.
Thank you. Will you want a second round? Will you want a second round? Maybe. All right. Dr. Walker Davis. When we had the hearing in December, maybe on Eagle, Pat Brantley testified and she had several recommendations. And these would be metrics that the Public Charter School Board would use. That the schools that miss 3 or more FAR metrics, schools with a significant decline in any financial metric, the point being a significant decline, schools that miss bond or bank covenants, schools that are deferring mortgage or rent payments, schools that have maxed out on high lines of credit, and schools with conflicted or related party interests. Is the board incorporating any of those?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, we are incorporating much of what Ms. Brantley, well, actually all of what Ms. Brantley has raised here. So I definitely concur with these recommendations. I think the extent to which that is all of these are part of a very comprehensive approach to evaluating the financial health of a school. So any of these might trigger further inquiry and investigation. A combination of these might warrant even more escalating response, but all of these are factors that are taken in by our finance team when they are doing the comprehensive analysis of the health of a school. So I don't know if there's more that you'd like to share, Mr. Henderson.
I think the only thing that I would add is that we agree and incorporate in our oversight practice an escalation of identifying areas for corrective action in some form for many of these. There's a bit of nuance with each one, but any combination of these items that Ms. Brantley identified will and do increase our scrutiny through our typical oversight pathway.
Thank you. I feel like I should add here, to me, one of the lessons with regard to Eagle was that I want to say there's a sort of a hesitancy about what might be perceived as a fiscal discipline or financial discipline. But it was clear looking back that steps should have been taken sooner before the financial situation got worse at Eagle Academy. If action is taken early when there's not a crisis and not a real problem, it may feel like we're acting too quickly. On the other hand, there's not a problem, it's getting fixed. If it gets worse, then we have not acted, I should say, you have not acted quickly enough. So that's the thinking behind all of this, is get in there early when it's not a crisis so that it doesn't become a crisis.
I absolutely agree, Chairman. And I think what is probably not as clear is that our finance team is looking at these data, having lots of conversations with our LEAs about anything that they find. I'm not sure that our LEAs would agree that there's a hesitance because they get lots of calls from our finance team and they get asked for lots of information. And particularly those that are on our monitoring list, they are already at an increased rate of providing information to our team. And so what we have committed to doing is making it a lot clearer what are, the schools on the monitoring list, what are the things that would warrant a school getting on the monitoring list, having communications and better communications with our LEAs about expectations. And again, going back to your earlier questions, exploring ways to make that information more accessible to our public.
Now, another financial question, but very different. So I hear from some members of the public who are critical of charter schools and even some colleagues concern about the substantial cash reserves that some charter schools or some LEAs have. I'm looking at one, reserves $48 million maybe. That's not typical of all the LEAs, but why is it appropriate for charters to bank these funds?
Thank you for that question. As we've discussed in previous conversations and even today, some of our LEA leaders have shared, facilities is an ongoing challenge for many of our schools, and the real estate market in DC is tough. As you know, our charter schools do not have a capital budget, but they do get a facilities allowance, and most of our schools are thinking very smartly about how to use those resources for the facilities they have, but also thinking about the facilities that they may need in the future. And so in many instances where you see reserves, that is for planned improvements to those facilities, planned relocations, other what would be considered capital improvements. And I might also say that unlike our city government and agencies, there isn't a rainy day fund for our charter schools. And so reserves are part of prudent budgeting, prudent managing at the schools. And lastly, I would say we do look at when schools have what looks like an outsized amount of reserves, and we have further conversations with those schools about what are the planned expenditures for that. How do we ensure that you're maximizing the amount of dollars that are going to the students that you're currently serving? So those are the ways that we look at and think about those issues.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that and move to another issue. Do you know how many vacant seats there currently exist within the charter sector?
Sure. I love responding to you about this question, Chairman, because I know this is an ongoing question. So currently, there are 9,770 seats, meaning that this is enrollment capacity unfilled. So if we look at the enrollment ceilings of all of our schools, there are 9,770 seats unfilled. That being said, we do not have a surplus of high-quality seats in our district. And as you know, just because a school has an enrollment ceiling does not mean that they are getting funding for that full enrollment ceiling. LEAs are only funded for the students that they serve. Over the past years, we've certainly increased the rigor of our application to open and expand schools, and we require that there is clear and strong evidence showing that there is need and demand. And so I suspect that we are not going to see that gap between current approved enrollment ceiling and current seats close significantly, because the requirements for expansion and opening are pretty rigorous. And so, again, yes, there is a difference between the number of students currently enrolled in the enrollment ceilings of our schools, but that does not mean that we have an excess of seats, because they're not funded unless they have the students currently enrolled.
Okay, considering charter applications, new applications, how do you look at what the capacity is in a system? Because there are a lot of unfilled seats in the DCPS sector as well.
Yes, so thank you. We do ask our charter applicants to demonstrate both need and demand for the program. So demand would be who's asking for this program, how are you going to ensure that you will be able to fill whatever the enrollment request is that you're going to make. And then need looks at what other programs similar to yours exist, both within the charter sector as well as in DCPS. And so they are required to review analysis data that we provide, as well as that the DME provides about enrollment patterns and programming across the district, and make a case to us and our board about why there is both a need and a demand for the school.
Earlier this school year, an audit revealed that SEED was accused of violating local and federal laws designed to protect students with disabilities. This is actually has apparently been a problem for a while. What measures is PCSB taking to ensure adherence to special education requirements? and the proper delivery of services for students with disabilities. I phrase that very generally, but it comes out of the SEED experience, so maybe speak to that.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. I'll start generally about some of the improvements that we've made in terms of our monitoring and oversight regarding students with disabilities and emerging multilingual learners. So over the last couple of years, we've been improving our processes for ensuring that we are monitoring very closely how schools are serving those populations. We've updated our audit and monitoring policies, both for special ed as well as emerging multilingual learners. And I believe I've testified in the past about audits that we've had for schools and findings that we might have had through those audits. I will ask our Chief School Performance Officer, Ms. Sampson, to speak specifically to some of the activity that's currently underway regarding SEED.
Hello. So SEED Public Charter School is subject to a notice of concern. The board issued that notice in October of 2024, and it requires the school to engage in 4 activities. The first was supplying us with their student and family handbook so that we could assess whether the school's discipline policy is compliant with the law. We did that review and determined that the policy was not compliant with the law and required the school to revise its discipline policy. And they are now operating with a discipline policy that is compliant. We have also required the school to submit to us on a monthly basis their student discipline data. This is data that they, of course, report to OSSI, but we have asked them to report it to DC PCSB on a monthly basis so that we can scrutinize it and determine whether the data are accurate or not. We have also required the school to undergo a special education focused qualitative site review. So I think you've heard about our qualitative site review process. We conduct those site visits a year before a school is subject to a high stakes charter review. But in this instance, we have decided to move forward with a special education focused QSR that enables us to see how well the school is serving students with disabilities and whether their programming is sufficient for students with IEPs. So that those site visits just wrapped up over the last week or so. We conducted those visits over a month-long period, and we are scrutinizing the information that our observers found during those visits. And then lastly, we required the school's leaders to engage in technical assistance with OSSI focused on special education services. And it's my understanding that the school did provide evidence that they participated in all of the sessions that we required them to. We expect to wrap up this notice of concern review by the end of the school year, and we'll be making recommendations to our board to either lift the notice or engage in other intervention.
So you mentioned, I think it's the discipline policy is compliant, but do you know that they're actually adhering to the policy?
We have seen a shift in the number of students who are being suspended or expelled as a result of the changes to the policy. That's part of why we were collecting the discipline data on a monthly basis so that we could more regularly see what's happening in terms of student removals.
All right, I'll leave it there. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up a little bit on what the chairman was asking around the capacity questions pieces. I missed the deputy mayor. I think he might have already gone, but I missed him.
No, he's coming up next.
Oh, okay. But let's check in on this question anyway. So I know whether it be higher ed, whether it be K-12, there is there's just a enrollment cliff that is coming simply because the birth rates have not kept pace. And so everybody's sort of kind of dealing with these types of challenges. And I'm wondering to what extent PCSB has been a part of these conversations around the overall, here are the numbers that we have from the Census Office of Planning around like the number of school age kids who are just being born, right? Or the number of kids who are being born, who we project to still be here when they hit school age in terms of whatever the growth strategy, or as you all are approving these applications, I'm hopeful that it is being also grounded in the data that's coming from the Office of Planning around the future population growth or not.
Yes, thank you, council member. And yes, the data from the Office of Planning is part of the data set that we do provide to schools to be responsive to when they are doing a charter application, and also what we have in terms of our analysis when we're looking at expansion request. We also participated in both the boundary study advisory group, and also members of my team meet with the DME and DCPS around ongoing planning. And we do use the data from the Office of Planning and whatever insights DME also offers on that. Those are all factors that are considered when we're looking at specific requests that come to PCSB.
Okay, all right. I want to change just a little bit. In a different hearing earlier today, I was with the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and we had a conversation about safe passage, which I believe is you can't have a conversation about safe passage without talking to charter schools, because in many cases your schools are adjacent or in the nearing of some of these priority zone areas. And one of the things that came up in that conversation was around, a feeling of disconnect in terms of who are the safe passage contractors and or workers that are working in particular area, and also, who's the appropriate NPD resource to contact, et cetera. I've been hearing from school leaders that they are not feeling connected in that. And I made a specific request to the deputy mayor last year of like, can we convene these meetings? Can you bring together all of the schools in these particular areas? And she basically, and when I asked sort of a follow-up question today about this, kind of alluded to the fact that many times they're having these meetings, but only DCPS is participating in them. I think the analogy she gave was that you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You are an authorizer, so I feel a little weird kind of asking this question, but to the extent I'm curious, how integrated in these conversations of safe passage has the board been, or is it really more a conversation that has to be coordinated amongst the individual LEAs?
Thank you, council member. So we do provide information about these meetings in our weekly bulletins to schools. We have staff who are focused on interagency partnerships and do publicize and engage with schools around the opportunities that exist. I would first say that you are right. There are many charter leaders who still do feel disconnected, who still feel like they don't know who are the right people to reach out to. I think we experienced some success last year when there were some meetings hosted by the mayor and the deputy mayor to bring schools together. And I think you will probably find some charter school leaders who say, this is working for me. I do know who my person is. I feel connected. So it is not every school is experiencing this, but quite frankly, too many are. We participate in monthly meetings with MPD, and so we are also hearing what are some of the trends and what are some of the challenges, and we try both behind the scenes and in those meetings to connect the dots with individual schools and city agencies as much as possible. I think what I've heard in terms of challenges is one, just making sure, quite frankly, that charter schools are not an afterthought in the planning around some of this. Also making sure that when we think about individual schools, that we are actually thinking about like the geography, and that many of these schools are adjacent to each other. And quite frankly, some of it is staffing challenges too, like not having the right number and perhaps right people in some of these positions. So I believe that we saw some movement, and I would agree with your assessment, or at least what you've heard, that more needs to be done to make this feel a little bit more seamless and coordinated.
Okay. We funded, we sort of led the charge in my office to fund some additional funding for a technology piece, at least to coordinate, which is like a alert system that is, if there's a particular incident that occurs in an area or geographic region, that it gives push out alerts so that it is not an afterthought, but that charter schools are receiving the information at the same time that DCPS schools are receiving the information, whether it be from HCMA or otherwise. And need to follow up with HCMA to see where they are in terms of deploying for that, because that was one,
I thought that's a low hanging fruit, right? If you guys are sending out an alert, include the charter schools on the alert as well, especially if the schools are like a few blocks from each other in terms of that. It's something we'll continue to work on because I feel like safe passage is one of those things where this should be the very basic of us being able to ensure that a kid can get to school safely and get home safely in the evenings.
Absolutely agree. And I do want to acknowledge that there are school leaders, both charter and DCPS, who are being creative and coming up with solutions on their own. And that's yet another burden that the school leaders have that perhaps if with better coordination, we could take off their plate.
Yeah, some of their solutions though, I know for some of those companies, they don't really like them, right? Like I get it, but don't put a 13-year-old in an Uber by themselves to get them home. That's not exactly safe as well. So we've got to sort of figure out what the balance is on some of these things. I want to ask about academic compliance. We focused a lot in terms of finances and now, of course, on safety. But, sometimes when we get particular parents who are reaching out to us, it is about a feeling as though a charter school is not living up to a particular threshold. A lot of it, I'll be honest with you, stems from the health and PE requirements that we have across the district. And I'm curious, when you all are doing your reviews of, I don't think you call it the tier system anymore, or do you still call it the tier system?
It's our Aspire system.
Okay, Aspire. It's still tiered, no?
It's leveled, not tiered. And not yet.
Synonyms.
Yes.
They're related. But one of my questions is whether or not the particular LEA is actually meeting the requirements of the curriculum standards that have been outlined by the State Board of Education and OSSE for the particular amounts of time. How are you all evaluating whether or not it's being met?
Yeah, so I will certainly ask my chief school performance officer to assist here, but I'll start, particularly for a high school. I think the most visible way that we are assessing that is at the point of graduation when schools have to submit to us the list of students that they need to graduate. We do a very comprehensive transcript audit, and they are not allowed to graduate those students if they do not meet all of the requirements in the DCMR for graduation and the policies of that particular LEA, because some of our LEAs have requirements above the state graduation requirements. So that is a pretty comprehensive process, and there is dialogue with the school prior to graduation to sort of keep pace with, for them to have visibility around how they are setting students up for success. In terms of other ways that we are looking at that, OSSE is primarily responsible for making sure that LEAs are adhering to state standards in the curriculum that they provide, but I will ask Ms. Simpson to share a little bit about our visibility to that.
Because frankly, if I think probably a parent who feels as though their child is not receiving the required amounts of art, PE, et cetera, wouldn't go straight to OSSE. They would come to you all first. And so what does that investigation look like?
Dr. Walker Davis is accurate in naming that OSSE is the body that oversees a collection of the courses that schools are offering and alignment with DCMR. Surprisingly, I don't hear many community complaints from families concerned about their students' access to a given set of courses. And I also think that the evaluation that PCSB does is much higher level. When the high stakes charter review that you just mentioned, that is going to scrutinize in general targets that the school is expected to meet in terms of English language arts proficiency, math proficiency, growth, those kind of things. So our scrutiny is much higher level than the discrete courses that a student earns to be promoted.
Okay. I think one of my worries about that is sort of overall, nationwide. Everybody wants to talk about math and reading, which are foundational and core. But I also want to make sure that kids know how to do science and that they understand history and that they're getting a little art and that they're running outside and doing all of those other pieces as well. And so if your evaluation is only focusing on sort of the academic achievement piece of math and reading, then who is focusing on the rest of the whole child educational piece of things?
That's fair. I think I'm tempted to push back just because we know that there's significant opportunity to see our schools reaching the targets that we need to see in ELA and math. They were so depressed because of the pandemic, and so our focus on those two areas is important.
And the only thing I would add, and Ms. Sampson referenced the community complaints process. We haven't actually seen a lot of any complaints really recently around what you're talking about course offerings, but very often, even if we are not the agency that enforces that, those complaints might come to us. And if they do, our community complaint process has us engage with the parent, better understand what they're asking for, connect them to, if it is OSSI in this instance, connect them to OSSI, make sure that there is an individual at OSSI that they're able to communicate with about those expectations. And then we also have a feedback loop with the school that we got this complaint, this is what the matter is and how are you resolving it. So while we haven't had that particular issue come to our attention, that's the robustness of our community complaint process, even if we're not the agency that is primarily responsible for it.
Mr. Chairman, I don't need a whole round, just have one more follow-up question. In terms of the complaints that you all received in the last school year, what were the top three category type?
I am probably going to get this wrong, but special ed is usually on that list, always on the list. I think the other might be a dispute around discipline, a parent's either disagreement or feel like there wasn't appropriate follow-up with the school from discipline. Those are the top two that come to mind. I cannot think of a third right now. I don't know if Ms. Sampson, if you have the other top issue. I would say probably health and safety is another one. Transportation or safe passage. I'll categorize it under safe passage. Usually it's a safety related issue about not in the school, but traveling to and from school.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's going to conclude our questions for you. So I want to thank you very much and thank all the witnesses who testified before you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for having as many LEAs come and present as well. I think it's important to hear from us, of course, but it's important to hear from the LEAs about their experiences.
Correct. Thank you. So we're going to take a short recess. Last time I said about 10 minutes and it was 15. So this time I'm going to say 15. So we will come back at 5:35. All right, we're going to reconvene. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are reconvening this hearing, and we're with the last agency for the day, the Deputy Mayor for Education. We have, I think it's 25 witnesses before we get to the Deputy Mayor. So let's get going. Michael Rodriguez, who's Chief Executive Officer at St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. Chelsea Coffin, Director, Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center. Tiara Stewart, Chief Program Officer at DC Scores. Marquis Hall, Youth Specialist, Blue Senior High School Youth Guidance. Josh Lewis. Stephen Dean, Co-Chair Bancroft Annex Working Group. Well, I was going to call Jamie Barden as well. So is Stephen Dean not testifying? All right, well, I'm offering him now. Nayeri Jenkins, Out of School Time Advocacy Manager, DC Action. Shelley Stoddard, Director of Programs at First Chesapeake. Elizabeth Mitchell. Audrey Walker. Shondell Richards with Horton's Kids. Caroline Smith with DC Action. You are Caroline Smith? I think I'll leave it at that. All right, let's see where we are. Michael Rodriguez, Chief Executive Officer, St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. Is he online? When you're ready, please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Rodriguez, and I represent the St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. We serve 250 high-need special education students ages 3 to 22 from all wards. We were invited into the district by Mayor Williams in the early 2000s, a time of fiscal crisis and 2 class action lawsuits involving both disability and education. Those conditions mirror current times. We came providing solutions, serving 250 students who were then being educated out of district at a much higher cost and at great distances from their homes. Restoring adequate funding for St. Coletta is neither new spending nor is it discretionary. This is funding that existed until it was eliminated by a 2017 policy decision. It is funding required to provide our students with a free, appropriate public education, which is a powerful legal right of students with disabilities. It is the law of the land. It is now widely accepted that this funding must be restored. In my submitted testimony, I refer you to 6 independent and trusted sources of confirmation of the extent, legitimacy, and time essence of this need. In FY25, we are serving 16 more students whose IEPs require a full-time dedicated aide than we served in the previous year. Thus, our staffing costs increased by $900,000. There is currently no provision in the UPSFF to address this need. Our projected deficit for FY26 is now $2.6 million, which is unsustainable. Level 5 weighting, as recommended in the adequacy study, is smart and flexible, enhancing funding only when it is needed and reducing that funding when it is no longer needed. Restoring adequate funding for St. Coletta is not only a legal requirement, it is wise for the district fiscally, avoiding the exacerbation of current problems that were once fully resolved. We thank the council for the past 2 years of supplemental funding. We look forward to a mayor's budget that ensures this issue does not see its 10th birthday. We appreciate the support of all our friends in the district, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And don't go away. I may have a question for you. Chelsea Coffin?
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Director of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on helping to create a local, vibrant economy that can maximize opportunities for residents, workers, and businesses in the District of Columbia. In my testimony, I will call for continued attention on early career outcomes for high school alumni and the importance of attendance. My testimony is based primarily on 2 DC Policy Center reports, State of DC Schools 2023-24, and Building Career Assets for Lifelong Success. There is a real need to improve early career outcomes for DC's high school alumni. Young adults aged 18 to 34 who were born and currently still reside in DC earn less than half the income of young adults who were not born in DC. They are 7 times more likely to be unemployed, and they are 2/3 less likely to have a bachelor's degree or higher. In concert with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, DC government agencies and schools are the main providers of career asset building opportunities, or the programs, courses, and experiences that help young people connect to college and career. Building career assets is one demonstrated way to boost earnings for DC's alumni. Based on enrollment, there are enough intensive career asset building opportunities to reach 41% of high school students during the school year and 67% of high school students during the summer. Some strong examples of these in FY25 include access to CTE, which reached almost 6,000 students, increased dual enrollment opportunities, more access to paid internships through OSSI and DOES, and courses at the Citywide Advanced Technical Center in Ward 5. Existing data on post-secondary enrollment and initiatives to collect more information show promise. Out of the graduating class of 2023, 53% enrolled in a post-secondary institution within 6 months of high school graduation. This is an impressive 3 percentage point increase from the previous class and means a return to pre-pandemic levels at a time when learning outcomes and chronic absenteeism have not yet rebounded. Much needed data linkages across district agencies through the Education Through Employment Pathways data system will allow district policymakers to find out more about employment outcomes in addition to currently available data on post-secondary degrees and direct funding to the most effective opportunities. Post-secondary outcomes are also connected to attendance for DC's alumni, meaning that efforts to cut chronic absenteeism by half over 5 years are crucial. Among high school graduates, the more school students miss, the less likely they are to enroll in college. Looking at post-secondary enrollment, on average, 7 in 10 high school graduates who missed less than 5% of the school year went on to enroll in post-secondary, compared to 3 in 10 who missed more than 30% of the school year. It is vital that this momentum in post-secondary outcomes and supports, as well as efforts to track outcomes, continues after FY 2025. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Tiara Stewart, Marquez Hall, Josh Lewis, Jamie Barden.
Hi, my name is Jamie Barden. I'm a Bancroft Elementary School parent and co-chair of the Bancroft Annex Working Group. I'm joined by 3 virtual testimonies, which you will hear here in a little bit, as well as a written statement by Nora Toiv. The DME's office has generated all the information you need to see that Bancroft is overcrowded and needs a long-term annex building. In fact, the DME had all that information a year ago. Bancroft is at 120 students over capacity now, and the DCPS projects 170 over capacity next year. The DME's boundary study and master's facilities plan concluded that typical remedies for overcrowding do not work at Bancroft, including cutting pre-K grades, shrinking the boundary, and adding trailers. Why not cut pre-K grade? At Bancroft, 80% of pre-K are Spanish dominant students, many of whom are low income. So the DME's boundary study ruled out this approach. What about shrinking the boundary? The DME's boundary study found that all cuts decreased Spanish dominant population. Also, the proposed cut only reduced enrollment by 34 students across all grades. So the DME staff concluded that the juice was not worth the squeeze. Even before we start talking about putting trailers on our miniature soccer field, the school is in the DME's red zone for how little outdoor space we have per student. So that's pretty much out. Fortunately, Chancellor Farabee provided a temporary solution, relocating 6 Bancroft classes to the Sharp Health Space for 2 school years through spring of 2027. However, swing spaces are in high demand, and Sharp is more than a mile away from Bancroft. So busing and drop-off times at 2 schools make this impractical for the long term. So where are we with this permanent location? Thanks to Chair Mendelson's leadership, City Council has appropriated $9 million toward an annex for Bancroft last year. Second, the former DPR headquarters at 3149 16th Street is available and is city-owned. This space is close to the school and has outdoor space that allows for a bold renovation. At the Mayor's Budget Forum, we heard from executive officials that they believe they have additional funds to add to the capital improvement plan, the CIP, to complete the renovation. We are asking the DME to support the necessary additional CIP funds for a bold renovation at the old DPR HQ as an annex for Bancroft. Inaction in this year's budget will lead to foreseeable and disastrous consequences for this thriving and welcoming educational community.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Najiri Jenkins, and I probably mispronounced your first name.
And Jerry.
Njeri.
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and staff of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Njeri Jenkins, and I am the Out-of-School Time Advocacy Manager at DC Action. I'm here to discuss 3 key challenges facing OSC providers in the district: the need for stable funding, the need for prepayment to cover expenses, and the need to access federal funding promptly to protect the continuity of services. With looming threats from the Trump administration to cut the Department of Education, which disseminates the 21st century grant funds, OSC providers are rightly anxious about what this means for the future of their programs and the youth they serve. We want to thank the DME's OSC office for stepping in to replace lost 21st century grant funds last year and for keeping many providers whole by continuing fiscal year 24 funding levels through fiscal year 25. This action demonstrated a strong commitment to sustaining OSC programming. It is proof that solutions exist, and with continued strategic investments, we can do even more to expand access and stability for OSC providers, families, and youth. We urge the DME's OSC office to continue making investments by reassuring the OSC community that it will replace any loss of federal funding with local dollars. We urge the DME's office to collaborate with OSCE to enable providers to access 21st century grant funds for FY25 as soon as possible. Providers are concerned about losing access to this funding following the state federal funding freeze last month. With the ongoing threat of federal cuts, expedited access to already allocated funds will ensure program continuity, allowing providers to fully utilize available funds and reduce potential pressure on the district should we need to replace federal funding losses. OSC providers are challenged by the district's current grant invoicing structure. Although they can invoice for 50% of the grants up front, this model does not align with the early planning and operational needs of the school year programs, many of which begin serving students in August. We recommend introducing a prepayment system, allowing providers to cover costs such as hiring, training staff, securing materials, and preparing for the school year ahead of October 1. Without a prepayment adjustment, programs that serve thousands of youth may be forced to delay their start until October, leaving students without structured, safe, and enriching spaces during a critical transition period at the beginning of the school year. This strains budgets, particularly for smaller community-based organizations, and limits their ability to serve as many students as possible. Implementing a prepayment system would remove these barriers, ensuring OSC programs are fully prepared to support youth, families, and schools from day one. Ensuring the district's OST ecosystem has the resources and financial stability to serve every young person in the district is a smart investment in youth development, community safety, and long-term educational and economic outcomes for the city. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Shelley Stoddard? Elizabeth Mitchell?
Hi, I'm here. So unfortunately, I didn't have time to prepare my testimony, but I did want to raise a couple points with regard to the deputy mayor's office. One has to do with my prior testimony regarding engagement of special needs parents around the boundary study and the master's facilities plan. That was really poorly done, and I see the reflection of that in the report that they just released. I think it was last week. We finally got the report. Along with that, some of the things that they said they were going to be new implementations were not new. We haven't seen any new activity on this for, I think it's now 2 decades. We've had 2 of these big studies, and 2 of them have left kids with special needs out in our families. Next, I'm glad to see that they make reference to SAPC, but the fact that this board, which has to go through the mayor's office to be staffed and to be fully populated, the fact that they haven't met and had reports. I think they finally had a report at the beginning of this year, but they hadn't met since 2019. This is one of the few ways that parents of special needs children and students can be involved in the process to offer recommendations and to have their voices heard. And the fact that it has not met in a meaningful way since 2019 and hasn't had an impact is absolutely a disservice to our community. And I would just further raise that there are very few opportunities for parents like myself and community members who are trying to be heard about all of the issues we're seeing with our special needs kids with disabilities, who are our most vulnerable students. There are very few avenues for us to make these stories heard. And the fact that this board has been basically not meeting in a functional way since 2019 is really atrocious. So anything that the DME could do to make sure that our voices are heard, that we're further engaged, would be really great. And I know that you've been asking questions. I appreciate it, Chair, that you have absolutely read the U.S. Office of Civil Rights report. Please just ask all the questions that you've been asking of the DME. There were specific recommendations for the DME. The fact that all of this has been going on, I am eternally grateful that they did this report, because without it, I don't think a lot of these issues would be getting uncovered and publicized. And it's really important that we take action on this, because every day that we don't take action on these issues, our children suffer and our lives are just so much harder. So appreciate your attention. Thank you for reading the report. Please make sure the deputy mayor has read the report. It was atrocious to me that the chancellor tried to say that he hadn't read the report. Or wasn't really aware of it. That's completely unbelievable to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Audrey Walker?
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Audrey Walker, and I serve as the Director of Youth Services at Jubilee Housing. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the importance of out-of-school time programming and the critical role it plays in supporting DC's young people and working families. While our direct services are rooted in Ward 1, we stand in strong support of our colleagues and partners across the city, especially those serving youth in Wards 7 and 8, where barriers to OST access remains among the most significant. While we are fortunate to operate in a ward with many OST opportunities, we recognize that many families across the city, particularly in Wards 7 and 8, do not have the same level of access. As an organization committed to equity and opportunity for all young people, we join our OST partners in calling for increased investments in these critical programs to ensure no child is left behind. Also, to ensure stability and sustainability, we urge the DME to maintain and increase OST funding levels with a focus on ensuring equitable access in communities where youth need it most. Replace any loss of 21st century learning grants with local funding, as it was done in fiscal year 24, to prevent disruptions in programming, and to explore multi-year funding commitments to allow providers to plan ahead and maintain consistent services for families. We recognize the advantage of being in a transit-rich community where students can more easily navigate to and from programs. However, that is not the case across DC. More than 43% of students in DC attend school outside of their home ward. This means that many young people, particularly those in Ward 7 and 8, struggle to access OST programs due to cost, availability, and safety of transportation options. The inability to get to and from programs is one of the largest barriers preventing youth from engaging in enrichment opportunities beyond their immediate neighborhoods. Additionally, students with special needs who rely on OSC DOT transportation face even greater challenges. OSC buses leave school at 3:15, leaving students with IEPs unable to participate in OST activities unless their families can make alternative transportation arrangements as an option, which is not feasible for many. A major challenge that OST providers face is the funding gap caused by the current invoicing structure, which allows providers to request only 50% of their grant funding upfront. While this system is an improvement, it does not fully align with the realities of OST program planning. And programs must be able to hire staff, secure space, purchase supplies, and prepare for student engagement well before the school year begins. Without greater flexibility in grant disbursements, many providers face cash flow issues that force delays or disruptions in programming. OST programs are not evenly distributed, and transportation funding and administrative barriers prevent too many young people from participating. The future of DC's youth depend on our collective investment in OST programming. Jubilee is proud to stand along the DC network, the DC OST Coalition, and our partners across DC in advocating for policies that ensure every young person has access to quality after-school and summer camp programming. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Shondell Richards? Shondell Richards? I see her name on the, here she comes. Please proceed, but we can't hear you. Still cannot hear you. Have any thoughts? Why don't you log off and log back on? We may miss you with this panel, but if you're back, we'll let you in. So try that. We have no audio from you. Caroline Smith.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Smith, and I'm a Master of Social Work candidate at Catholic University and an intern at DC Action, home to the OST Coalition. I'm here to advocate for transportation solutions to ensure all students can safely access OST programs. For many families, OST programs provide critical support, particularly for working parents, knowing that their children are safe and engaged while they work. OST is essential not only for academic and social development, but also for the stability of working families. These programs represent a vital investment in the financial health of the district, and they will be especially important as we face the challenges of upcoming budget years. However, transportation continues to be a barrier for OST access. The cost, time, and effort to arrange safe and convenient transportation often prevent youth from participating in these valuable programs. Limited transportation options add stress and make it harder for working parents to balance their responsibilities. While programs such as Safe Passages and DC School Connect are valuable, they do not fully meet the needs of the district's youth and families. Parents do not feel like Safe Passages does enough to make kids feel safe traveling to and from schools or to OST programs, and does not cover the time when youth would typically be commuting home after an OST program ends. DC School Connect has an extremely limited number of seats, capped at just 40 students per school. Additionally, youth with special needs who qualify for transportation through OSSI DOT face unique challenges with transportation. OSSI buses pick them up at 3:15, which limits their ability to attend after-school enrichment opportunities. While the OST office has provided training on inclusive programming, these efforts won't succeed if transportation isn't addressed. Youth with special needs cannot safely commute without adjustments to publicly funded transportation support, either through OSSI DOT or alternative arrangements through the OST office or OSSI. To truly ensure that all youth in the district have access to OST programs, we must do more. We need a universal OST mandate for the district, and it must be coupled with access to safe, reliable, and affordable transportation solutions. The OST office and commission should collaborate with OST providers and parents in the coming year to create and implement transportation strategies that directly address the specific needs of our diverse communities. Only by doing so can we ensure that every family in every neighborhood and at any income level has meaningful access to support and opportunities that OST programs provide. In addition to transportation concerns, the OST Coalition has heard that youth families and OST staff are deeply worried about ICE raids near schools and OST program sites. So far, the DME's office has not provided clear guidance or training to OST programs, either alone or in collaboration with school sites, on how to protect youth if immigration enforcement targets a district. This lack of leadership has led to decreased participation in school and OST programs. Our coalition urgently requests uniform guidance and training for OST providers, DCPS and charter school staff, and school security officers on how to handle ICE requests, ensuring students' rights to safely access education and enrichment. More details on this issue are included in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I think that was all the witnesses I called. Shondell Richards hasn't come back. Actually, no. Okay. I had a few questions. Is Mike Rodriguez still here?
Yes, I am, sir.
You characterized an action in 2017 as a policy decision. Could you explain?
Yes, the decision was made, and I believe it was a recommendation from the State Secretary of Education at the time to the DME that although the UPSFF had never up to that point covered or came close to cover our direct costs, that their projection showed that in the near future it would, and history has not borne that out. Our deficits have continued. The UPSFF, as currently constituted, I don't believe could ever cover our full cost of educating our students.
So it was a calculation by OSSI that occurred in 2017. Yeah,
it was the spring of 2017, and it was a memo was transmitted from OSSI to the DME, and then the DME acted on that by accepting that recommendation and implementing it.
The other question I have for you is that I doubt that the level 5 weighting is going to be possible with this year's budget, but if it was, how much additional money would you receive, roughly?
That would probably be somewhere between, I'll go back and retrieve the exact number for you, but it would certainly be above $3 million and probably closer to $4 million. Depending upon, of course, how many level 5 students we would be serving next year, which it varies from year to year. We tend to be around 125, but this year is a good example of it going up. We went from 116 students who require full-time dedicated aid to 132. Unlike other funding situations, this isn't one where new or restored funding keep going up and up and up. Level 5 funding only responds to the students who require that dedicated aid, and I hope that it helps.
Yes, it does. Mr. Barton. Use the word bold. What does that mean? We are asking the DME to support the necessary additional capital budget funds for a bold renovation of the old DPR headquarters.
So the community hasn't actually heard officially about this building, but unofficially, the building itself probably holds between 6 and 7 classrooms. In the year that it would become available, we're expected to be 200 students over capacity. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking boldly in the sense that we cover the necessary overcapacity with the notions of what we're going to do with the building. And I think sometimes, if I may, there's conversations about how different sites are difficult for one reason or another, as we found with the Henderson buildings, which I think can be useful. But I also think that there's often missing a conversation about what could be possible and what would be helpful and necessary. And I truly believe this is the only option that's in the time frame that's going to preserve this school. And so I think we should look at this site and think boldly about what could be done with it.
Okay. And you said in the year, which I think is a couple of years from now, Bancroft will have 200
Yeah, so
more
the,
kids
so
that it can
the, so
hold.
the deputy mayor for education or DCPS, it's never clear who does the projections, but they believe next year will be 170 over. And everybody has us projected at kind of gaining about 40 students per year or so. So we would be 200 over in the year, in the subsequent year and so forth. Again, if trends continue.
Yes, but wherever one goes, it would be the pre-K students. That's the number that counts.
So
if you're 200 over with sixth graders, that's not going to help you because nobody's talking about sixth graders moving. I don't know that you have sixth graders. But so that's why I said it's the number of pre-K that count.
Well, so I guess the point that I've been trying to make is that we need to think more broadly about this site and other grades that might be included. And I think those are part of the conversations that are happening at DCPS and the DME's office. Although, I mean, you may ask directly. But the fact of the matter is the things that we talked about, shrinking the boundary or putting trailers on the soccer field, or really both, are going to happen if we don't think about finding more space for the kindergarten and on up as well.
Sure, I completely understand that. I think I understand that. But so I don't really understand what bold means other than don't be limited to 6 classrooms if that's not enough. And I don't know how many students need to be there because it would be pre-K students that would be there.
I guess the question, and again, we don't have any details on the building, but I guess the question that I would have is, can we do as much as possible with the site? And let's make sure we scrutinize everything that's possible that we can do with that site. Of course, the school community is going to be happy and pleased to hear that we can do anything with it, and we'll be thrilled with that. So I'm not trying to be ungrateful, but I just want us to be thinking a little bit more long-term about what could be done with it that would be more comprehensive, if that's at all possible. I completely concur that pre-K is essential, it's important, and we know the population it serves. I'm sitting here as a father of an 18-month-old who's not going to be Spanish dominant. So this facility is not going to necessarily serve him, but I think it's that important for our community to maintain that bilingual program.
Let me ask Ms. Jenkins, in your testimony, I probably shouldn't go here, but I'm going to. You say replace any loss of federal funding with local dollars to preserve access to high-quality OST programs. And I kind of want to say for real. So we're going to be able to, our revenues next year are negative compared to this year. Our costs have gone up. The back of the envelope calculation is that maybe $700 million has got to be found in cuts. And we're going to replace federal funding. How does DC Action propose to do that?
Yeah, so DC Action is a member of the Just Recovery Coalition. So our proposal is that we support the all-in DC revenue raising platform, and then which would call for the wealthiest residents and businesses in the district to pay their fair share.
Have you guys thought that through? So let's see, we raised tax on the highest income earners a year or two ago. So we would do that again?
Yes.
And that would bring in $600 million?
It's a proposal. I will go back and discuss it further with my team. And
Well,
we
maybe
can-
folks need to do that and be a little realistic about this. So just the local funds, the increased cost as well as the loss of revenues?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, for the financial plan, it's $340 million less in revenues year after year after year. So just there, we would have to raise taxes to get 350, plus the increase in cost, which is probably another 300 or 400 million. Think teachers union contract, think of other contracts. Just think of the cost of, let's say, healthcare, because we have a Medicaid match. So as I said, we're talking about maybe $600 million. I haven't looked at the numbers recently, but my recollection was that proposals on the table in the past didn't even come close to that. I suppose if we raised the income tax rate to like 20%. Have you guys thought this through?
Yes, part of our proposal is because there are going to be federal tax cuts to the billionaires, that essentially DC would come out as tax neutral.
Oh, okay. So we will, but of course, we don't know what those are. But so we're gonna fill the shoes of the federal government. And what do we do, by the way, if the Medicaid match drops? Have you thought that through?
I would love to get back to you with more information after my team and I talk more offline, and we'll reach
Well,
out.
I should be kind, but I just think that this coalition is like half-baked on this. I'll leave it at that. Thank you all for your testimony. Valerie Jablo. Jorge Membrano, Director of Youth Advocacy, DC Action. Erin Bebo, you do see her? Emma Kelly, excellent. Raymond Rodriguez with the PD Green program. Mary Lucerdo. Tom Pollock, Executive Director, DC Tutoring and Mentoring Initiative. Megan Stoner Conway. Charles Cox. Stephen Dean. Stephen Dean. Jaden Damons. Cameron Jackson.
Hello.
Okay. And I have to remember, we're going to try again with Chandel Richards. Why don't we start with you, Ms. Richards? Hopefully your audio is working.
Can you guys hear me? All right, perfect. Good day, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Chandel Richards, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Horton's Kids. I'm here to add my voice to those calling for continued investment in out-of-school time programming for DC youth. Since 1989, Horton's Kids has been a safe haven for youth growing up in Southeast DC. Horton's Kids aims to remove systematic barriers and prepare participants to succeed in college, career, and life by providing positive outlets and opportunities in the critical hours after school. Students enrolled in Horton's Kids are twice as likely to graduate high school on time. We operate community resource centers in 2 geographically isolated neighborhoods, Wellington Park and Stanton Oaks. Our centers are located in the same apartment complexes where participants live, bringing assets and programming directly to children and their families. With the council's support, we began offering programming from a third site, Hortons Hub. This hub includes 19,000 square feet of indoor and outdoor space for pre-K through 12th grade students and their families. Located a half mile from our 2 community resource centers and near 16 additional low-income neighborhoods. Hortons Hub is a central location to deliver academic, youth development, health and wellness, and community and family engagement supports to hundreds of children and their families in Anacostia annually. Every student in the district, especially in Ward 8 communities with larger gaps in OST seats, deserves high-quality programs and services like those provided by Hortons Kids. We need stable, predictable funding to continue the evidence-based programming that promotes academic achievement, school attendance, mental health, and college and career readiness. Further, we need it. The next 4 years of federal disinvestment is already valuable communities will necessitate a deepened commitment to the children and families in Ward 8. We ask the council to continue to invest local dollars to bridge the gap of federal funds as you did in FY24. Local dollars will ensure stabilization of OST funding, enabling Hortons Kids to further our school advocacy efforts, increase the number of children served during our Summerfest program, providing a positive outlet for students during the summertime, leverage our participant partnerships in local and increase exposure activities, which are critical for helping students from underinvested neighborhoods, ensure that our participants receive high-quality social emotional learning supports, and students with mental health needs and are connected with services, recruit and retain diverse core groups of mentors, and invest in supporting the whole family. We are grateful for the city's continued investment in OST and the deep recognition of what it is possible through this commitment. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer your questions you have today.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Valerie Chablo.
I am Valerie Jablo, a DC public education analyst. For a publicly undisclosed period of time in publicly undisclosed conversations with a publicly undisclosed roster of people from DCPS, the Charter Board, and the DME's office, our DME has been working on a public-facing document for Recommendation 23 of the Boundary Assignment Committee on coordinated planning of new schools and closures. Per the March 2024 Boundary Report, the DME was obliged to put that planning document out for public comment by the end of 2024. As yet, this planning document is publicly undisclosed. Now that we have a presidential administration that treats public anything with contempt, you should be aware that no one in this DC mayoral administration is likely to protect us from the destruction of DCPS as a complete school system of right in all areas and the imposition of vouchers to further segregate our children using public funds under the guise of choice. For instance, it would have been easy for the DME to have formulated by now a planning floor that pledged to close no schools of right and to ensure all schools of right everywhere have everything they need to serve the children in bounds for them. But he has not. Thusly, supporting DC schools of right would also ease segregation, which, like annual school budget evisceration, has only increased in DC. All of that is a very basic floor for planning by ensuring equity, education rights, and budgets are secured throughout our city before specialized programming and schools of choice formulated. But the DME has done none of this. In fact, my neighborhood of Capitol Hill bears witness to what passes for school planning here in the 21st century. For more than 150 years, there was a public school of right at 7th and Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast by Eastern Market. That changed when the last school there was closed and the property sold to a developer. This happened as many DCPS schools of right with majorities of Black students were closed and sold or turned into privately run but publicly funded charter schools, all by way of a congressionally forced mandate for charters here. In other words, no one in DC directly voted for any of it. Now, every weekday during the school year at the same place at Eastern Market, buses line up. The buses are for students attending private schools and privately run but publicly funded charters. Some of the buses cost riders thousands every year. So school children still gather every weekday at that same place, but now instead of a public school there, we have directed DC's public money to further segregate our children. While, I should add, we don't have reliable buses for students with disabilities. There are many people in DC government who laud this, not limited to this DME, but those same people appear to be very quiet about those who never directly chose any of it, the majority of DC residents. And they are also quiet about what this means for our children, who every year are denied teachers, services, and programming at their schools of right in their own neighborhoods because our budget cannot cover duplicative programming and administration for ever-increasing publicly funded seats of choice. So it is that the people here who laud school choice, not limited to this DME, will in the end embrace vouchers because it is only a continuation of what DC has already been doing, privatizing the public good of education and dismantling any hope for citywide equity in education rights. You can stop this if you want, and I hope you will, by demanding the strengthening of all our schools of right as the first and last goal of all school planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jablow. Jorge Membrano, told us not here. Aaron Bebo.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Erin Bebo. I'm Vice President of Strategic Initiatives at CityWorks DC. CityWorks is a nonprofit focused on achieving two inextricably linked goals. One, that DC's youth and young adults are prepared for, hired into, and succeeding in the good jobs we have in our city and region. And two, that local industries are confidently relying on local talent to meet their workforce needs. I'm also a Ward 6 resident and parent of 3 DCPS students. I'm here to express my gratitude for the city's continued investments in the Education Through Employment Pathways data system and other strategic investments designed to effectively prepare our young people for good jobs. Here's what I'm most excited about in FY 2025. First, the DC Office of Education Through Employment Pathways has a community-informed research agenda that will finally provide us with insights, such as the extent to which the graduates of our publicly funded education and training programs are employed and earning a living wage in our city. I can only imagine that you are excited as I am to better understand which publicly funded investments actually work to prepare our students for a career. The ETEP has also begun to produce analysis and is poised to publish briefs sharing the early career outcomes of our public schools alumni. This will be sobering, but an incredibly important resource for educators, government leaders, parents, and students. In 2021, the first round of this early career outcomes survey results informed and validated the city's continued investments in career asset building opportunities. The research published by the DC Policy Center found unequivocally that students who had built their career assets during high school had significantly higher incomes, were more likely to report feeling financially stable and fulfilled in their career and optimistic about the future. To that end, I'm also thrilled that because of a $9.5 million private donation and local matching of funds, that the city's Advanced Technical Center will grow in its current Ward 5 site and establish a new one in Ward 8. It will offer college courses and credit-bearing pathways in high-demand fields like nursing and cybersecurity in partnership with Trinity Washington University, CityWorks DC, DC Hospital Association, and OSSI. This is exactly the type of career asset building opportunities our students need. And last but certainly not least, I'm grateful for the active participation of leaders from the city's education and workforce agencies in the Higher Local DC industry-led sector partnerships, which we co-convene with this federal city council in construction and hospitality. Since fall 2023, we have hosted 6 hiring events, which have resulted in over 300 local residents with job offers. The sector partnership has also activated over 80 employers and engages over 60 local education and training providers to achieve a shared goal of local industries meeting their hiring needs with qualified local talent. Thank you for your continued leadership and support of important pathways investments for our city, its residents, and industry. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Emma Kelly.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the importance of universal pre-K funding, specifically PKEEP. There have been rumors that there may be cuts to PKEEP in the upcoming fiscal year 26 budget, and that it may even be eliminated in fiscal year 27. I strongly urge the mayor, deputy mayor, and the council to fund and keep pre-Keep. It's an efficient, cost-effective program that strengthens our city. I am a Ward 1 resident and a parent of a kindergartner at a DCPS who benefited from PKEEP and a 2.5-year-old who will be eligible for pre-K in the coming school year. I'm sure you've been hearing from lots of parents like me. I have personally seen the benefits of PKEEP in providing accessible, excellent pre-K. Without PKEEP, my eldest child would not have had access to pre-K, and my youngest likely will not. The district's pre-K program is the best in the nation and provides universal pre-K 3 and 4 through a mixed delivery system of DCPS, PCS, and CPOs. PKEEP provides funds to CPOs to close the gaps in pre-K 3 and 4 coverage across DC. Many tax-paying district residents with small children, myself included, stay in DC versus moving to the Maryland or Virginia suburbs because of universal pre-K and the relief they receive from the high cost of childcare when their child turns 3. Even with the current mixed delivery system, there are only enough pre-K slots for 80% of 3-year-olds and 88% of 4-year-olds in the city. CPOs are a vital component of the system, providing almost 10% of all pre-K slots in the city. Pre-K is already heavily utilized in DC with utilization of 94%. Utilization is not even across wards, with wards 1, my ward, and ward 3 at over 100% utilization, even with CBOs. Without CBOs, utilization would be at almost 100%, if not more. Without CBOs, pre-K would not be accessible to working parents whose local DCPS or PCS does not offer pre-K or is full. It is impractical to, for instance, ask working parents to travel from Ward 1 to Ward 6 for pre-K. Studies have shown that private sector employment increases and parents' earnings increase with universal pre-K. Making pre-K inaccessible to working parents would eliminate these gains in economic activity. The CBO model is also critical to offering cost-effective childcare options to parents of children under 3. PKEEP makes it financially feasible to offer infant-toddler childcare services as the cost of care for very young children is higher. Without PKEEP funding, parents will likely face higher tuition for infant and toddler care in facilities across DC. Facilities may close, and DC would lose valuable childcare jobs. Importantly, as we're looking at a period of austerity in the budget, CBOs are cost-efficient and a lower-cost delivery system for pre-K than DCPS and PCS. Simply put, CBOs are a bargain for taxpayers. The district only pays the uniform per student funding formula payment per pupil to CBOs. It does not pay for facilities like at DCPS or a per pupil facility fee like at PCSs. In order to preserve the gains DC has made in education, we should be strengthening, not eliminating cost-efficient private-public partnerships to provide high-quality education to the district's children. Thank you for your time, and I welcome questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Raymond Rodriguez.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Raymond Rodriguez, and I'm the DC Division Manager of the PD Green program. I'm here to testify about the importance of out-of-school time programming supported by ongoing sustainable public funding. The PD Green program is the largest multi-state provider of tutoring and educational support services for people who are currently or formerly incarcerated. Since FY23, we have served as a coordinating entity for OSD programs for students in the care of DC and the 3 cultural facilities. For the last 3 years, we have been selected to serve as a coordinating entity for OSD programs for incarcerated youth in DC. Thanks to Learn 24 funding, more than 500 youth in the 3 cultural facilities have been able to access educational enrichment activities that are exceedingly rare behind bars, including sports, music, and hands-on STEM demonstrations. Learn 24 funding enabled us to select organizations that have been successfully running these programs in the community for years, and to provide them with funding, training, and technical assistance to replicate the programs behind bars. The majority of incarcerated youth come from marginalized backgrounds and low-income families. For many of them, OSD programs are a rare opportunity to feel like children, free to explore, follow their curiosity, and develop new passions, step outside their comfort zone in a safe learning environment. Recently, one of our students was kind enough to share a thank you note for the facilitators and our staff. He said, "Music soothes, creates, humanizes, cures, relates, and brings our hopes and dreams into reality. You keep changing people, places, and things in the world. Thank you for everything." Between 85% and 95% of the youth we served rate our programs positively. Carceral staff have also repeatedly shared the most OSD programming leads to less conflict among students because they are experiencing more fun and fulfillment. Over the past 3 years, the PD Green program has successfully changed the culture of the carceral facilities we serve by making OSD programs part of the youth's routine, something that students and educators have come to rely upon. Moving forward, it is crucial that we maintain ongoing continued funding for after-school opportunities. We are grateful that the current funding structure enables us to invoice for part of the grant funding at the beginning of the fiscal year on October 1st. However, since fiscal years and academic years are not aligned, We regularly face a funding gap as the need to start planning, hiring, and running programming well before we're able to draw any funds. Offering prepayment to OST providers to cover expenses before the school year begins would ensure that youth have uninterrupted access to enriching activities. Given the current uncertainty regarding federal funding, we also believe that we need to have processes in place to protect the continuity of programming, allowing providers to draw down their FY25 funding immediately. We launched this program in fiscal year 2023, and we can already see the impact that it has had for the incarcerated students as well as the culture for the facilities overall. Without funding, we would not be able to bring nearly the same level of programming into facilities. Advanced funding is especially essential to ensure the continuity of programming. Ongoing purposeful and meaningful enrichment programs are essential to support incarcerated young people who are a part of our DC community. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Mary Lacerdo.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Mary Lacerdo, and I am the Executive Coordinator at Sitar Art Center and a member of the DC OST Coalition. Sitar Art Center engages DC youth from early childhood to young adulthood in building a creative community of learning and belonging that removes financial barriers to arts education and career training. Sitar's budget is impacted significantly by the OST grant because it increases the number of students we can engage every year. At Sitar, 80% of our students are from DC households with low income. During a time where the safety and mental health of our nation's youth are of the utmost importance, it is vital that programs like those offered at Sitar and other members of the coalition can continue to increase their reach. Looking ahead, Sitar is working to meet the district's needs for more affordable out-of-school time programming seats by expanding our campus by 50% to the first floor of a new affordable housing apartment building. The new facility is being developed right next door to our current site by long-term partner Jubilee Housing in DC's Ward 1. The new facility will enable hundreds more DC youth to learn and grow in areas such as music, graphic design, video production, and sound recording during the valuable out-of-school time hours. Continued partnership with Learn24 will be critical in achieving this impact. At Sitar, we are grateful and in support of the multi-year continuation grant and encourage the OST office to continue this practice as it adds organizational and programmatic stability to our programming and redirects time away from annual big proposals and towards programming and additional fundraising. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions, you can contact me at the information provided in my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Lacerdo. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could submit or resubmit it.
I can do that, no problem.
Thank you. Tom Pollock.
Thank you very much. I'm the founder and executive director of the DC Tutoring and Mentoring Initiative, which I started around 9 years ago with the goal of getting a tutor or mentor for all 60,000 DC students who are reading below grade level or doing math below grade level or just need an extra caring adult in their lives. Last year, we signed up around more than 6,000 DC residents to help out. Many do not follow through, but nonetheless, we consider that a great win. It shows the interest in supporting youth in the city. I'm here to talk about the role of volunteers in supporting youth, but I should say in advance, I wholeheartedly support the OST Coalition and its members' efforts to ensure that there's adequate funding to support the program, the 50-odd nonprofit organizations and schools that we serve. It takes a mix, in my view, of both professionals, teachers, volunteer managers, as well as volunteers serving as tutors and mentors to really meet the needs of the many students who are struggling in DC. Where to start? I know it's a very difficult fiscal climate we're heading into. I do think, however, that there's an opportunity here to have the city, sort of jump in with both feet to encouraging community members, folks who are working in the district, people who are able-bodied and can afford 1 to 2 hours a week of their time to help out as tutors or mentors. There's ample national evidence that tutoring and mentoring work, and the two kind of go hand in hand. Kids who are struggling emotionally have a tough time focusing on their academics. And in turn, when kids are struggling academically, they tend to get discouraged and to kind of check out of school and wind up getting set on a path that doesn't lead to healthy outcomes. What can the DME and the city do? I think there are a number of things that can be done to really mobilize the public. First off, this may sound a little strange, but I would propose that policymakers, political leaders, step up to the plate and volunteer themselves, just as our former U.S. Attorney General had done as tutors and mentors for just 1 to 2 hours a week. I work at my local middle school, McFarland Middle, and it's a wonderful experience. I highly recommend it. I think that would help set a great model for community members around DC. Second, I think it's important to educate folks that there are no quick game changers here in meeting the needs of DC youth. It's going to take years to really put in place the kind of system that can really be comprehensive and give kids the opportunities they need. Finally, I'm running over time here. I would hope that there can be efforts made to either encourage or perhaps require, especially larger employers, to make it possible for their employees to take off 1 to 2 hours a day, once a week, to help out in schools where the kids who most need this support are going to be found. It's very important to support after-school programs, but the sad reality is often the kids who are struggling the most are not those who are going to be engaged with the after-school programs.
Mr. Pollack,
So
I'm
my
going to
testimony has more information on this, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm open to questions.
thank you. Megan Conway?
Yes. Hi, thank you so much for having us on this long day. I'm Megan Conway, a mother of 3 kids who are all currently attend Bancroft Elementary. I'm also a 5th generation Washingtonian and a realtor who helps families move in and out of the city every year. I'm here today to implore you to find a long-term sustainable solution for the overcrowding at Bancroft Elementary and to secure an annex building. Last year, the community underwent countless meetings with DME, council, and others, and the clear outcome was that an annex is the best and really only acceptable solution to the overcrowding. The neighborhood came together countless times and very loudly with a unified voice to speak to the reasons why other options wouldn't work. Cutting PK3 and PK4, trailers on the soccer field, and shrinking the boundary all have negative effects for both the children and community, and were not considered long-term viable options to the neighborhood, teachers, kids, parents, or administrators. The city council budgeted $9 million towards a purchase for an annex, but there's been, to our knowledge, very little progress on this front. There are 2 buildings right now that would create those long-term solutions, the Henderson or the old DPR headquarters, as Jamie spoke about. We were all very excited about Henderson, but understand that there's some concerns there and little movement. The DPR headquarters would work, but we really are feeling a sense of urgency. We only have Sharp for 2 years, and as a longtime DC resident and real estate agent, I know that buildings like this certainly don't come around often. And so we're really hoping to push now to make this work. The city's done an amazing job keeping families in the city with their early childhood education programs, but more kids is more classrooms, and Bancroft really needs those classrooms now. So we are asking the DME to support the necessary funds for the renovation of the DPR headquarters. We really feel all other solutions are short-term and kind of using money that would otherwise go towards a long-term solution. The overcrowding at Bancroft has meant that my kids have one teacher for about 28 to 30 kids in their classroom. It's meant screen time when teachers for those 30 kids need to focus on kids with more needs. It's meant no longer having a science classroom. Many creative aspects of their education are being removed. Lunchtime shortened, recess leaves barely enough time to get in and outside. These are really fundamentally important parts of any education, and certainly not something that public education should sacrifice. Not to mention the difficulties posed to the teachers and administration when trying to cram 170 additional students into the school. The building wasn't really built with long-term growth in mind, and I feel we're at phase 2 where we very much need to secure another building so this school can continue to succeed. Thank you so much. We're happy to answer any questions, as is my daughter who's at Bancroft about the overcrowding.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. Charles Cox.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. I appreciate the committee's time and attention regarding early childhood education and the city's upcoming budget. My name is Charlie Cox, and I'm a parent of a 3-year-old and a 9-month-old in Mount Pleasant in Ward 1. My family and thousands of others are directly affected by the city's apparently wavering commitment to early childhood education. I'd like to address 2 issues in the forthcoming budget. First is the acquisition of a pre-K annex to support the highly successful Bancroft community. And second is the PKEEP program and the critical funding it provides to CBOs. The 2024 boundary study and over a year of deep community engagement revealed the severe overcrowding issues at Bancroft, and we need your help on the long-term solution. The DME's boundary study highlighted the detrimental impacts of the eliminating pre-K, putting trailers on the miniature soccer field, and reducing the neighborhood boundary. Bancroft's pre-K program is a critical foundation of Bancroft's dual language program, which is a key reason that my wife and I decided to move to Mount Pleasant and to remain in the district rather than move to Virginia. Last year's budget already included $9 million to support that annex, and recently the old DPR headquarters on 16th Street became available. So I'm asking the city to maintain its commitment to an investment in early childhood education in our neighborhood. Please commit the funds needed to renovate the old DPR headquarters and support a highly successful program. Turning to PKEEP, Bancroft's pre-K program is one part of a broad interconnected network of organizations that make universal pre-K possible and geographically realistic for working parents in our community. Thousands of parents and educators across the city were dismayed to learn last week that PKEEP funding is at risk for the coming school year. PKEEP is a necessary program that covers gaps in pre-K deserts in Ward 1 and Ward 3 in particular. I've heard some comments that parents can commute to other spots at DCPS schools, but that ignores the reality of the situation. Language programs like those offered at many CBOs are limited at DCPS locations, and even ignoring the language programs, it is much more difficult to kids at different locations that are farther away. Taking one child to a separate DPS location adds 20 to 30 minutes to our commutes twice a day. Many of us are contemplating whether one parent needs to leave the workforce. And CBOs provide more than just pre-K classes. They provide before and after care, healthy meals, and other wraparound services. And critically, they also provide childcare for infants and toddlers. PKEEP funding is essential for CBOs to stay in business and makes the economics of providing care for infants and 2-year-olds possible. Cutting PKEEP funding will only compound the cost of childcare crisis already facing DC. Please prioritize our city's children and working parents in this moment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
I'll send it in again. Thanks.
Thank you. Stephen Dean. Jaden Damons, I think is not here. Kareem Barnett, I think is not here. Cameron Jackson.
Yes.
You're on.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Carmen Jackson, but people call me Cam. I live in Ward 8 with both my parents and siblings. I attend Kib Legacy High School, and I currently participate in Children's Legacy Theater. The reason for my appearance today is because I want to speak on the subject of mental health and behavioral health and share my experience with my OST program. Children's Theater program has helped me with responsibility and self-awareness. For example, I was very careless with money and I didn't understand the true meaning and value. So my boss, Ms. Jackie, said something that caught my ears. She said, money is hard to come by, so when you get it, you have to be smart and courageous. What this meant to me was that when you receive money, you shouldn't be a fool and throw it away on stuff that won't matter in the future. After these amazing words were said to me, I immediately put my money to good use, saving money for food, investing in clothes, and other things of that sort. COT helped me with bonding and building good relationships with friendships. For example, my friend Ricardo, another teen at COT, encouraged me when I was feeling upset about something I couldn't do. That benefited me because I felt better and more courageous about my job. This is important because we get older, there are always going to be people who count us out, especially because of the color of our skin. We need people to lift us up in the days we need love and support. This connects to behavioral mental health because the mental part of this is that I was down mentally, and Ricardo filled my mind with words of encouragement and indictment. The physical part of this is that after he dealt with my mind, he made me do it. He pushed me into the room to read to everybody. This boosted my mental health and my behavior. I don't fear anything. I'm not afraid of anything, and if I can put my mind to it, I can do anything. I encourage the DC Council to increase access to funding to OST programming like CLT for youth across DC. These programs are important for youth development. They help improve mental health, build important life skills, and earn income. OST programs turn free time into opportunities instead of risk to help young people stay engaged and ready for the future. We need to increase the number of OST seats so that all youth access these programs. Thank you for listening to me and reading this testimony. I hope you take heed of what was said and put things in place for this generation coming up. There is no doubt that we will never stop coming to you and fighting for what we believe in and what should happen.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And if you want to submit your statement, because I don't have that, thank you.
All right, I will. Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions. Mr. Pollack?
Yes.
Did I understand correctly that you signed up 6,000 volunteers last year?
We did, actually. Yep.
And how many of them actually ended up tutoring?
I'd say less than half, unfortunately. That's the sad reality. I don't have a precise number because it's sometimes hard to.
So what happened to the other volunteers and why were you not able to place 6,000? 6,000 is a lot of people.
It is. Yeah. No, I was pleased with our growth. It's hard to point to any one cause, but certainly the largest single cause is people sign up very enthusiastically, but life happens, priorities compete. Sometimes people, as I talked about in my testimony, people are reluctant to talk to their employers about, oh, can I take off an hour a week?
So the 6,000 were not real signups because some of them didn't take the next step. It's like being available.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, I'd say they're real signups. The intention was there, but yes, they did not. They went home and thought, "Oh my gosh, I really can't do this. What was I thinking when I signed up?"
Okay.
Sometimes they come back after 6 months. It's yeah.
And then was there any difficulty in terms of placing them?
I mean, for us, it's a fairly big operation. We're trying to work really closely with the volunteers, the potential volunteers, and with our 50 partner organizations. Once again, as I so stressed in my testimony, it takes a village here. I mean, we sign them up, but then we're the recruiters and the matchmakers helping our partners, but then they have to have the capacity to onboard the volunteers in a timely way and support them. We try to build relationships with folks and say, if you don't like, yeah.
When you say your partners, who are your partners? Like DCPS or like a community organization?
Mostly they're the community organizations. I mean, folks, a lot of the folks you heard from today. I mean, Reading Partners, Horton's Kids,
So then
College
they have
Bound.
they're the ones who have to get into the schools.
Right. I mean, we do have a couple direct relationships with Malcolm X Elementary, and then, as I mentioned, McFarland Middle School, where we're working directly with school staff. I mean, we kind of get the volunteers to the school door, and then, they're responsible for doing the onboarding, which can be difficult if you don't have a connected schools manager on site or somebody else on site to really manage the volunteers.
Sure. So let me, Ms. Kelly, I wanted to ask you, actually you kind of covered it, but I guess maybe I wanted to spend a little bit more time with the P-Keep program. So P-Keep works through CBOs to provide pre-K.
Correct.
And in Ward 1, there's a critical need for this. I know in Ward 3, there's a critical need.
There is, according to OSSI's latest report on pre-K, pre-K is overutilized in Ward 1 as well, in addition to Ward 3.
Okay. Is it possible to tailor the program so that it's only in the wards where it's, I hate to use the word overused, but I'll use that word.
Where it's overutilized?
Yeah,
It
overutilized. Thank
could
you.
be possible to tailor it in that way. But even if you remove CBOs, then we are approaching 100% utilization with pre-K. And we're already only covering 80% of DC 3-year-olds, according to OSSI's latest report.
Yeah. Now, you also said, though, that P-Keep is more efficient. Did I remember that correctly?
Yes, so I think it's more cost effective because DC doesn't actually pay any facilities fees or pay for facilities for CBO. My understanding of the P-Keep program is that isn't supposed to fully fund, but it's supposed to complement CBOs. So in a way, it actually costs less for DC to provide pre-K than providing it through those other avenues.
Okay. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you've been here for a while, so thank you for your patience. That's going to conclude the testimony from everyone. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. And we're going to turn now to Paul Kine, who is the deputy mayor. I gave up on this. Give me a minute or three. So you brought your whole office with you? I guess that was a rhetorical question. Hold on a second. When you're ready. And good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the priorities and accomplishments of the DME. At a time when national trends show students' academic progress stagnating and public school enrollment declining, the district is bucking those trends. While we know we have much more work to do, we are proud of the collective efforts of our students, families, educators, leaders, school staff, and community and agency partners to achieve the following accomplishments. More students are enrolling in our schools. According to preliminary enrollment figures, there are 99,700 students in our DCPS and public charter schools, breaking last year's record for enrollment. Students are learning more. The latest results from the National Assessment of Educational Progress show that district students made progress in every category, while national progress has stalled. Furthermore, DCPS continues to be the fastest improving urban district in the country. More students are attending school. After a national spike in chronic absenteeism and truancy during the pandemic, our whole of government approach is getting more students back into the school building. This last school year, chronic absenteeism decreased by 3.9 percentage points and chronic truancy declined 6.6 percentage points. We are retaining and developing our educator workforce. We know the critical role teachers play in developing students' academic, social, and emotional skills. Our continued investments in teacher compensation and development mean more teachers are choosing our schools, and our same school retention rate rose to 76% this year. Our communities are safer. Crime has dramatically improved from this time last year. District crime rates recently reached a 30-year low, and we are committed to sustaining this progress and working towards safer communities and schools for all our residents. These are just a few of the many positive trends we see across the district, which are the result of the hard work taking place every day in our schools, as well as Mayor Bowser's historic investments in education. In the last 5 years, we have increased local funding for education by 47%, an additional $865 million. At the individual student level, we increased the universal per student funding formula foundation level from $10,980 per student in fiscal year 20 to $14,668 in fiscal year 25. At the systems level, we expanded our education investments from $1.8 billion to $2.7 billion in 5 years and added to our equity-based weights to drive even more dollars to schools and students with the greatest needs.
I'm going to interrupt. So you mentioned the growth in the UPSFF from 10,980 to 14,668, but you did not mention the most recent increase. Why not?
Because this testimony was written prior to our determining that and announcing it yesterday or the day before.
So I shouldn't read into that any ambivalence about what was announced.
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
All of this work is enabled by an effective and responsive government that follows the evidence and continuously improves on how we serve our stakeholders. In all we do, we deeply engage with the communities we serve to understand their needs and co-develop solutions. The 4 reports we published last spring, the Boundary and Student Assignment Study, Master Facilities Plan, School Safety Report, and School Funding Report, were informed by extensive outreach to students, families, educators, and community members. We are also doing more to engage district youth, and we're proud to launch a youth think tank in partnership with the MICFA Challenge to work with district high school students on the issues that matter to them. As we reflect on the past year's progress and look ahead, we are guided by a vision for public education that centers our students, accelerates learning, keeps students physically and emotionally safe, and expands pathways to prosperity after high school. In fiscal year 24 and 25, we continue to sustain progress toward that vision in a number of interconnected ways. Teachers are the center of our work to accelerate student learning. That is why our starting teacher compensation is #1 in the nation, and we have made investments in educators across DCPS and charter LEAs, including through our teacher pay initiative in fiscal 24 and a 12.4% UPSFF increase in fiscal 25. The latest collective bargaining agreement ratified by DCPS and our partners at the Washington Teachers Union further raises educator pay and improves working conditions. We are also investing in teachers' development through initiatives such as high-impact tutoring, which creates greater flexibility for teachers, as well as OSSE's investments in literacy training and math boot camps, and DCPS's DC Reading Clinic. We continue to build the pipeline for tomorrow's teachers through apprenticeships for current paraprofessionals and tutors to become teachers, and career and technical education programs of study focused on teacher education and childcare. Looking ahead, we will continue to design new pathways for teachers to stay in the classroom while taking on new professional growth opportunities. When students attend school, they are able to benefit from our instructional investments and build stronger connections to peers and adults that promote their physical and emotional well-being. As a district, we have been laser focused on addressing the in-school and out-of-school factors that contribute to chronic absenteeism and truancy, and this work is making a difference. We are on track to meet our goal of reducing chronic absenteeism by 50% in 5 years. To achieve this goal, we must coordinate efforts across government agencies and differentiate our approach to meet the diverse needs of students and families. The relaunch of the Everyday Counts Task Force is at the heart of this work. The task force and associated working groups collectively advance and coordinate our cross-government attendance strategy. For example, Everyday Labs, our evidence-based, cost-effective nudge strategy, is successfully improving attendance outcomes for students with lower rates of chronic absenteeism. At the same time, we recognize that more intensive interventions are needed for students with higher rates of absenteeism, which is why we are encouraged by the early progress of the Department of Human Services Truancy Reduction Pilot, which refers students at 5 pilot high schools for supportive truancy education and case management rather than to the courts when they accrue 15 unexcused absences. We are continuing to partner with DHS and look forward to sharing more with Council about early indicators and learnings from the pilot. We are also doing more to provide enriching and safe spaces for students outside of school hours. Since Mayor Bowser established the Office of Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes 7 years ago, we've collectively served over 85,000 students and distributed more than $113 million in grants and to local nonprofits. In addition to OST office-funded programs, we are proud to offer a robust network of OST programming, including DPR summer camps, free before and after school programming at DCPS, drop-in programming at our public libraries, and paid internships for older students funded by OSSI and DOES. At the same time, we have heard calls from families that these investments can be better coordinated so that they can pick and choose from the district's extensive menu of OST options all in one place. That is why we are excited to launch the My Out of School Time DC portal this month, which will serve as a one-stop shop for families to explore and register for OST programs offered across our system. The first iteration of the portal, which was generously developed in partnership from the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, will connect offerings from DCPS, DPR, and the OST office. And we expect to add additional Learn24 network agencies in the coming years. Ensuring students' physical safety is of utmost importance, and we are making strides in prevention and improving our response when critical incidents occur. Following the publication of the School Safety Enhancement Committee's report last March, my office has been working closely with school communities to implement the report's recommendations, including improving communication and coordination across agencies, developing resources for school safety teams, and supporting school leaders to address safety needs. Outside of the school building, programs like Safe Passage and DC School Connect are helping more students to get to school safely. We've also launched the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee to improve educational outcomes for students who are justice involved or in the foster care system, and are strengthening collaboration among agencies. In fiscal 25, SCDC will continue its work to improve data and communication systems, expand workforce development and placement options, and establish a partial credit system. To improve student engagement, preparation, and lifelong success, we are blurring the artificial lines between high school, college, and careers, and are making strides toward a vision where all graduates are prepared for economic prosperity and fulfilling lives in DC and beyond. At the center of this work is the dramatic expansion of the school-based career and technical education programs and the citywide Advanced Technical Center Hub, which connects students from multiple schools to the high-demand, high-wage fields of cybersecurity and healthcare. With the help of a $9.5 million philanthropic gift, a local match, and a competitive federal grant, we are expanding the existing Ward 5 ATC location to add more students and community-serving health clinics and establishing a new site in Ward 8 at Whitman Walker Health. LEAs are also expanding college and career opportunities. As an example, in addition to CTE growth, DCPS is expanding early college education, including a new partnership between the University of the District of Columbia and Anacostia High School to allow students to earn college credits up to an associate's degree free of charge. We are also working closely with OSSI to reimagine our graduation requirements and support students to take advantage of our robust CTE, dual credit, and work-based learning opportunities. All of these investments in education and workforce must be informed by data. In just 1 year, the Education Through Employment Data System has negotiated data sharing agreements across 6 district agencies, with more in progress, and produced briefs on labor market alignment for CTE programs and associate and bachelor's degree programs at UDC. This data system will allow policymakers and the public to understand the impact of education and workforce training on participants' career outcomes for the first time, and is essential to informing our decision-making. As we look ahead at a time of uncertainty and increased financial pressures, we must continue to do more with what we have, deepen coordination, follow the evidence, and build on the momentum in our system. As we committed to in last year's Boundary and Student Assignment Study, we will advance greater collaboration and planning across our DCPS and public charter school systems. We must also do more to tackle the root causes of poverty, as we know our schools cannot bear this responsibility alone. As with so much of our work, we will continue to lean into increased collaboration and coordination to achieve our vision, where all students can continue to seize on the bright futures ahead of them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. A minute. Mr. Kine, you may be aware of the exchange I had with Chancellor Farabee last week about how to ensure that principals, teachers, parents understand what their rights are or what the law allows or doesn't allow with regard to immigration enforcement. I was a little bit disturbed that the initial answer from the chancellor was actually incorrect. When I asked him what schools should do, the answer was that whatever, if immigration enforcement ICE were to show up, whatever they ask. Well, that's actually not consistent with what the OAG guidance is. Are you working with the chancellor to ensure that there's a clear and accurate message?
I certainly am, Chairman. I'm aware of the exchange, and I think it's very important to convey that we understand that this is a topic of great concern for school leaders, for school communities, and particularly for families. It's the first thing that we heard about after the transition into the new federal administration. And in fact, we began to work with school leaders and school communities and LEA leaders right away on this. And what we have done is we have ensured very clear guidance that goes to school leaders and to LEA leaders. We have shared.
Where's that guidance?
Excuse me?
Where's that guidance?
Well, the guidance that we refer to is the OAG guidance.
Okay.
And what we convey very clearly and importantly to families, school leaders, LEA leaders, as we talk to them, is in the first instance that no laws have changed. And so therefore we have to be very clear about what the laws are. We found the OAG guidance to be very good and helpful. And what we've been doing with principals and DCPS through trainings that are being provided to them and group meetings with them, including focus groups among school leaders where they might have the largest immigrant populations that they serve, is to refer them to the guidance, remind them about what is required for lawful entry into schools, what rights school leaders have, and so on and so forth.
Let me reclaim some time. So my question, though, was, and you may not want to agree with me on this, but the chancellor's initial answer to my question was inaccurate. And so my question was, are you working with him to ensure that there's an accurate answer?
I actually can't comment specifically on what his answer was because I don't recall what it was, but I can share with you that we are being very clear with DCPS principals, as we are with LEA leaders, on what is the process for any school leader who may be confronted by any public safety official, including ICE agents that
Okay,
show up.
let me
So they're all being trained. So I think that they are getting accurate information, I guess would be my response.
Okay, I don't want to spend more time on this. There was a lot of testimony from parents and teachers that they had not heard what the guidance was. So, but I don't want to spend more time on that. The UPSFF is increasing by 2.7%. How are you planning to maintain parity across the sectors?
So I think that in the first instance, the UPSS itself maintains parity, as you know, through the funding formula. I don't understand whether there's some other aspect of that you'd like me to talk about, Chairman.
I guess there's some view that there's going to be additional payments for DCPS that are outside the formula.
So I think this year, as far as I'm aware, we are going to continue to pay for impact bonuses outside of the formula, which we've done for the past year or two. So I certainly have heard about that. And early stages is going to be paid to DCPS outside of the formula as well.
Is that new, paying it outside the formula? I don't remember.
That's something that we've done for the past a couple of years also.
The nurse cohort model has not worked. I've actually had some conversations with the Department of Health, but what is your office doing to orchestrate another approach or a better approach?
Well, we work with the Department of Health, and I think they would probably take issue with the idea that it has not worked.
Well, I don't think so. They would agree that we don't have nurses in every school. And
I would say that there are staffing challenges that they would say, but I think that they, at least in my most recent interactions with them, they believe that this idea of a team-based approach to providing coverage at schools is actually the right thing to do. And they continue to be very concerned about the inability to fill some of the roles in that, including the registered nurses that are required for the supervisory positions.
So what are we doing about that?
Well, essentially what they're doing is they're trying to come up with additional ways that they can do recruitment efforts. And they have done things like staffed more nurses flexibly across multiple schools. So they are continuing to review this. And I think, unfortunately, we're confronting a similar challenge that caused us to shift to this model in the first place, which is an inability to recruit and retain nurses. So that's an ongoing challenge, and they are working on different ideas, including incentives and other things that would allow us to do better recruitment.
I want to ask some questions about out-of-school time programming. During our fall hearing on out-of-school time, we discussed advancing new providers with funds to help them start services at the start of the school year rather than the start of the fiscal year. Have we made any progress on that?
Well, we had some initial investigation into whether that could work, and we determined that there was a lot of logistical complexity to doing that. And so what we did instead is we've now converted 85% of our grants to continuation grants, which means that it's the same providers receiving the funding year over year, so they've got the funding for the start of the school year. We will continue to explore whether we can, in future years, pull money forward earlier, but our initial conversations on this actually led us to believe it was going to be a very complex and difficult undertaking and might not serve providers well. So we have shifted to this continuation grant approach.
Well, continuation works for those who are continuing, but it doesn't help with the new providers, correct?
That's correct, but I think this coming year, again, it'll be something like 85% of the providers will receive that funding. So it is the vast majority. And then, of course, we do allow for the 50%, as you heard in some of the testimony, prepayment, not prepayment, but early payment, which we think helps as well.
So there was testimony about that, which you heard, and I'm going to read this. Community-based OST providers face a challenge with the district's current grant invoicing structure. Although they can invoice for 50% of the grant funds up front at the start of the fiscal year on October 1st, This model does not align with the early planning and operational needs of school year programs, many of which begin serving students in August. We recommend introducing a prepayment system allowing providers to cover costs such as hiring and training staff, securing materials, and preparing for the school year ahead of October 1st. I guess that's what I just asked you about.
Yeah.
So the answer to them is, sorry, but we can't make it work.
No,
That
that's
was a
not
little harsh, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's not the answer I'm trying to convey. I really am trying to say, we understand that this is an issue for some providers. We feel like we have provided a very good solution for the vast majority of providers for the coming year, and we will continue to explore the idea of prepayments, pushing past our initial logistical challenge conversation that we've had with the CFO.
well, there was quite a bit of testimony about it today, so I think that's
Yes, we heard the testimony and take it very seriously.
Is there federal money that goes into out-of-school time programs?
As far as I'm aware, there is a federal grant, which is the 21st Century Grant, which comes to OSSI and which gets distributed by OSSI.
Roughly how much?
I think is it $6 million? Does anyone know? Yeah, $6 million.
And so that would be on top of what we're budgeting in local funds.
Correct. That is unrelated
So
to the OST
do you have
local
any
funding.
sense that that's at risk?
It's currently, I believe we received that, and it has been allocated for fiscal 25. So for this year, I do not believe it's at any risk.
I'm going to do something unheard of. I'm going to turn to colleagues, even though I haven't used up all my 10 minutes. But there'll be more rounds, and as chair, I get to ask more questions. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you, Chairman. Wow, I was really surprised to be going 42 seconds early. Thank you for that. Hello, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Good to see you. One thing that's top of mind for me right now is conversations about the funding for PKEEP. Now, my understanding is that because the council was able to restore PKEEP with only one-time funds, that there is a risk, if it's not in the mayor's budget, that families will not be able to keep their subsidized slots at CBOs. Is that right?
Yes. So yes, that is correct. So there was, I think, $9.5 million that was added as one time. And so we, of course, as we're finalizing our budget, are looking in all corners of it. If that funding is not provided, then the CBOs would not be able to provide those slots in the way that they're currently doing it. Yes, that's correct.
So the alarm has been sounded, and quite a few of us have been getting messages about this. And one piece of advice that the CBOs have been giving families is to apply to the lottery, which of course is closing imminently. One question I received from constituents, is it possible, given this news, it's news to families, if the lottery could be extended for people who now have to figure out what their preferred 12 pre-Ks might be?
So yes, through OSSI, we communicated with community-based organizations, saying, just as good stewards of the work we're doing with young people, we wanted to remind folks that this is not guaranteed funding year over year. It is a separate grant program, and that they, if they were interested, would do well to enter the lottery, which in fact closed on Monday this week.
Yeah.
At this time, we have absolutely no plans to either reopen or extend the lottery, given how important the integrity of that process is to all of us and to the tens of thousands of families who have already applied. So that's not something that we're considering doing.
How are you ranking this funding in the priorities that you're submitting to the mayor? I mean, between this and the Pay Equity Fund, I mean, these are sort of the cornerstones of the early childhood investments we're making in the city, but they seem really precarious. So how much of a priority is preserving the PKEEP funds?
I think what I would say in response to that good question, council member, is that we in the administration, as you do on council, value to extraordinary degrees the importance of early childhood education, and that's why it gets so much investment. I think the lion's share of that investment actually goes through the UPSFF to schools that offer pre-K programming. This is for pre-K 3 and 4 slots, which is what PKeep also funds. And we think it's incredibly important in terms of where that's getting ranked. That's the kind of conversation I think we'll have to have once the mayor's submitted her budget, and we can carry on discussing it at that point.
Vacant seats are available for pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 in Ward 1 public and charter schools. Do you know?
I do not know. That's a number we can certainly find out and relay to you.
Okay. Another off the presses issue that we're dealing with that I wanted to take the opportunity to talk with you about, Harriet Tubman Elementary, which is currently in the swing space on Euclid Street, of course, has seen a decline in enrollment as schools tend to during a swing year or two because families just don't like the swing location or, various reasons. And I'm curious if you saw that they are poised, Tubman, to get a $1.2 million budget cut, which would eliminate 8 to 10 educators and administrators. And before you respond, this is an issue I raised with the chancellor months ago with this very concern that this school would not be held harmless. How are you thinking about this? What are the opportunities to restore this funding? And is there a better way to fund schools who are going through a swing when they're experiencing this?
I think these are all really wonderful questions. I would say in the case of Tubman, this was flagged for me, and I do think that they have in fact seen a decline in projected enrollment of around 150 students, if I remember correctly. And therefore, I think, our perspective is that we want to fund them for the teachers and administrators and adults that they need in order to serve the students that they're going to be seeing. In terms of additional funds, I know that they are able to apply to the chancellor for the additional funds that he has available for schools that want to apply to receive something above their initial allocations. And I don't actually know whether they've done that or what the outcome of that might be. And then in terms of the swing question, I do think it's important for us to consider things like stabilization around swing and so on. I am not sure as a matter of policy that we'd want to do that in any way different from we do for other schools. And what I mean by that is simply you are allocated funding based on the projected number of students you'll receive and certain characteristics of the student population. And if we believe that the school will be able to serve the students that it's going to have adequately with the funding that they receive, I think that is not necessarily a bad way to do budgeting, meaning we are going to make sure they have what they need to educate the students that they have. And then when they move back into their building, we assume we'll see an uptick, and then therefore they'll receive more funding.
I mean, the math checks out on that, obviously, but then you're losing valued members of the community who then are dispersed and not likely to come back because they've gotten settled in another career or school. And so it creates a lot of, tumult when you're already in a different physical space. So, I wish we could have I wish we could capture parents' intent to return and factor that in so that we could bridge the gap a different way during swing, because this can't be the only school that's dealt with this. I guess that wasn't really a question, so you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Okay, you've talked a bit about OST. So you're on track for the My After School DC to open this month, you said?
We are.
Great. Because I have oversight of Octo, how are you partnering with Octo on this project?
I think it would be fair to say that we have been joined at the hip with Octo, and I think I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Stephen Miller and his team over there for basically helping us navigate the development of this site. They've done a lot of the development work themselves, and then we've done it obviously in partnership with our vendor as well, who they've been helping to manage. But our colleagues in the OST office would tell you this would not have been possible without Octo.
In your response to question 32, you stated that 18 of the schools selected for the My After School DC initiative are positioned to close the gap in OST access, while 3 are expected to significantly close the gap. When do you think you'll meet those goals?
I believe we're on track to meet we're hoping to meet them by the end of the year. Is that right, Dr. Lowe?
End of the school year or?
End of the fiscal year, we'll have met those goals. We have already met it, I should say, for about half of the schools, which we're really proud of, and we're on track to continue that as we work with the providers.
Schools successfully cleared their OST waitlists as a result of the grant.
I think it's 10 have done it so far. And as I said, that's why I think we feel like we're on track to get to the rest of them.
Yeah. So how many more would that be by the end of the year?
13 more, because it's 23 in total.
Got it. Okay. You noted that higher costs to serve youth with disabilities led to fewer OST scholarships being awarded. How many scholarships were awarded in FY24 compared to 23?
Are you talking about from the scholarship fund itself?
Yeah,
I have those numbers. It was 165 in fiscal year 23, and it was 104 in fiscal 24.
Okay. Got it. And how much additional funding would be needed to avoid further reductions in the number of scholarships?
That's a number I don't have. We could certainly do that calculation for you.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Okay, I'm going to stick around. I don't think I can get through more in the next 20 seconds, so I will give my time back just like the chairman did. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White, you notice that there's a trend going here of giving back time.
Yes, I think I gave mine back this morning. I appreciate it.
We'll put you down for 8 minutes, 9 minutes.
22. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I want to start with something really important to me and a lot of DC residents, and I know also to you and your team, which is trade and vocational education. There are several career and technical education, or CTE, options available in DC schools, and there's a lot of excitement around CTE programs that I share, but there's also a difference in how the terms CTE and trade and vocational education are understood. Some programs in DC are classified as CTE, but lead to industries where students still need a 4-year degree or maybe even more than that, like aeronautical engineering as an example. And these are clustered in the same category as traditional trades. Does DME distinguish between these two categories?
We do not, and nor does, I think, anyone else in the education domain across the country. We moved away, as you, I'm sure, are very aware, Council Member, given your interest in this, from vocational education as a term only because it was so associated with tracking in earlier parts of the education system's history. And as we reinvented and rebranded our career work to focus on certainly greater access for all students, but also for the kinds of jobs that will lead to middle-income careers, which, by the way, include many of the trades, along with the careers that require more advanced coursework, as you're describing. We use the term CTE universally to apply to all of these.
So, we may have a disagreement here, and that'll be okay. But it's still important to talk about because I think we made a wrong turn. And when I talk to folks in the community, I never, outside of somebody who works in policy, ever hear anybody use the term career and technical education. People use the term trade and vocational education. I think it's an example of a place where we maybe overcorrected or people in policy disconnected from people in other parts of life. But aeronautical engineering and, let's say, pipe fitting different types of careers that have different trajectories and attract different people, and both of them are legitimate. And what I hope you and your team hear, because I hear it so consistently and so frequently in the community, is this wanting from people for trade and vocational education, as they say, as we used to have. But then when you talk to folks inside of the government, they say we still have it and it's bigger than ever. So it's clear that there is a disconnect. I think the challenge for us is to work together to bridge that gap. Do you see a risk of conflating traditional trade focused education with skilled jobs and CTE programs for careers that still require degrees and sometimes advanced degrees? Do you see a risk in conflating those?
I think my response to that would be, if you're a young person or a family who's got a young person in a school, what you see in front of you is not some broad categorization of CTE or vocational. What you see is a number of options or opportunities for you. So, for example, if you're at Phelps, you can do HVAC or electrical training. If you go to the Advanced Technical Center, you can certainly study cyber. And cyber, by the way, does not require a 4-year degree. There are many people that will hire you out of high school, which is why, Councilmember, we're excited to partner with you on the study that we are doing to look at what CTE programs don't require more than a high school degree that we're currently offering. And our Education Through Employment Pathways office is actually leading that study, and we'll be able to bring a lot more facts to the table here to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all families, those who have young people who want to go to college and those who have young people who actually want to get right into work and work in one of our traditional trades and or some of the newer career opportunities that also don't require BAs.
Those are the types of fields where I think we need to be expanding access now, and that's probably something we agree on. I'd like to see more focus on really expanding access to the careers, and specifically traditional trades like carpentry, plumbing, electrical work, and welding, fields that lead directly to good paying jobs. Do you think that there's something more we can do now to make these programs better known to students and families?
Yes, I do. And in fact, I'm excited that we are going to do one of those things, in fact, at Phelps this coming year, where we're launching a pilot to expand access to those tracks, those career tracks, to students that attend other schools. So we have the advanced technical centers that are now open to any public high school student around the city. DCPS is now running its own internal pilot for other DCPS high school students who want access to those programs. And that will, by its nature, actually increase awareness, because they're going to go to those other high schools and say, hey, we've got this on offer for you. And so families will learn more about that.
That's great news.
That's one way we can do it. And of course, there are many others as we continue to expand our CTE programming across the city.
Great news. When will that start?
It's scheduled to start next school year.
Okay, next school year. I'll be in touch with you and your team to see how that's going. That's exciting to hear. My vocational education bill that I introduced last year, I appreciate the chairman holding a hearing on it, and I plan to reintroduce it, would establish a workforce ready program where OSSI would issue grants or enter into contracts with DCPS, local education agencies, nonprofits, employers, and labor organizations to improve access to technical education. There's a program now, I believe, running with Bloomberg, a partnership between Bloomberg and DC to expand advanced technical center options. Is that program still running?
Yes, in fact, we were very pleased to receive almost $10 million from Bloomberg Philanthropies to do two things. One is to expand and sustain the Advanced Technical Center we have in Ward 5, focused on cybersecurity and the health sciences. And very, very importantly, that's the funding that is allowing us to open a new Advanced Technical Center this coming fall in Ward 8. and we are housing that within a hospital at Whitman Walker Health Center, with the idea that students will have direct access to work-based learning experiences, will have staff from the hospital able to come and help support the training of the students. And so that is something that is starting in the fall, which we're extremely excited about. Again, open to any public high school student in the city.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll learn more from your team about transportation in particular for students from other parts of the city and how they complete their core requirements. But I'm excited to see how that's going and how it goes. Let me switch to a different issue: adult literacy. Is your office engaged in adult literacy?
I think that would depend on what you mean specifically. We certainly track it. There are many adult literacy related programs that we help to oversee in the public charter sector and amongst our adult schools at DCPS. We've got it in the libraries, which are within my cluster as well. So I'm happy to talk about any and all of that, depending on what you're interested in, sir.
I appreciate it. And folks like, Goodwill and a few others are doing some great work. But it's something that's really caused me some real concern is a Washington Literacy Center, which assists some of the adults with some of the lowest literacy rates in the city, seems to be struggling to stay open. And they, in my view, provide a very critical educational component for our city, where, well, because of the lack of time, I won't expound much more than that. But do you see risks in our education work and ways that this can become intergenerational problems with programs like Washington Literacy Center getting reduced funding from the city?
Well, it is certainly vital that we continue to provide this kind of education. I agree with you entirely on that. I actually am aware of this situation because the Workforce Investment Council, which also sits in my cluster, is actually providing them some technical assistance to apply for a different kind of grant funding. So we are trying to support them in ways that we can. That said, there is a lot of opportunity for adults that want to engage in adult literacy training that live in other parts of city government. And as I said, the library is a great example. They have an underutilized resource in the adult literacy training that they provide. And of course, we've got all of our adult charter schools, which are a real blessing to Washington, DC, where adults can go and learn basic skills. We do a lot of pre-GED training, so-called there, and that's funded automatically through the UP SFF formula. So we have these kinds of opportunities, and we work to try to make sure residents know about them. So we're concerned, but we do, of course, have other places that adults can go.
All right. I'll follow up on that because I want to learn more about those other places and their capacity and where they overlap or don't overlap. Thank you very much. I'll come back to one more. Yes.
Councilmember, I received a text from you indicating that you have to do some tutoring. Do you want to take a little bit longer now, and how much longer would it be? And then you would not have another round.
I would be very grateful. It will be less than 5 minutes, and I'll shoot for 3.
Put them down for 18. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. I really do appreciate it. So last topic, Deputy Mayor, is truancy. Last year, the State Board of Education released a report on chronic absenteeism and truancy, which obviously are both complex issues. The report recommended that your office create a research-based outreach program for parents of young children to stress the importance of attendance from pre-K through first grade and inform families about available resources. Is that something that your office has taken action on? And if not, do you have thoughts on it?
Well, if I recall correctly, when we looked at the recommendation, we actually thought that was something we were already doing. And so at the heart of my office's work on attendance has been communication with families whose students are at the very early stages of beginning to struggle with attendance. And the communication that goes out reinforces the importance of school attendance and also what resources are available to families to understand more about it. That is evidence-based in the way I think the State Board's report was suggesting, meaning we have done studies on this. I'm happy to report that it actually works extremely well for the population that is just starting to struggle with attendance. So we've seen a decrease of almost 2 percentage points in chronic absenteeism across the board because of these letters, which is just over 6% reduction in chronic absenteeism for the intended recipients of the letters. So I think we're actually doing much of what is intended by that recommendation.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the data that you just cited, I've seen, but do you know how that data drills down to the pre-K to first grade level?
I actually don't know if we know that. Abdul-Karim, do we know? We don't have it at that level by grade.
Okay. We'll follow up on that as necessary, but I'll talk to the state board just to make sure that we're all aligned on that. And then DCPS is implementing a pilot program where they refer chronically absent students to DHS for case management services as opposed to CFSA. I plan to ask about this at the hearing on Friday, but I'd like to get your perspective. My concern is that DHS is understaffed, and so I just don't know if they are meeting students and families' needs. Do you have a sense of that at this point?
I do actually, yes. And to just very gently correct the record, it's for DCPS and public charter schools. So there are 5 high schools in the pilot. 3 of them are DCPS schools and 2 of them are public charter schools. And this is a program that we remain very closely involved in. DHS did specifically hire up its case management team in order to be able to work with the schools and work with the young people that are referred. And at this point, the reports that we are getting is that it is actually successfully helping and supporting the students that are being referred to DHS. They basically have 3 tracks, which they'll share with you more about. Either they try to solve the problem right away by providing access to barrier remediation, or they do light touch case management where they meet with the young person and their families a couple times, or they do more extensive case management through their PASS program. And so what they're learning is many of the students require much more support than they initially thought they would, which I think is an important reminder to all of us about the importance of this truancy work. And they are successfully managing the caseloads that they're getting from the schools.
Okay. We'll talk to DHS about that as well, but I appreciate that. And finally, I was at a youth town hall recently. Several students mentioned that they get marked as an unexcused absence, even if they did show up that day, but they were late because the bus was late or skipped their stop. Are you aware of this happening?
I am not aware of that happening.
Well, I'll work with those organizations to get more information from those students and pass it to you and your team so we can just find a an appropriate resolution on that.
Great.
Excellent.
I'll be happy to talk more about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and to your team as well. During this time, I'm going to be very brief. I think it's more important than ever to just highlight in these hearings. We generally talk about the things that there are disagreements on or that are not working so well. But for the folks working inside DC government agencies, those public servants, I do want to make sure you all know that I think across government, we appreciate what you're doing. So thank you to you and your team, Deputy Mayor. And Chairman, thank you so much for being gracious with the time.
Your comments were going to be greatly appreciated by not only my team, but others who heard it. So thank you. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I need to learn to be so nice. I have a few more questions. You could have smiled when I said that.
I did smile.
Instead of looking so serious about it. I'm going to ask a couple more questions on truancy. In your statement, you said goal of reducing chronic absenteeism by 50% in 5 years. Why so long?
That was a national goal that was set that we signed up to be part of by Attendance Works and others. And so we were pleased to join in that as a way of confirming our commitment to the challenge and also our desire to sustain our own momentum.
I would hope that we would strive for quicker. That is a greater reduction and more quickly than 5 years.
Yes,
Because that's
I
5
completely
years of, and When can we expect this report on the DHS pilot?
I believe it's due by the end of March, and we are on track to get it to you and your colleagues timely.
Okay. Do you know how many students have been in it, or is it too soon to say?
No, actually, I do know that as of the data I've got is as of the 27th of February. So it's not the most recent, but at that point we had 240 referrals to date to DHS from the 5 schools.
The report will explain how a student gets referred and once they're referred, what happens and how DHS intervenes and what are the different types of interventions?
Yes, it will. It certainly will now.
Excellent. Do you want me to repeat that? How does a student get referred? Once they're referred, what happens? How does DHS intervene? And what are the different types of interventions? Will the report, we knew at the time that we put this in the BSA that March is not long enough to have a full picture. Nonetheless, will the report have some recommendations in it? Like, for instance, I have a note here, is waiting 15 days too long before a referral?
I think we will. I think in the first instance, it will be descriptive in the ways that you've described. I think it will also share some of the preliminary things we've learned, which I think might lean towards the recommendations you're talking about. So I think the answer is probably a partial yes to that. And certainly once you have it, we'll be happy to engage and discuss and talk about what recommendations might come from those preliminary learnings.
Recommendation 3B from the school, the adequacy study, the school funding study called for piloting a neighborhood-based approach to supporting transformation schools. Your pre-hearing responses mentioned you were working with DMPED to identify a pilot neighborhood. Can you share more?
Yeah, we're so extremely enthusiastic about this body of work. In fact, I've got a colleague in my office who's devoting most of his time and his team's time to working on this. We have, very, very briefly to share, we have an idea that it's too much to ask individual schools to ensure that they are adequately educating young people, but also remediating and working with those students and mitigating some of the experiences those students have as a result of the, let's just say, low-income communities where they reside. And we think that we can do a much better job as government and as a city to wrap our arms around not just schools as we try to help support the young people in them, but the children themselves and their families through all of the government and nonprofit and community-based organization services that we provide. So we've spent the last couple of months working alongside not just DMPED, but Public Safety and Justice, Health and Human Services, and very importantly, the community-based organizations and nonprofits that work in neighborhoods, including low-income housing providers, tutoring providers, out-of-school time providers, and so on, to understand what are some of the intersections that if we make them tighter, children will be better served. So we are working on this. We are in the process of developing a number of new actions we can take, and we're planning on beginning to do some implementation in September. So we're hard at work on recommendation 3B.
Would that be consistent with a thought that I've put out in the past, which is that when we are providing housing vouchers that like for low-income folks, that maybe we prioritize homeless families with school-age kids?
It's very consistent with that line of thinking, yes.
The Everyday Labs Nudge program, which I guess is your nudge program, but they suggested it. Do you have data that looks at whether there's a carryover effect in the following school year?
I don't think we have looked at that yet. It's a very good question.
In the old days, when OVSJG was doing the Show Up, Stand Out, which in the old days had a different name. They actually did look at what the data was, what the attendance effect was for the following school year. Can you provide an update on recommendation 10 in the boundary study? What is recommendation 10? Expanding dual language programs east of the river.
So yes.
I was trying to make you sweat.
Yeah. You said 3B and you told me what that was. So I assumed you'd tell me what recommendation 10 was. Yes. So recommendation 10, if I remember correctly, suggested that we should do two things. One, we should encourage DCPS to look to see at its schools east of the river and where they might locate dual language programming. And secondly, we should look to see whether new feeder patterns could actually support families that were interested in dual language programming. So we are still working with DCPS. We've had no final resolution on where they might think it was appropriate to place new dual language programs. And we continue to talk with charter schools that offer that east of the river. And we talk about the need for a middle school in particular, given the elementary schools that offer it. So we're working on it, but I would say that we have not yet reached the stage of having any clear recommendations about how to accomplish it.
Can't possibly be out of questions.
Well, Councilmember Nadeau is back, so.
This is so weird.
But I have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. Well, 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
You could dance.
No, I am not done. Councilmember, be patient. There was testimony about pre-keep that said that, suggested that CBOs are more cost efficient than DCPS or public charter schools? No, yes, DCPS and PCS. I think you might have heard that testimony.
I did.
What's your reaction?
I don't think they necessarily meant more cost effective, because what they're saying is it's fewer government dollars have to go into the programs, in the sense that the CBOs themselves will fund the rest of the cost, including overhead and facilities. So I think technically it's probably accurate to say if we're only funding part of the cost of the seat, that is more cost effective than if we're funding a school.
And actually the phrase was cost efficient, but in any event, you weren't reacting disagreeably to that suggestion.
No, because I mean, I think from an accounting perspective, technically it's accurate.
Is there an alternative to pre-keep, particularly in neighborhoods where there just aren't the seats in pre-K?
You mean an alternative to the way we currently operate it from a policy perspective?
Well, we have pre-K 3-4 in schools, and then we have pre-keep, whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm asking, is there an alternative to pre-keep for those areas where there are not seats or enough seats or any seats available in the schools?
We have, well, this is probably not a full.
I mean, you're allowed to say no, there's not an alternative, but
I know, I want to give a full response, which would include the fact that there's subsidy. And so, we put the vast majority of our extra dollars for pre-K and early childhood into the subsidy program, which funds the majority of seats across the city outside of the UPSFF. PKEEP is an effort to, and PKEEP doesn't have an income requirement, so it is indeed a program that allows us to create more slots for pre-K 3 and 4 in those neighborhoods and areas that just don't have them, for families that don't qualify for subsidy, although there are some subsidy families on PKEEP. So there is not an alternative in that sense, but if you think about the universe of what we offer, it's what's available in schools, It's the PKEEP funding that we offer, and it's the subsidy funding that we offer. And that's how we, as government, contribute to early childhood.
Okay, I have a couple more questions, but I'm going to turn to Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you.
Councilmember?
Yeah, here. Sorry. Okay. In FY24, back to OST. In FY24, $400,000 was awarded to one particular grantee, the PD Green program, to serve 260 court-involved or incarcerated youth. How are you measuring the success of that grant?
So we heard from PD Green today, actually, as one of our witnesses, and we are thrilled to have them as a partner, and they've expanded now to 3 programs within DC Jail and the DYRS facility. And success for us really is about the number of young people that they serve. There are a number of very specific metrics that we use to sort of consider overall the success. Would you like me to find them and share them with you, or would you like me to?
Yeah, I got 10 minutes, so.
Tutoring hours.
So it's, I'm looking for them here written down, but my colleague who runs the OST office, Dr. Lowe, is sharing its attendance of youth in the program. It's the number of tutoring hours that they provide, because they are doing tutoring in addition to their other program activities. And then it's increased social and emotional awareness, which is measured through an instrument that we that they use.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lowe.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lowe. I apologize if someone asked this to you. I didn't hear the answer yet. Can you provide an update on the OST Students in the Care of DC grant?
That is the grant. That's the.
That's that.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. That makes sense. See, sometimes you just have to say something out loud. Okay. Finally, want to talk about School Connect, DC School Connect. Lots of positive feedback in general for the program, also lots of constructive feedback on how to make it better. We had some in our committee as well. Can you provide an update on the working group the DME is leading on the future of the School Connect program?
Yes, I can. We've had, I think, 4 meetings of the working group. It's been incredibly constructive and collaborative. We've run some focus groups and discussions with schools and also with students. And they have essentially completed the information gathering portion of their work and are busy. A good addition, meaning you wouldn't have to schedule somebody on for the school year, but rather we just need some support in the short term for particular young people. And then lastly, there was an idea as an approach to convert it from a government funded and run program into a series of grants that could go to LEAs that needed it. So it become a grant program as a third approach. So we are continuing to explore all 3 of those ideas as approaches, and we will be sharing those recommendations when the report is complete.
What kind of feedback have you gotten on the technology and how people enroll and usage and, empty seats, et cetera?
Yeah, so there's lots of feedback on all of those things. I think in terms of usage, there's been a lot of discussion about who is eligible and how they get signed up at the level of the school. So initially we asked schools to identify young people who would benefit from a safety perspective. And then more recently we shifted, I think, primarily to a first come, first serve basis where families could sign up. And I think there's essentially a strong feeling among schools and folks who understand the genesis of this program that we need to go back to a situation where it's young people who really need it. And we expect then ridership would probably increase. At least that's the feedback that we're getting. Technology, I'm not sure. Marissa, anything on the tech?
Tech has been less of an issue.
I think we've heard that that's less of an issue, but we're happy if you've heard differently to take that into account.
Thank you. Okay, so what does it look like then if you're going back to a need-based model? How does that resolve itself?
Well, essentially there it would be, you work more closely with the schools so they could help us identify the young people who they believe have serious safety concerns, and that transportation was the primary barrier for them to attend school. And that would be the right sort of mitigation for their safety concerns. And again, that's how we started the program, because it is a safety first program. And then we have moved away from that, I think, primarily for logistical reasons and due to some feedback we got from some schools. But I think in general, the consensus emerging now amongst the schools that we've spoken to and the people who are engaged in this on a daily basis is that that could make more sense.
And what other school transportation initiatives are you exploring? Are you considering the idea of grant-based in addition to this, or any other things?
We are not.
So no others?
Well, we have Kids Ride Free, as you know, as our primary, so we continue to rely on that. And then in terms of this particular program, as I said, there was the idea that we might consider some surge capacity or some supplemental supports that could be available. But apart from that, we're not currently looking at any other transportation enhancements across the system.
And what will you be recommending in terms of which agency is managing the program?
So we have looked at a number of agencies. We've looked at Department of For-Hire Vehicles where it is. We've looked at OSSI DOT. We've looked at the Department of Transportation. If it were shifted to a grant-funded program, of course, the PSJ office, which currently does grant funding for Safe Passage, could be a fit. And we haven't yet landed on the exact recommendation about where we think it should go. You know, our early assessment is that where it is seems to be a comfortable fit, or a most comfortable fit, given the constraints that we see in some of the other potential locations, but we haven't yet landed that plane.
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge, and this is not your cluster, so it's not your day-to-day, but as the one who oversees DFHB, my big concern is that they're a regulatory agency, and this is wildly beyond scope, which means it takes staff who are supposed to be ensuring that passenger, for hire vehicles and food delivery is being adequately managed, away from that to run this transportation program, which is similar criticism I gave to other add-on ad hoc transportation programs that they had taken on, pre and post COVID, but are no longer part of the agency. So that's going to continue to be a concern of mine is creep.
Yeah, and Councilmember, I share that concern. I will just relay to you that in our interview with the director and the team there, what we saw was actually quite a different picture, meaning there are dedicated staff that are hired just to do this program, and it doesn't actually consume much of the director's time at all. So I think there was a feeling that it is compartmentalized in a way that does not cause disruption for the rest of the agency. Of course, we'll continue to work with that and talk with you about it because of your insights there, but that's at least what I would share we learned from the interviews.
So can I ask, if it's so compartmentalized at DFHB, why can't it be like similarly compartmentalized under an education agency?
Well, I think the education agency that would be the potential one would be OSSI's Department of Transportation. They are currently under a threatened lawsuit and are dealing with a lot of their own internal challenges, which we can talk about. And so the idea of a transition, which is a different question from, steady state, really seems to make much, much less sense.
Okay. Can you elaborate more on what's going on with OSSI Department of Transportation in the 55 seconds we have left?
I mean, essentially, they have done a tremendous job in improving their on-time arrival rates and pickup rates, and they continue to look at the cost of all of that, at the attendance rates of drivers and attendants, and we're looking at lots of different ways that we might be able to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of that program. As you know, we are currently spending money on private routes within OSSI DOT is one of our solution set there. But overall, we know it's an agency that we have been quite successful in improving quite dramatically, but we know there's a lot more work to do there to get it to the place that it needs to be.
Thank you very much for that information. I appreciate it. Thank you to you and the team for your time tonight. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. You have no further questions, correct?
None. I think I stalled enough to avoid doing bedtime, so I'm good to go.
Well, you still have to go to bed, but okay. Thank you. I had a few more questions. Mr. Deputy Mayor, are you involved at all with SAPC, which is that special ed committee that we realized at a recent hearing didn't have appointments? Are you involved with trying to find appointments for it?
My understanding from OSSI is that they have not had quorum. They have, by the way, they have been meeting. I just wanted to correct the record on that. So they've been having quarterly meetings even without quorum that OSSI's been running. And my understanding is that OSSI, at least what they've shared with me, is that next month they will have quorum. So they'll have the appointments that they need.
So, but you're not involved in that?
I'm not.
Can you give us an update with regard to Bancroft and the relocated space? You heard quite a bit of testimony about that tonight.
I did, yes. So I've been quite involved in that as well. And the parents who spoke tonight were correct that we are looking at the former DPR headquarters, former junior achievement building. And we are looking to see whether or not that will resolve the overcrowding issues, as we heard from some of the parents this evening. And what that involves is looking to see whether our ed specs, our educational specifications for that building will allow us to basically build the number of pre-K and K classrooms, because kindergarten is actually an important part of the annex that would be required to meet the needs of Bancroft as it has grown and as it continues to grow. We are pleased there's a two-year resolution with the pre-K programs going to Sharp Health. And we understand the urgency, and we feel very committed to getting to a sense of solution and finality on this issue for families at Bancroft who've been working hard on this for a couple of years.
Any sense of when the next step for the government will take place?
Right now, we are looking at the space, and by we, I mean DGS, which does this work for us, according to the ed specs, to provide us with an idea about what we can actually house in the in that facility.
My question was when. So do you have a sense of?
I actually do not, but can easily find out and share that with you.
Okay. The committee has received testimony from time to time from some, I'm going to characterize them as nonprofit activists with regard to covering administrative costs in our grants. It looks like the OST grants are following that law, local law. Am I reading that correctly?
You are.
Now, I'm also looking at the question as it was written out for me. And the one possible overhead rate would be the federal negotiated indirect cost rate, which comes with a federal negotiated indirect cost rate agreement, or NICRA, but another rate could be 20%. But then I'm reading here, prospective grantees may also present an organizational budget as part of their grant application that includes up to 30% in indirect costs. So I want to say, what is it, or how are you deciding what is going to be acceptable?
Grantees, I'm going to read from the answer that is being provided to me, as you read from the question. So the important point is we are in full compliance.
Maybe we should just both leave the room and just have tape recorders playing.
We are in full compliance with the law. Grantees can use NICRA or 20%, and OST ensures that we are complying with this use of funding for overhead costs.
You didn't read anything. But there's a reference to 30%. Is that possible?
If someone tells me the page number, I can give you the fuller answer. Page number? So we allow 30. Yeah. So it's apparently I'm learning that 20% is the minimum, but we allow up to 30%.
Now, does that mean any of the grant applicants who are listening to this are going to suddenly be able to put in for 30% and they get that? Or do you evaluate whether that's a fair amount? The question was, so if any of the grant applicants are watching this hearing, are they all now going to start changing their grants to say 30%? Or is there actually an evaluation on your part to see if that's warranted?
30%. And then we allow 20% for programmatic costs.
The question is, how do we evaluate the budgets we receive? Do we just automatically allow up to 30%, or do we do an evaluation? Yeah, so when we receive the grant application, we do an evaluation of the budget across many dimensions to ensure that we think it's appropriate. This is one of the dimensions that we evaluated against.
So potential grantees should be excited that you're following the 2020 law, but they have to justify what they're requesting.
Correct. Thank you for clarifying.
That's why I'm here, to help clarify. I just was given this, a press release from the U.S. Department of Education. I didn't even know they still existed. To investigate DC public schools over reported disability discrimination. Are you familiar with this?
I actually got notice of that, but I have not had a chance to, I think it just came out this evening, or at least I was notified this evening, so I haven't had a chance to review it.
Okay, it seems to be following up on the December report by the District of Columbia Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. And I actually pressed the chancellor about this last week. To what extent is your office going to be involved in this issue?
Well, we help to oversee DCPS on behalf of the mayor, working with the mayor, so we'll be involved in understanding what the complaint is and what the response is.
Okay. I would say, looking at the advisory committee's report last December, it was not a pretty picture. In fact, I'm looking at the press release on this point, found the school district had received more complaints per 10,000 students in the special education arena than any other state or territory in the U.S.
Yeah, we, as usual, took a little exception to us as a city being compared to states because we feel like the better comparison is to other cities. So I think in that instance, we're not sure it's actually an accurate comparison to make.
And I don't think I'll press it further. Give me just a second here. I think we're good for the moment. The council has not come out with its schedule for the budget hearings, but I think that our budget hearing for you will be on April 24th.
I will be here.
We will probably talk before then. So I'm going to wind down this hearing. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could just, in our initial exchange, if I could just bracket our discussion, we started with a conversation about immigration and our work with schools. And I just hope that families and students that may hear this or hear about it understand that our top priority is their safety and well-being. And I just wanted to make sure that we finished with that reassurance to families. So all that we were talking about related to principals and school leaders, and I know your greatest concern is my greatest concern, which is making sure that families and students are well and safe.
Thank you for that. Now, where was I? I'm winding down this hearing. Okay, so this has been a hearing of the Committee of the Whole. We have two more performance oversight hearings this week. Tomorrow, beginning at 9:30, we will hear testimony regarding the other post-employment benefits program and the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Friday will be our last of these performance oversight hearings, where we will hear testimony from both public and government witnesses for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE. Again, thank you to all the witnesses. And the time is 8:21 PM and